My name is Hereg Merlin, a hungry, shivering stable boy living in the cold valley by Baron Buck's castle. Even in summer, nights in Dure Valley were bone cold. The little house where I slept had gaps in the walls and the wind pushed and hissed through them. It was so loud I couldn't sleep. I sat up in the dark, pulled some straw from the bed and shoved it into the holes. That made the wind quieter, but I was still wide awake. My stomach was growling. How did I end up in this god-forsaken place? I sighed, rubbing my belly. I missed simple comforts, running water, electric lights, the internet. Back on Earth, when I was hungry, I could order food on my phone and have it arrive hot at the door. Here, I had one meal a day, a hard, black bread and a bowl of potato soup at noon. The bread was so tough it felt like chewing a rock. Only noble families ate white bread that was soft. We servants had black bread. Old Henry, the old man who tended the gardens, taught me a trick: soak the black bread in potato soup, and it becomes easier to chew. That helped, but it didn't fill me. I was 13 and growing fast. One meager meal wasn't enough. Still, compared to the people outside the castle, I was lucky. The castle was safer than the streets, and the servants at least had steady food. If I didn't annoy the noble ladies and lords, I would live. But I didn't want to be a stable boy forever. I had had a modern education in my past life, and I wanted more than this. Then a familiar voice spoke in my head. Shenlin's chip self-repair is complete. My breath caught. I wasn't hallucinating. Everyone in this world had a genetic chip that helped with thinking and recording data. Mine, called Shenlin, was coming back to life. Anomalous environment detected, performing localization compatibility. Localization compatibility complete. Shenlin is running normally. I sat up straighter. Shenlin, check current body status, I said. Hereg Merlin, strength 0.4, agility 0.5, constitution 0.4, spirit 1.2. The numbers were small. I was starving. I had to do something. If the chip worked, it could help me make plans. Early the next morning, before dawn, I woke and went to work. I carried a lantern to the stables and put hay and beans into the horses' troughs. The horses were already awake, nostrils steaming in the cold, watching me. Their feed was better than what the servants ate. I didn't take any. I'd heard what happened to the man who stole horse feed. He had been executed. After the stables, I headed to the back garden to find old Henry. The garden held many flowers I'd never seen before. I spoke softly. Shenlin, begin recording all unknown flora and fauna information from now. Understood. Task has been archived, beginning execution, the chip answered. Old Henry was an old, quiet man. He carried a bucket and watered carefully. He cleaned up dead leaves like he had done the whole of his life. Seeing me, he squinted and said, "Kid, what are you doing here so early? You got something on your mind?" "Just came to talk," I answered with a grin. He knew me well. I came to see him a lot. I needed something. "Old Henry, you still have that bow, don't you? Let me borrow it for hunting. If I catch something, I'll share the meat." He looked me up and down and snorted. "Can you even draw the bow? You ever practiced? Don't waste my arrows." I rushed on. "Please, if you lend it when you're gone, I'll put a stone for you on the hill. Give you a proper grave. They just bury servants with no mark." Henry hesitated. He cared for the old ways, but he softened a little. "The bow's hanging on the wall inside. Go get it, don't break it." I nearly shouted thanks and ran in. The longbow was clean and well cared for. I had heard Henry had been a great archer once, though I had never seen him shoot. The quiver had only 7 arrows. That was enough for me. At the castle gate, a guard laughed when he saw me carrying the big bow. "Hunting," he said. "You're not even taller than the bow. Don't shoot yourself." Another guard joined in. "Bring back a red-vented bulbul roasted. They are tasty. I'll give you 10 copper coins if you catch one." "Deal," I said solemnly. They laughed at me, but I kept my face straight. I walked down the slope outside the gate toward the forest. The green grass river wound below and the drawbridge was down. A carriage rolled across Baron Buck's carriage. I didn't know where it was going. Opposite the castle, the forest rose dark and deep. People said fierce beasts lived there that could beat strong knights. I planned only to go to the forest's edge. I was too weak to go in deep. "Shenlin, activate detection. Watch for movement and danger," I told the chip. "Environment detection activated," it said. A thin green light swept over my sight. Plants glowed green. Animals had faint red glows. A small circular map appeared in the top right of my vision and flashed with red and green dots. The forest looked different through the chip, and I felt a little safer knowing it could warn me. I crept along the edge where the trees thinned. The air smelled of wet earth and pine. My hands trembled around the bow. Each step made a dry, soft sound on the undergrowth. I kept my eyes on the small map and on the shaded paths between the trees. If I could find a rabbit or a small bird I could eat. If I failed, I would be hungry all day again. That morning, with Shenlin in my head and old Henry's bow across my shoulders, I walked toward the wild. I had 7 arrows, a lantern at my hip, and a plan in my head. I was cold and thin, but I had something I'd not had before, data in my mind and a memory of a different life. I hoped that would be enough. Harag clearly felt that the moment he stepped into the forest, everything around him went quiet. The animals in the forest noticed this intruder, and the chirping birds and insects went silent. Harag lightened his steps, adjusted his breathing rate, and began to search for his target prey in the view. Soon, a gray rabbit appeared in front of him. Harag bent his bow and set an arrow. Shenlin, activate auxiliary aiming. Calculating wind speed. A blue auxiliary line appeared in his field of vision, and Harag adjusted his shooting angle, aiming at the rabbit. The rabbit twitched its ears, but didn't have time to jump away before its head was pierced. Harag cautiously observed the surroundings, confirmed there was nothing unusual, then went to pick up the rabbit. He lifted it and weighed it in his hand, estimating it to be about 5 or 6 pounds. He pulled out the arrow and wiped it on the rabbit's fur, then placed it back in the quiver for continued use. My control over my body is still too weak. Harag felt that his ability to control his body was still inadequate, lacking stability when shooting arrows. A few minutes later, Harag found his target again. In the tree to the northeast, there were 2 birds. A pair of red-vented bulbuls, pecking at each other as they preened their feathers. Harag held his breath, calmed his mind, silently drew his longbow, and the arrow glinted coldly as he aimed at the amorous red-vented bulbuls in the tree. 1 arrow, 2 birds. The arrow pierced through the heads of both red-vented bulbuls, stringing them together like candied fruit. The red-vented bulbuls were small and had little meat. The wild animals here were particularly abundant. You could say they were overpopulated, so naturally, no one raised concerns about animal protection. The afternoon passed, and Harag had a bountiful harvest. 3 rabbits, 17 red-vented bulbuls, and 2 fish. If it weren't for his body giving out and no longer having the strength to draw the bow, he could have continued hunting. As evening approached, the setting sun cast its glow over the jungle, and Harag heard strange, beastly roars deep in the forest. He immediately became aware of the danger and quickened his pace to leave the forest. "You caught all this?" a castle guard asked, wide-eyed and incredulous. "Of course, here are the red-vented bulbuls you wanted. Pay up," Harag said with pride. The guard swallowed as he eyed the string of red-vented bulbuls around Harag's neck and awkwardly felt his pockets, saying, "I'll just buy 5. All right, Harag didn't expect him to buy them all anyway. Any profit was good profit. Servants in the castle didn't receive salaries and only got some bonus money on certain holidays. The guard naturally received a salary, but it wasn't much. Harag returned to the castle with his bounty in tow, drawing a lot of attention along the way. "Where did this kid find all this? I heard he hunted it himself. I'd rather believe the animals ran into a tree and died themselves." "Old Henry, look at what I've got." Harag flaunted the rabbits and fish in his hands. "This." Old Henry immediately noticed the arrow wounds on the game, doubting his own eyes. "These rabbits and fish are for you. Consider it as repayment for borrowing your bow and arrows. Use it to replenish your strength. Better delay meeting the gods. They'll be there anyway." Harag laughed as he placed the rabbits and fish down. Old Henry did not refuse, just nodded quietly, seemingly recalling something as he looked at the bow and arrows. "Can I borrow the bow and arrows for a few more days?" Harag asked. Old Henry seemed a bit dazed and responded sluggishly, "It's yours now." "Huh. It's mine." Harag knew that this longbow was Old Henry's prized possession, and now it was given to him just like that. Old Henry waved his hand. "You take it. I can't draw it back anymore. It's always good for an old friend to be put to use." After returning to his small room, Harag set to work skinning the rabbit. There was also a pile of red-vented bulbuls to process. By the time he finished, it was night. A rabbit and individual red-vented bulbuls were roasting over the fire, while a fish was kept in a basin to be eaten in the coming days. There were very few seasonings in this world. Harag found some commonly used spicy wild herbs in the forest and scooped some salt from a jar to roughly season his food. Rabbits needed a longer time to roast, while the red-vented bulbuls, having little meat, cooked quickly. Herag took a bite of a red-vented bulbul and found that it didn't have the sour taste he expected. Instead, it was exceptionally fragrant and crispy, proving the guard right about the deliciousness of the red-vented bulbul. Detected food compatible with constitution. Continually consuming 150 red-vented bulbuls can increase power by 1 point. Seeing this chip notification, Herag was startled. What does 1 point of power mean? With it, he would transform from weak to mighty directly. This world was indeed extraordinary. In his previous life, there was no such food that could significantly change one's constitution after consumption. There were official knights in the castle, and it was said that one official knight could easily handle dozens of ordinary people. Baron Buck was even a great knight and was rumored to possess extraordinary power. Herag had never seen this firsthand, and having only arrived a few days ago, he had always thought these were just exaggerated rumors. But now he began to have more ideas. After feasting on the red-vented bulbul and rabbit, Herag for the first time felt the sensation of being full. The feeling of being full is indeed great. He lay contentedly on his bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, after finishing his tasks, Herag once again strapped on his longbow and headed into the forest. This time his goal was clear: only hunt red-vented bulbuls. At the same time, he paid attention to various plants in the forest, many of which didn't exist in his past life, and he couldn't identify them. Every time he encountered a new plant, he would cut off a bit and smear it on the back of his hand to observe for any reaction. If there was no abnormal reaction, he would place it on his lips to let Shenlin analyze its composition. After a few days, Herag actually discovered a plant that could enhance constitution. Detected compatible food, named red leaf fern. Continually eating 10 pounds can increase constitution by 1 point. In 7 days, Herag ate 200 red-vented bulbuls and 15 pounds of red leaf fern. Check current physical status. Herag Merlin. Power 1.4, Agility 0.6, Constitution 1.4, Spirit 1.2. After consuming 150 red-vented bulbuls, any additional didn't have an effect, seemingly due to his body developing resistance. The red leaf fern was extremely unpalatable, bitter especially. Herag forced himself to eat it to become stronger. He also found that after gaining 1 point each in power and constitution, agility automatically increased by 0.1, but spirit showed no change. Herag clenched his fist, sensing the explosive power dormant within his body. During this time, Herag gained some fame because he returned with a full harvest every time he went hunting. As a result, he earned a title, Redfinch Hunter. Every time he returned from the forest, a string of red-vented bulbuls hung on him, which led to the name. Herag boy, come out quickly. Old Henry's long voice called from outside. What's the matter? Herag opened the door and saw old Henry, with a young man in heavy armor standing behind him. Herag recognized him. It was Knight Emil, the guard captain of the castle. This was a big figure in the castle, and it seemed he had some business with him. Are you Herag? Emil looked Herag up and down and asked. Yes, Sir Emil, Herag answered honestly. Shenlin, check Emil's body data. Emil, power 2.1, agility 1.6, constitution 2.2, spirit 1.1, containing unknown energy within the body. For the first time, Herag had a tangible understanding of a knight's strength, although Emil's stats seemed just a bit higher than his own. In actual combat, it was not just a little, but an all-around enhancement. An increase in power by 1 point could translate to an actual combat capability increase of several times, which was an entirely different concept. Emil also possessed some unknown energy within his body. Herag guessed that this was probably the knight's power. If this unknown power was further added, the combat energy would be enhanced by an uncertain amount. I heard your archery is good. Show me, Emil said simply and straightforwardly. Old Henry sent an encouraging look from the side, and Herag didn't delay, immediately returning to the house to fetch his longbow. Emil looked around and pointed to a tall pine tree in the distance. The highest pine cone, can you shoot it down? Yes, Herag said confidently. Let's begin, Emil said. Herag drew his longbow, activating the auxiliary aiming. He now had enough strength, and the longbow was drawn to its fullest. With a whoosh, the pine cone fell to the ground in the distance. Emil nodded with satisfaction. It seems you are a born divine archer, qualified to join the guard team. Follow me to the training ground. Herag clearly had no right to refuse, and obediently followed Emil, while old Henry grinned broadly with happiness. The castle training ground was a wide, flat area, bustling with guard team members in training. As Emil brought Herag over, many people naturally noticed. However, with Emil present, they dared not ask much. They continued their training with even more effort. Emil took Herag to an empty space and turned to say, "Herag, do you know why knights are strong?" Herag did not know and could only shake his head. "Because of the breathing techniques," Emil said solemnly. "Breathing techniques." Herag heard the term for the first time. Emil continued, "Yes, breathing techniques allow us to harness and mobilize hidden power within. Through cumulative practice with these techniques, not only can our bodies grow stronger, but we might also awaken a life seed. Those who awaken a life seed can be called a knight." "Can I awaken a life seed?" Herag asked. "Not necessarily, only a very few lucky ones have this potential. Most people can never become knights in their lifetime," Emil said. He looked at Herag and continued, "Your archery talent is impressive. I will teach you the earth-breathing technique next. I hope you can grow quickly to relieve Lord Baron's worries." "Thank you, Sir Emil, and gratitude to Lord Baron." Herag pounded his right fist on his chest in a standard gesture of allegiance, something he was skilled at. "Yes, remember, you must be grateful to Lord Baron for all of this." Emil was satisfied with Herag's attitude. "Shenlin, begin recording all of Emil's movements, especially related to the earth-breathing technique," Herag mentally commanded. Emil began teaching the earth-breathing technique and said in a deep voice, "Breathing is something everyone is born with. The earth-breathing technique has a unique rhythm that allows vital energy to be born within you, circulating through your body along a specific path, slowly strengthening your muscles, bones." Earth-breathing technique recording completed. Emil explained the cautions and then said, "Try it once." The earth-breathing technique requires many strange movements, coupled with a unique breathing rhythm for practice, making it difficult for beginners to perform the movements correctly or grasp the breathing rhythm. Shenlin, activate earth-breathing technique auxiliary practice. Shenlin quickly projected every movement in front of Herag, who mimicked them to begin the first movement. Move your right hand up by 1 centimeter, your left hand down by 0.5 centimeter. After Herag performed the first movement, Shenlin promptly corrected him and provided precise deviation adjustments. Following the chip's guidance, he adjusted his movements appropriately. Emil watched Herag with some surprise and admiration, but said nothing. The earth-breathing technique consists of 15 movements, each challenging. With the chip's assistance, Herag painstakingly completed the entire set of movements and was so exhausted afterward that he could hardly stand upright. Effective training detected. Repeating the set of movements 100 times can increase power by 0.2, agility by 0.5, and constitution by 0.3. 100 times it doesn't seem like much. Seeing the chip's prompt, Herag felt more motivated. Persistence is not difficult. What's challenging is to strive without seeing progress. Herag could see the immediate feedback, making the cultivation full of motivation. Emil remained silent throughout, only speaking once Herag completed a round of the earth-breathing technique. "You have great talent. I'll be keeping an eye on you." With his busy schedule, he instructed Herag to persist in his cultivation before continuing with his duties. "Shenlin, how long does it take to complete 100 times of practice?" "Based on the current physical state, practicing twice a day is possible. After 7 days of practice, body adaptability will enhance, allowing for estimated practice 6 to 7 times daily, and is expected to complete 100 practices in 23 days. This progress was faster than Herag expected. After that day, Herag's status underwent a change. He was promoted from a lowly servant to a guard of the castle's guard team, receiving a monthly salary of 5 silver coins and being given a set of armor and a longsword. His daily meals improved to 2 meals per day, with meat every 3 days, but this wasn't very important to Herag, who could hunt for meat himself. Emil took him seriously, and during this period, he was exempt from any tasks, needing only to focus on practicing the earth-breathing technique. Herag hunted in the forest daily and then returned to practice the earth-breathing technique, repeating this cycle. Stage 1 of the earth-breathing technique training. Completed. Current physical state: Power 1.6, Agility 1.1, Constitution 1.7, Spirit 1.2. Stage 2 of the earth-breathing technique can begin. Repeating the practice 1,000 times can increase power by 0.4, agility by 0.5, and constitution by 0.5. Seeing the chip's prompts, Hereg couldn't help but smile. His hard work over the past few weeks wasn't in vain. His life had become fulfilling. Besides hunting, practicing, and eating, sleep was the only activity. Tomorrow he had a new class. Emil was going to teach him swordsmanship. Hereg currently had robust physical qualities, but lacked effective means to counter enemies. Archery was only useful for long-range encounters. In this era of cold weapons, it was more about close combat in melee encounters. In the training grounds of the castle, there is a clearing specifically designated for swordsmanship training. Beside the clearing, there is a wooden rack with a collection of gleaming longswords. The guards usually train with real swords, but they are not sharpened, ensuring a certain level of safety. Hereg and Emil each held a longsword, standing opposite each other. Emil personally taught Hereg swordsmanship, which showed how much he valued him. He said to Hereg, "Swordsmanship is for killing the enemy. My swordsmanship does not have the fancy moves of Pallas. Swordsmanship, there are no unnecessary sword forms. Slash, chop, stab, lift, block. These 5 words are the eternal unchanging basics of all swordsmanship. As long as you master these basics, the rest is the cultivation of combat experience." Emil took a deep breath, lifted his longsword, and suddenly lunged forward with a slash, the sword wind stirring up a cloud of dust. His movements were quick. If not for the chip's assistance, Hereg wouldn't have been able to clearly see Emil's actions. "This is normal speed. Next, I'll slow it down a bit. Pay attention to the details of my movements. When you first learn swordsmanship, don't pursue speed. Just make sure you perform every move correctly." Emil slashed forward again, and this time Hereg could see his movements clearly by relying on himself alone. "You try it," Emil said after demonstrating. "Shenlin, activate swordsmanship training assistance." A small blue figure appeared in Hereg's vision, demonstrating the key points of the slashing move. He adjusted his movements according to Shenlin's instructions and sharply slashed forward with his sword. "Too much force from the wrist. You should use more arm strength," Shenlin immediately provided a hint, correcting Hereg's force application method. Emil also noticed the problem and said, "The move looks good, but you should use more of your arm strength. Try again." Hereg recalled the feeling just now, found the right point of force, and slashed forward aggressively again. "Very good, next I'll teach you the other moves." Emil rarely showed a smile. The entire afternoon, Hereg practiced basic swordsmanship, and his learning speed even earned praise from the usually stoic Emil. Hereg never considered hiding his skills. He came from humble beginnings and could only show his worth completely to have more resources invested in him. "Keep up with your practice during this period. Later, I will provide some opportunities for you to gain experience. One cannot become a knight without seeing blood." In Emil's heart, he was already nurturing Hereg as a preparatory knight. "Thank you, Master Emil. Thank the Lord Baron." Hereg expressed his gratitude. After finishing a day of practice, Hereg had just returned to his cabin when housekeeper Ivan delivered his salary. "Housekeeper Ivan, there are 5 extra silver coins." Hereg opened the pouch and found more pay than before. "It's not extra, Mr. Hereg. Captain Emil reported your situation to the Lord Baron, who specially increased your salary," Ivan, an elderly man with graying hair, said with a kindly smile. Emil hadn't mentioned this to Hereg, perhaps because he considered it a trivial matter. After receiving his salary, Hereg carried a jar of good wine he had bought to the back garden. "Old Henry, I brought you some wine." He entered the garden and saw Old Henry lying on the chair, resting with his eyes closed from afar. "What wine?" Old Henry moved his nose but couldn't smell anything. Hereg placed the wine next to the chair and said, "I have no idea. I asked someone who went to town to buy it for me." "Let me see." Old Henry was invigorated at the sight of wine, got up, picked up the wine jar and unscrewed the lid for a sniff. "This is Marco family's wine from the town, really good stuff," Old Henry said, immersed in the aroma. By the way, my salary went up too. Now I earn a whole 10 silver coins a month. I'll split half with you. Herag took out 5 silver coins and handed them over. Old Henry scoffed. What do I need money for at my age? I can't bite meat anymore, and girls in town dread that I might keel over. When you're old, spending money isn't quite as enjoyable as when you're young. You're still young, take the money and enjoy yourself. All I need is wine. Hearing old Henry's words, Herag remembered an ancient verse from his previous life. To buy osmanthus and bring wine, it is not like the youthful wanderings. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, Old Henry, do you know how long official knights like Emil can live? How long? Not too many knights die of old age. Let me think. I think those I've heard of lived to be about 100. A bit longer and healthier than ordinary people, old Henry recalled. What about great knights like the Lord Baron? Herag continued to ask. Old Henry took a sip of wine and replied, Great knights are still human, they're about the same. Only around 100, huh? Herag originally thought knights, wielding extraordinary power, could live much longer than typical humans. He was surprised they only lived slightly longer. Old Henry, are there any people more formidable than knights? More formidable? Old Henry pondered for a moment. Of course, but those are just legends. They say wizards are stronger than knights. But wizards are very mysterious, and no one knows if they truly exist. Wizards, Herag silently committed the term to memory. By the time Herag returned to his cabin, it was already late at night. He had been drinking with old Henry all night. After helping the drunken old Henry to bed, he still left those 5 silver coins behind. He was someone who remembered and repaid kindness. Half a month later, in the castle training grounds, Herag donned a suit of armor, standing in a line with 6 other guards, awaiting Emil's orders. A group of bandits has appeared at the pumpkin farm. It's our duty to protect the safety of the territory's people. Lord Baron has ordered us to eradicate the bandits. Emil was explaining the mission's details. Over the past half-month, Herag had been diligently practicing the earth-breathing technique and basic swordsmanship, and today he finally had the opportunity for real combat. Though it's just a group of ordinary bandits, you can't be careless. A stab from a blade can still kill. Emil spoke of some precautions. Herag listened intently, feeling that the other 6 weren't taking it seriously. Eradicating bandits was a common task, a lord's duty, as well as a chance for the lord to demonstrate strength and intimidate others. This era was chaotic, with frequent conflicts between territories. Every so often, Herag would hear about a territory being annexed, or about a famine occurring somewhere. The bandits had to be cleared quickly once they entered the territory, or others would think you're an easy target, attracting more and more bandits. This time Emil personally led the raid, along with 7 castle guards, forming the expedition team. Riding on horseback, Herag still felt a bit inexperienced. Fortunately, his memory included knowledge about horse riding. With Shenlin's assistance, he quickly learned how to control the horse. 3 days later, in the Jade Mountain Range, Herag and his group rode horses along the mountain path, with a carriage loaded with supplies trailing at the end of the line. A light rain had just fallen in the mountains, and mist lingered among the peaks. It was now sunset, and Emil rode at the forefront, scouting for a suitable campsite. Herag was in the middle of the group, continuously refining a map within his field of vision. Every place they passed, he had Shenlin record. Combining it with the existing map, a more complete map was gradually taking shape. The pumpkin farm was an important agricultural site within Baron Buck's territory, growing various crops and located to the west of the Jade Mountain Range. Baron Buck's castle was on the right side of the Jade Mountain Range. They needed to cross it to reach the pumpkin farm. Let's spend the night in this cave. Emil found a fairly spacious cave ahead, with some kind of animal fur inside and dried animal dung at the entrance. It was clearly a bear's lair, but Emil and the others didn't care, considering bears only as pelt suppliers. The horses were all tied in the nearby forest, left to graze and rest on their own. The carriage was parked in front of the cave, forming a simple defensive fortification. The group began to get busy, and a campfire was quickly lit at the cave entrance. Herag was in charge of fetching food from the carriage, like cured meat, potatoes, and tomatoes. A large pot was soon hung over the fire, and the food was thrown in all at once. They had been eating this kind of stew outside for days. A rack was quickly erected beside the campfire, where the guards hung their wet clothes to dry. "Oh, Jimmy, take those damned socks of yours away. How many times do I have to tell you no drying socks while cooking? Do you want to eat cured meat with the smell of stinky socks?" Big Beard, a guard named Hagen, sniffed the air, turned to see a pair of stinky socks hanging on the drying rack, and immediately bellowed. Hee. Jimmy sheepishly took down the socks and hung them outside the cave. Seeing that the time was about right, Hereg walked over to the pot and lifted the lid. Rich aroma burst forth, filling the entire cave and wafting into the gradually darkening forest outside. "Dinner's ready," Hereg shouted, and the guards lying or sitting in the cave hurriedly came over with their metal lunchboxes. None of them made a move, just staring at the meat in the pot, waiting for Emil to take the first bite. Emil used a fork to spear some meat and vegetables into his lunchbox, scooped a little soup, and then sat by the cave entrance, eating while staring into the unknown outside. Once Emil began eating, the rest couldn't hold back any longer. They scrambled to grab the meat from the pot, which was soon gone. Hereg was well experienced and quick, aided by Shenlin in getting his share of meat. After dinner, there was no entertainment. The group chatted around the campfire for a while before going to sleep. They could only partially remove their armor, keeping their weapons and armor close by to ensure they could enter combat readiness at a moment's notice. Hereg was on watch tonight, sitting by the campfire, constantly keeping an eye on their surroundings. With no dry wood available due to the rain, Hereg fetched some stored dry firewood from the carriage. The campfire had to stay burning all night to ensure any nearby wild animals would shy away from the flames, reducing potential problems. Late at night, it started drizzling in the mountains again. Hereg glanced at the time in his field of vision, 1 a.m. Based on usual observations, Shenlin's chip had discovered that this world also had about a 24-hour day. Hereg adjusted Shenlin to the 24-hour scale familiar from his previous life. The cold wind blew into the cave, causing the campfire to crackle, the flames dancing with the gusts. The chilly wind drove away Hereg's drowsiness as he stared into the pitch-dark forest outside. Shenlin's small map showed no abnormalities. Originally, Shenlin's map could cover a range of 10 meters, but after Hereg's physical qualities greatly improved, it could now display plants and animals within a 100-meter area. Meanwhile, a group of people was stealthily approaching the cave through the distant woods. The sound of the falling rain masked their movements. Coupled with their cautious approach, they were hard to notice under the cover of darkness. Once they got closer to the cave, the leading three signaled, and their troops split, with 2 teams flanking from both sides to approach, while 3 others continued advancing from the front. Hereg sat at the cave entrance, steadfast at his post, with Shenlin's map open in his vision. He suddenly noticed a red dot appearing on the small map in the woods to the left of the cave, followed by 8 more red dots entering its range. At the same time, another group appeared on the right, also numbering 9. Hereg immediately drew his longsword, quietly alerted them, enemy attack. Emil, sleeping deepest within the cave, had awakened even before Hereg drew his longsword, quickly donning his armor. The others also reacted swiftly, all on their feet. There are teams rapidly approaching from both sides, and 3 individuals advancing directly towards the cave entrance. Hereg quickly briefed them on the situation. Emil didn't ask how he knew instead. He walked to the campfire and kicked over the large pot, instantly dousing the flames. Turning back, he said, "Everyone follow me and break through from the right side." Their horses were in the woods to the right, and without knowing the strength of their opponents, getting away on horseback was a good option. Hereg and the others nodded in unison, following Emil out of the cave. "Damn it, don't let Emil escape," one of the lead 3, a man carrying a large sword, roared. Clearly, their actions had alerted those outside. The extinguishing of the campfire had revealed their presence. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Volley of arrows rained on the cave, mostly blocked by the carriage. Meanwhile, Emil and the others faced attacks from the right side woods, but no one was hit due to the darkness. Hereg noticed that the group remained hidden in the woods, avoiding a direct confrontation, all equipped with bows and arrows. "They're over here, quickly come." The opposing side started calling as soon as they spotted Emil and his group. Checking Shenlin's map, Hereg saw another group closing in, with the leading three approaching at breakneck speed. Such speed indicated official knights. They had to break. Through from the right side swiftly. Shenlin activate aiming assist. Herag hid behind a tree, dodging arrows while drawing his bow and aiming at the enemies in the woods ahead. Invisible to others, he could see everything clearly with Shenlin's assistance, even spotting those hiding behind trees, giving him a significant advantage despite the darkness. In the woods ahead, an enemy held a longbow. Leaning against a large tree, he had just fired an arrow, but it missed the target. He hadn't expected to hit anyone. Their leader's task was just to suppress the enemy with firepower and ensure they wouldn't escape. Their plan was very successful. The arrows from their side never stopped, making it difficult for the opponents to charge out. He nocked another arrow, observing the surroundings cautiously as he quietly readied himself to shoot another arrow. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his forehead. His eyes widened as he saw an arrow piercing his head at the very moment he revealed himself. Why am I so unlucky? His consciousness gradually faded into darkness, never understanding why his luck was so bad before he died. He couldn't believe that the opponent had aimed accurately at him. In such a dark night, it could only have been a random shot, yet it hit him precisely. Herag, after striking the target with an arrow, drew his bow again, aiming at another tree. The moment the person behind that tree revealed themselves, Herag loosed the bowstring, and the foe fell dead. Charge! Emil didn't have time to applaud Herag's archery skills and was the first to rush out. With a knight-level body, he could see his surroundings at night, though not as clearly as Herag, nor was his vision as far. After witnessing Herag's consecutive kills, Emil decisively decided to break through. Using the forest trees as cover to evade arrows, within moments he closed in on an enemy, and with a slash of his sword, the opponent's head fell to the ground. Herag and the others followed closely behind, seizing any available opportunity as they advanced. Whenever a foe showed themselves, he raised his hand and loosed an arrow, never missing so far. Suddenly, red flashes appeared in his vision, and Shenlin gave a prompt to dodge right. Without any hesitation, Herag rolled to the right. A giant sword crashed down exactly where he had just been. Oh, the man who threw the giant sword let out a surprised sound, clearly not expecting Herag to evade the attack. Herag felt a chill. Had he not dodged, he would have been cleft through the crown by that giant sword. Thanks to Shenlin's prompt, he evaded it. Others weren't so lucky. The three who pursued were all knight level, and the other two each killed a guard. Big bearded Hagen clutched his throat, having been slashed by a slender man with a dagger, and fell powerlessly to the ground, blood pooling around him. The third knight-level warrior also wielded a sword. The blade was long and fine, typically used in flamboyant court swordsmanship displays. With a closer look, Herag realized the figure was indeed a woman. The female knight pierced through a guard's throat with a single strike and turned her gaze on Herag. Shenlin, detect the opponent's body data. Power 2.1, Agility 2.3, Constitution 1.9, Spirit 1.2, contains unknown energy within. Herag put away his longbow and drew his longsword. The opponent's agility was far superior. Running would only expose his back and quicken his death, leaving no choice but to fight to the death. At that moment, a hand pressed on his shoulder. Originally about to break out, Emil turned back, addressing the surviving Herag and others. You guys go first, they're after me. Emil, I thought you'd scurry away like a rat. The man wielding the giant sword mocked, laughing. Emil remained expressionless. Long time no see, Marco. Marco, gritting his teeth, pointed angrily at Emil. You're always so insufferable, looking down on everyone. Now I'm a knight too. And tonight I'll crush you completely beneath my feet. Herag didn't catch Marco's last words. He and the remaining four faced another dilemma. The three knight-level warriors went for Emil, while the remaining two teams of archers targeted Herag and the rest. They stayed stationed in the woods ahead, suppressing Herag and others with arrows, preventing their escape. Herag took out the longbow from his back, saying to Jimmy and the others, I'll take them down, observe and adapt accordingly. Shenlin, plot the best route, target eliminating all opponents. Route planning complete. Map marking the route and enemy positions appeared before him. Herag observed it from a bird's eye view before beginning his hunt. Simultaneously, Shenlin monitored all enemy movements, predicting the arrow paths in advance. Utilizing the darkness, Hereg easily dodged these arrows, drawing bow and arrow, eliminating the enemies in the woods one by one. At first, these people didn't notice anything amiss, but as more and more fell, they finally realized how many of their own had been lost. Hereg was like a ghost lurking in the night. They couldn't pinpoint his location at all. Every time Hereg killed someone, he immediately changed position as per the route, with arrows always hitting his previous spot, always a step behind. After he shot the 11th person, the pressure became too much for them to bear, and they began to retreat. "Help us, Master Marco, they have a night-level archer," one cried, rushing to where the four were in fierce battle. Marco furrowed his brows. "Night-level archer, that wasn't in the intel. Sean, go take care of him." Sean, the slender man with the dagger, silently melted into the darkness, using the assassin's usual stealth techniques. Assassins were the best counters to archers. This was common knowledge. "There's a night level approaching." The moment Sean entered the range, Shenlin issued a warning, marking the position on the map. Hereg turned to look at the spot, which appeared deserted. If not for Shenlin's warning, he wouldn't notice this person sneaking up behind him. He hid behind a tree, pretending to shoot forward, suddenly changing direction to target Sean instead. As Sean silently moved forward, seeing this made his muscles tense and pupils contract. How'd he discover me from at least 100 meters away? Sean wondered. The arrow was already nearing his face. Sean twisted his body in an uncanny manner, barely dodging the unexpected arrow. Yet his right arm was still grazed, leaving a small wound. This minor injury was superficial, and Sean didn't mind it. Evading an arrow gave him more confidence. He's not a night-level archer, just accurate, he deduced based on the arrow's speed. Hereg's surprise shot missed, and Sean felt more equipped to avoid subsequent arrows now that he was on guard. On the other side, after witnessing the missed arrow, Hereg immediately changed positions, delving deeper into the woods. Trying to run, Sean smirked as assassins relished hunting fleeing prey. The moon hung high in the night sky as Hereg sped through the forest with Sean closely trailing behind. His speed surpassed Hereg's, but the trees and other obstacles in the forest hampered his progress. "Damn it, how does this guy know the area so well?" Sean cursed under his breath. Hereg moved at full speed throughout, as if he was intimately familiar with every tree and hiding spot, like someone who had grown up there. More crucially, Hereg would occasionally turn and shoot an arrow. Each shot was timed with incredible precision, just as Sean was about to burst forward with speed. A cold arrow would come his way, forcing him to twist his body to dodge, widening the distance between them again in the blink of an eye. This made Sean feel as uncomfortable as swallowing a fly, and he couldn't shake off the odd feeling. Could it be a coincidence? After several such instances, Sean finally couldn't take it anymore. "Die, kid." Detecting unknown energy surge in the opponent's body, predicting an increase in strength by 0.7, agility by 1.1, and constitution by 0.5. A chill ran down Hereg's spine. It was the first time he'd heard such a sound from someone advancing in his direction. "Dodge to the left front," Shenlin advised. Hereg didn't hesitate. He had just dodged when Sean arrived, stabbing the air with his dagger. Impossible. Sean was incredulous. His supposedly infallible killing blow had been evaded. Hereg accelerated forward once more, feeling like he had reached his speed limit. Sean had used a special method to significantly enhance his physical abilities. His speed was now far beyond Hereg's. "Duck and roll forward," Shenlin advised again. Hereg immediately followed Shenlin's advice. Executing such evasive maneuvers at high speed required great physical demand. This is where the benefits of practicing the earth-breathing technique came into play. Hereg had been diligently doing the technique's set movements daily, mastering control over his body. Sean's dagger barely missed Hereg's head, grazing off a lock of hair. His strike had missed again. "This kid is peculiar." Sean couldn't believe it. How could someone who wasn't even at the night level dodge his killing blows twice in a row? "Dodge behind the tree on the right, draw your sword to block behind." Hereg complied, slipping behind a tree while bringing his longsword up behind him to block. The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out as Hereg turned to see Sean's dagger piercing through the tree trunk and hitting his blade. The violent impact left Herreg's hand numb. Sean witnessed the scene in disbelief. How does it seem like this kid knows what I'm about to do every time? In theory, it was possible. His attacks were always preceded by subtle changes in muscle activation and movement, which could be observed and predicted beforehand. But these were instantaneous events, and the kid was running forward the entire time without looking back. How could he possibly know all this? Hold your sword to block in front. Suddenly, Sean appeared in front of him, dagger aimed directly at Herreg. This attack too was anticipated, and Herreg steadily blocked it with his longsword. Damn it, Sean was getting frustrated. It was as if this kid could see through his every move. Wait, suddenly, Sean's breath became erratic as he clutched his forehead painfully. Herreg let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's taking effect. I thought that kind of poison wasn't working on you. With your recent burst of attacks, your blood circulation must have sped up, so the poison acted more quickly. That arrow was poisoned. Sean remembered he had only been hit by an arrow once. Herreg's quiver held two kinds of arrows. One ordinary, and the other coated with poison. The poison came from an inconspicuous herb outside the castle. After Shenlin analyzed it, its root could be processed dried, distilled, and refined into a colorless and odorless deadly poison. Sean, as an assassin, was also an expert in poisons, but this one was colorless and odorless, with no initial symptoms, so he hadn't noticed. It was a neurotoxin, and Sean's vigorous activity had hastened its effects. Sean launched a frenzied attack with his dagger. He knew that only by killing Herreg would he have a chance to find the antidote. But under the influence of the poison, his abilities declined sharply, and Herreg easily blocked every attack. I have to escape. Feeling his breath becoming rapid and his limbs losing coordination, Sean knew he would die at Herreg's hands if he didn't escape soon. Sean shot a fierce glance at Herreg, then vanished into the darkness. As an assassin, he had many escape tricks. Herreg stood still with a slight smile, calmly drawing his bow and taking aim at a clear spot not far off. With a scream, Sean reappeared, an arrow lodged in his back. Even at full strength, Sean would have needed to focus entirely to dodge Herreg's arrows under Shenlin's precise calculations, let alone now while poisoned. How did you find me? Sean's voice turned calm, accepting his fate. Herreg said nothing, drawing his bow again. Sean stared directly at Herreg, neither dodging nor hiding. In truth, his legs had gone numb. He murmured, "How do you always dodge my attacks? You're not even a knight." Expressionless, Herreg released the tense bowstring and said, "Because I've hacked the game." His words and the arrow pierced Sean's head simultaneously. A spray of blood blossomed, and Sean fell backward onto the ground. His eyes were bewildered in death. Hack game, what does it mean? These cryptic words baffled Sean even in death. After Sean had fallen, Herreg shot 2 more arrows for good measure. Only after Shenlin confirmed his death did Herreg slowly approach the body. Herreg searched thoroughly, finding neither a gold coin nor even a copper coin on Sean. All Sean had were a pair of decent daggers, nothing else. After dealing with Sean, Herreg slung his longsword on his back, held the longbow, and gazed quietly into the depths of the forest, as if in contemplation. Moments later, he chose to return in the direction of Emil. He recalled that Jimmy and the others had fled under his cover and should be heading to the castle for reinforcements. But the round trip to the castle took 6 days, far too long. Even Emil, strong as he was, couldn't possibly handle 2 knight-level masters alone and the lurking threat of snipers from afar. He darted swiftly through the forest, his shadow like a phantom, quick and silent. After Herreg returned, he found that the battle was still ongoing. Emil was facing both the female knight and Marco alone. Emil and Marco were both injured, but the woman appeared unscathed. The 3 moved extremely fast, surrounded by a team of archers who could only watch and dared not shoot. The speed of the 3 was too fast, and the archers lacked the precision to hit Emil. Herreg observed the surrounding terrain, found a position that was both offensive and defensive, then bent his bow and shot, killing an archer. "Someone's here." The archers immediately scattered, seeking places to hide. They couldn't see Herreg's position and could only blindly shoot a few arrows into the dark forest. Herreg made a quick count. There were 8 archers left, and he planned to take them all down. Whoosh, another arrow flew, taking down an archer hiding behind a large stone. After killing this one, Herag repositioned himself, moved to another angle and killed another archer hiding behind a tree. The archers were in utter terror, unable to locate Herag's position. No matter how they hid, the cold arrows would find their way from behind or from the sides. Escaping was impossible. Marco and the female knight couldn't afford to care about them either. Their battle had reached a fever pitch, leaving no one to spare a moment for Herag. A one-sided slaughter began, with Herag transforming into the Grim Reaper, taking down an archer with each arrow. 10 minutes later, all the archers were dead. After finishing, Herag stayed hidden in the mountain forest, bow bent but not shooting. He was waiting for the right moment to strike. The three moved swiftly. Shenlin was calculating at high speed. The moment an opportunity appeared, Herag would make his move. The female knight seemed to always be watching Herag, leaving no openings with her cautious strikes. Marco, however, was in a killing frenzy, intent on a life-and-death battle with Emil, which Herag saw as a breakthrough point. After all, they were human, not machines. Humans always make mistakes. If there was a mistake, Shenlin would surely catch it, as it wasn't human. Marco is not far from the great knight level, you know. I really took a loss on this deal. There has to be more money when this is over, the female knight said softly. Marco was inexplicably enraged, shouting, "Shut up. If you went all out, he would be dead by now. If I went all out, he would fight us to the death. This way he will eventually die, so why choose the riskier option?" The female knight chuckled. The battle among the three lasted for an hour and was still ongoing. At this point they were visibly tired, their speed and strength significantly reduced. Marco took a deep breath and shouted, "It's time to end this." His muscles swelled as if he had used some secret technique, holding the great sword with both hands and leaping up for a vertical slash, leaving Emil with no choice but to defend with all his might. But if he defended with all his might, it would give the female knight a chance. At that moment a cold arrow shot out. In mid-air, Marco couldn't avoid it. Marco screamed, clutching his eye as an arrow pierced his left eye. Emil seized this opportunity, executing a horizontal slash, and Marco's head flew off, rolling to the ground. The female knight, about to attack, saw this and leapt back 2 steps, sheathing her foil. Emil was a bit puzzled, having prepared to fight to the death against the female knight. The female knight explained, "I was hired by him, the employer is dead, so there's no reason to continue fighting. I'm no combat fanatic. Besides, he only paid for me to act, not to risk my life." With that she walked away, not even glancing at Marco's severed head. "Lord Emil," Herag hurried over. Emil sighed in relief and gave a bitter smile. "I thought I was certainly going to die. Your arrow was quite impressive. By the way, you're still alive." When Sean went after Herag, Emil had felt a bit regretful, as he didn't think Herag could escape from such a knight-level assassin. "My arrows were poisoned and he just got a scratch," Herag smiled. Emil remarked, "Even poisoned. He could easily have killed you, so surviving this reflects your skill." He sighed and continued, "See how many horses are left. Tie Hagen's and the others' bodies onto them and take them home." Herag turned back into the forest and found that all 8 horses were just fine, untouched by the recent battle. He tied the bodies of the 2 guards to the horses, and with Emil, each rode on one, leading the group with the remaining horses following behind. 2 days later, Herag and Emil met Baron Buck, who was coming to support them while on their way. Baron Buck was a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, dressed in a vigorous outfit, showing no sign of being a noble. After listening to Emil's report, he said, "Things aren't that simple, Emil. They weren't just after you." "Lord, what else has happened?" Emil asked. "That Marco worked for that scumbag Simon next door. While they were attacking you, they also raided the southern mine. They thought they could definitely take you out this time, which would leave me without a capable ally," Baron Buck explained slowly. "Simon is the lord of Bayhad territory and also a baron. But his territory is poor in resources and has low tax revenue, often causing trouble for the surrounding territories." Baron Buck continued, "This year, Bayhad is suffering from a severe drought and famine, and things are chaotic. Meanwhile, Dure Valley had a bountiful year, so they're likely to take further action. We must strengthen our defenses during this time." "Understood, my lord," Emil nodded. Baron Buck looked at Herag and said, "You're called. Oh, Herag, aren't you? Well done, lad." It had already been widely circulated that Herag single-handedly shot 20 people, and even counter-killed a knight-level assassin. Baron Buck's guards was somewhat skeptical, but since Emil stated it himself, it couldn't be false. Herag didn't care, and he was indifferent to others' evaluations and opinions. His only concern now was to quickly increase his power. Facing Sean, even a small mistake or stroke of bad luck could have meant death for him. Shenlin scanned Baron Buck's physical data. He was curious about the power level of a great knight. Buck Salara, power 3.8, agility 3.5, constitution 4.1, spirit 1.3. His entire body is charged with unknown energy. This kind of data would already be considered superhuman in his previous life. What intrigued Herag more was that Baron Buck's entire body was filled with unknown energy, while Emil and Sean, who are knight level, only had unknown energy within their bodies. When Sean pursued him, he had once utilized the unknown energy, greatly enhancing his stats, including driving a dagger through a tree trunk. Baron Buck's entire body being charged with unknown energy, does it mean he can exceed Sean's burst strength with a casual strike? Herag speculated in his mind. 2 months later, the training ground. Earth-breathing technique stage 2 practice complete. Power increased by 0.4, agility increased by 0.5, constitution increased by 0.5. Herag Merlin, power 2.0, agility 1.6, constitution 2.2, spirit 1.2. Physical data is approaching the genetic limit. After Herag completed the 1000th earth-breathing technique practice, he checked his various statistics. During these 2 months, he spent most of his time diligently practicing. At first, there were occasional attacks and harassments from the Bayhad territory next door, with some grain and property being stolen. But then they suddenly ceased their flags and drums, showing no further interest in Dure Valley. Baron Buck was frustrated by the harassment from people in the Bayhad territory and could only passively defend every time an incident occurred. Those people were like flies, causing damage everywhere and often disappearing right after making trouble. He had very few soldiers, with all his guards adding up to only about 300 people. This number was barely enough to guard the territory, with no ability to attack the Bayhad territory. Moreover, the Bayhad territory was suffering from famine, with no resources worth plundering. After the territory was no longer harassed, Herag and these guards found themselves with free time, no longer needing to rush about defending the land. "Herag, how's it going?" Emil came directly over to the training ground to inquire about his progress. "Still none of that feeling you mentioned. I suppose there's no hope of becoming a knight for me," Herag replied. His physical statistics were already about the same as an official knight's, but he hadn't awakened a life seed, so he couldn't become a true knight. According to Shenlin's chip's notification, he had reached his genetic limit, unable to improve any further, and the chance of becoming a knight was slim. Emil comforted him, "There's no need to rush. Take it slow and persevere in your practice." Many knights awaken their life seeds suddenly during unnoticed moments of practice. Herag nodded silently, knowing his strength was entirely due to Shenlin assistance, and in reality, he didn't possess the talent to become a knight. "Emil," an appealing female voice rang out from the edge of the training ground. Emil looked up, visibly surprised and flustered. Only after flickering his gaze a few times did he bow his head and greet, "Miss Melissa, when did you return?" Melissa, Baron Buck's eldest daughter, was wearing an elegant gold long dress, gracefully walking over, her skin fair and exposing a hint of whiteness at her chest. She sneered and said, "What? Surprised to see me? If I told you beforehand when I'd return, would you have found an excuse to patrol the territory?" Emil still dared not look up, quickly explaining, "The territory's been unsafe lately. If I knew you were coming back, I could have prepared to pick you up." Melissa dismissed it with a laugh. "I'm a student from Nocenton Academy, my tutor is Master Claude, and my father is a great knight. Who dares to harm me?" "It's always better to be cautious," Emil murmured. "HMPH, look at me. Why do you hesitate to look at me? Do you know why I came back?" Melissa demanded emotionally. Emil seemingly gathered a lot of courage to look up, only for a brief glance into Melissa's eyes, before diverting his gaze away quickly. "I'm back to get married. My father is marrying me off to the Duke of Tulip's son," Melissa confessed tearfully. Emil was silent for a long time before speaking, That's good, the Duke of Tulip's territory is vast. You should have a good life there. Is that all you have to say? Melissa asked, her eyes red with emotion. Emil remained silent. I'm in love with you, you're in love with me too, we both know this. Why can't you be brave enough to be with me? Who says knights can't marry their own miss? Let those outdated societal rules go to hell. We are young people, our mentor told us, the times have changed, and we have to take charge of our own lives. My father values you so much, if you tell him, he will surely agree. Melissa cried out in anguish. Herag stood awkwardly aside. By now, there were only the three of them on the entire training ground. Being too close, Herag found it difficult to leave or stay, so he stood silently at the side, pretending to be invisible. Emil struggled to speak, but eventually chose silence. This was Herag's first time witnessing Emil so helpless. And flustered. Melissa slapped Emil hard, then left crying. Emil stood there, staring blankly at Melissa's departing silhouette, and kept silent for a long while. After quite some time, Emil left alone as well, leaving Herag the only one left on the vast training ground. Herag knew he might have heard something incredible, but dared not speak out, escaping to the back garden instead. Old Henry's health had been progressively failing lately, diagnosed by Shenlin with several common senior ailments, leaving it uncertain if he could survive this winter. Tell Mary if you need anything. I've provided her the budget, Herag spoke while sitting at the bedside. Old Henry lay in bed, his breaths erratic. Mary was an old maid in the castle whom Herag had employed. Lately, Herag had been performing well, and his good relations with Emil raised his status outside the castle too. He had mentioned to Emil that old Henry needed care, and Emil had quickly arranged it, but Herag still had to pay the wages himself. Spending some time chatting with old Henry about the recent happenings in the realm, old Henry fell asleep during their conversation. He instructed Mary to look after old Henry and returned to his cabin. It was no longer the leaky old hut, but a house all his own. He had a few gold coins in his pocket now, rewards from Lord Baron for his bravery in killing enemies. Even if he couldn't become a knight, his combat skills were unmatched among the castle guards. A regular person might settle for this position, living such a life contently. Herag leaned against the window, looking at the enlarged round moon in the sky, knowing he wouldn't be satisfied with this. He knew he hadn't yet gained control over his destiny. Yet the path of a knight was nearly blocked, and wizards only existed in legends, leaving him a little lost. The news of Miss Melissa joining the Tulip family quickly spread, enveloping the entire territory in festivity. Everyone knew what this implied. Dure Valley would no longer need to fear harassments from any territory. No lord of the Norton Kingdom would dare invade Dure Valley unless an enemy country intruded. No one knew how Baron Buck got in touch with the Duke of Tulip, but indeed, the people of Bayhad territory ceased their harassment of Dure Valley. Herag, in the next 2 months, you'll accompany me to guard Pumpkin Farm. Emil came to find Herag early in the morning, a pack on his back as if long prepared. Why go to the Pumpkin Farm at this time? Herag asked suspiciously. Now that the autumn harvest was over, there was nothing at the Pumpkin Farm, and no one would cause trouble there, so it had no value for stationing guards. Seeing Emil's awkward expression, he suddenly understood. Fine, I'll go with you, but have you really thought it through? He had noticed it that day. Emil and Melissa indeed liked each other. This time Emil was running off to the Pumpkin Farm, most likely to hide for a while until Melissa got married. He patted Herag on the head. A child's business is not for adults to ask. Herag could tell Emil was in a hurry, so he quickly gathered his things and left with him. At the castle gate, 2 horses were already prepared, laden with packs of varying sizes, all filled with winter provisions. Herag turned to glance at Emil and found his spirit sagging, guessing that he hadn't slept all night. Emil, Melissa's voice came from afar, and Herag turned to see a graceful figure running towards them. Let's go. Emil hardened his resolve, mounted his horse, and galloped away. Herag saw him take off in a flash, and looking back, saw Melissa running towards them. He also wanted nothing to do with the nobility's affairs, and mounted his horse to follow them. When he rode across the river, he looked back to see Melissa kneeling at the castle gate, seemingly weeping. The autumn mountains had changed their appearance, with red covering the hills and layers of forest dyed, and fallen leaves covered the mountain paths, making rustling sounds under the horses' hooves. Emil, having something on his mind, was silent throughout the journey, and Hereg ignored him, treating it like an outing. Though young, Hereg had lived 2 lives and had far more experience than Emil in this regard. Everything required time to settle. Since this trip had no tasks, they were in no rush to travel fast. On the way, they passed a cave, where Hereg and Emil stopped for a moment. Emil poured 2 cups of wine onto the ground, performed a knightly salute, and then left silently. 7 days later, they arrived at the pumpkin farm. The pumpkin farm was located at the foot of the Jade Mountain Range. The two descended the mountain road, and after passing through the forest, a broad plain opened up before them. On the plain were fields of varying sizes that usually grew wheat, pumpkins, and other crops. Because the autumn harvest was over, most of the fields were barren. In the middle of the pumpkin farm stood a large courtyard, its walls built with thick stone blocks, a formidable defensive structure. This is to guard against wild beasts and also for occasional enemy attacks, Emil explained. The farm's gate was a heavy iron door. Emil walked up and knocked gently. After a long while, footsteps could vaguely be heard inside, and a hoarse voice asked, "Who is it?" "Castle Guard Captain Emil, reporting for duty," Emil answered. "Who?" The old man inside seemed to have not heard clearly. Emil had no choice but to raise his voice and repeat himself. This time the old man seemed to understand, and the sound of a key turning in an iron lock came from behind the door. The door slowly opened, accompanied by a jarring, grinding noise. A tremulous old man, dressed in a bulky cotton jacket, appeared behind it. The skin on the old man's face was dry as bark, and his eyes were cloudy. It was unclear if he could see. "Are you Massimo? I'm Emil, and here's my token." Emil took out his knight captain badge and handed it over. Massimo took the badge without looking at it, felt it with his hands, and then returned it to Emil, saying, "Come in." "He's the farm's only guardian, having stayed here for 40 years, Emil introduced. 40 years? Hereg looked at the staggering old man, somewhat shocked. "Remember, at night do not leave your room. No matter what sounds you hear, don't come out. There are demons in the mountains. In past winters, some guards stayed here, but they disappeared the next morning, so be extra careful," Massimo walked ahead, saying. "Demons, do such things really exist?" Hereg asked. Massimo didn't respond, ignoring Hereg. Emil said there really were guards sent here to stay in the past winters, but without exception. They vanished, so no guards are posted here for the winter now. "Then why are we here?" Hereg wore "you tricked me" expression. Emil laughed, "Ha ha, the talk of demons is just rumors. There are many wild animals searching for food in the mountains during winter, so going out at night is indeed risky. But you and I, are we afraid of animals?" Hereg thought this over. The usual beasts were just appetizers. But the trouble was if something uncanny was involved. It couldn't be assessed with past life's notions. The farm had over a dozen houses of different sizes. The larger ones were mostly warehouses for storing grains or other supplies. The smaller rooms were typically living quarters. Massimo lived in the northernmost small house, while Emil and Hereg stayed in a 3-story large house in the center of the farm. The house was relatively messy, but after tidying up a bit, they managed to give it a hint of livability. The house even had a cellar. Emil opened the wooden panel covering it, lowered an oil lamp inside, and after confirming it didn't go out, he ventured down. The cellar had bags of flour and several large barrels. Emil's face lit up with joy. He picked up a barrel and sniffed it. "This is all fine wine." The two brought a barrel up, found 2 cups, and poured out some crimson wine, letting the rich aroma spread. "Cheers," Emil smiled. Both were weary from the long journey, and the wine was just the refreshment they needed. The constitution of a knight level was hard to intoxicate with alcohol. With no one else around, Hereg asked boldly, "Aren't you worried about being here hiding? Won't you regret it later?" Emil smiled wryly. "I regret it right now, but some things are more important than my personal feelings. Lord Baron's alliance this time is to preserve the entire territory. If I affected this alliance due to my selfishness, it would implicate the territory, implicate Lord Baron," he continued. Hereg was puzzled. Preserve the entire territory. Behard's people don't have the capability, do they? Behard was as poor as could be. How could it possibly threaten all of Jur Valley? Emil looked at Hereg and said, Do you know why Lord Baron can control Dure Valley for so long? Is it because of many guards? No, it's because Lord Baron is a great knight, and there are only a few great knights in the entire Norton Kingdom. Such top-tier combat strength as a great knight serves as deterrence, so no one dares to invade in force, because a great knight could wipe out your entire family alone. Is it possible Lord Baron Harag suddenly had a suspicion if Baron Buck's days were numbered, then Dure Valley was a piece of juicy meat that everyone would have an eye on. Don't overthink it, Lord Baron's health is quite good. There's no major issue. Emil looked at Harag's expression and knew he had misunderstood. Then what's the reason? Harag asked. It said that Behard's Simon contacted a mysterious wizard, Emil said in a deep voice. Wizard, do they really exist? Harag was immediately intrigued. I haven't seen one with my own eyes, but they probably exist, otherwise, Lord Baron wouldn't be so eager to seek assistance, Emil said. He took a swig of his drink and continued. Lord Baron and Simon's family are sworn enemies, a feud that can never be resolved. Not long ago, after Simon's youngest son died in a horse race, he completely lost his mind, firmly believing it was Lord Baron's doing. Lord Baron is a great knight, ordinary people can't deal with him at all. Simon probably realized this, which is why he reached out to a wizard, though what price he paid is unknown. After discovering the news through an insider, Lord Baron arranged the marriage alliance with the Duke of Tulip. With the Duke's backing, the wizard likely won't target Lord Baron. With Lord Baron around, the people of the territory will be safe. So how could I be with Melissa? Lord Baron already said I'm not suitable for her. We can't be together. This marriage alliance must succeed, and I came here to avoid affecting it. By the way, do you know why I brought you here? Emil seemed drunk, talking to himself. Because if I didn't bring you over, Lord Baron might eliminate you. You overheard the conversation between me and Melissa at the training ground. Lord Baron is ruthless. Anyone who could affect the marriage alliance, he might eliminate them. Coming with me to the pumpkin farm is the safest. I see, Harag didn't expect there would be such a reason behind it. Does Melissa know about all this? Harag asked. Emil shook his head. She doesn't know, maybe she'll find out in the future. When is the wedding? Emil tilted his head back and finished his drink. In a month, Lord Baron will send Melissa to Lyme Province for the wedding. According to local customs, since Baron Buck's status is lower, the bride must be sent to the groom's home for the wedding. On the wedding day, a banquet will be held at the castle to thank friends and family from their side. The two drank into the night, and the wind outside began howling, causing the door to rattle loudly. Emil suddenly put down his glass and said, "This wind. Sounds like someone is crying." Harag laughed. You must be drunk. The wind sounds like this when it blows. No, listen carefully, Emil said seriously. Seeing him so serious, Harag began to listen as well. Harag took a deep breath, confirming that he indeed heard the crying. Massimo said that at night, no matter what you hear, you shouldn't go out. It seems there really is something strange here. Those missing guards might not have met with wild animals, Emil said with a serious face. There certainly is something strange. We'd better not act rashly. Massimo has been here for many years without incident, indicating that staying inside should keep us safe, Harag analyzed. Tomorrow we'll investigate around the area. Emil decided to look into it, but opted not to risk going out at night. Harag returned to his room, slowly falling asleep with the help of the alcohol. The howling of the cold wind by the window continued, mixed with the crying in the wind. But just as Massimo said, as long as you don't go out, you're safe. The next morning, Harag and Emil were both unscathed. The weather was good today. Massimo was lying on a chair enjoying the sun, looking very relaxed. Massimo, did you hear any crying last night? Emil decided to ask the old man who had been there for 40 years. Massimo didn't hear clearly. Emil walked closer and asked again. Crying, Massimo recalled. You mean the wind? Heard it when I was young. After my ears got injured, I haven't heard it since. Now that I'm old, even listening to you guys talk is a chore, let alone hearing the wind. Harag smiled and gestured for Emil to go check outside. The pumpkin farm was surrounded by mountains, making it impossible to determine where the crying came from. So they could only walk around and see if anything unusual was happening. Harag rode his horse across the plains, feeling a sense of freedom looking at the distant, snowy mountains. Let's check the north first. Emil, after looking at the map, decided to head north first. The north was a region of snow-capped mountains, with a deep lake at the foot, its bottom unseen. This lake is strange. It only has water in winter, the rest of the year it's dry, Emil explained by the lake. That's so odd. Harag looked at the calm lake's surface, not noticing anything peculiar. He crouched by the lake, feeling some strangeness suddenly. A bit dizzy, he found that staring at the lake bottom made him feel slightly dizzy. This lake water is unusual. He lowered his body a bit, intuition telling him something was in the lake bottom. A pale human face emerged on the water surface, indistinguishable if male or female, with hollow eyes. Unknown radiation detected, effects unknown. Harag realized he had fallen asleep at some point, and Emil was shaking him awake with a serious expression. What happened to me? Harag asked, confused. You fainted by the lake. I called you for a long time before you woke up, Emil explained. Fainted? Harag had no memory of this. Right, I just saw a person at the lake bottom, looked like they had been soaking in the water for a long time. Emil didn't doubt his words but cautiously pulled Harag back. I also looked at the lake bottom but didn't find anything unusual. But since you fainted by the lake, it means there's something strange here. Though I can't see anything, my intuition tells me it's dangerous. Let's go, don't come here again. Emil had no desire to investigate further. He was curious but rational. Avoiding matters beyond his capabilities. Unknown radiation. Harag was contemplating the unknown radiation, pondering what it could possibly be. The detected radiation matches the constitution, stored in the body, usage unknown, lacking effective information. Spiritual power increased by 0.3. Seeing these messages, Harag was intrigued. It was the first time he'd seen his spiritual power change. The food and training methods he'd encountered could only increase strength, agility, constitution, never spiritual power. He hadn't seen anyone with high spiritual power. Even a great knight like Baron Buck only had 1.3. Harag Merlin. Strength 2.0, agility 1.6, constitution 2.2. Spirit 1.5. Spiritual power increased by 0.3. But Harag didn't feel anything palpable. It was momentarily unclear about the function of spiritual power. How is it? Are you all right? Emil saw Harag spacing out, so he asked. I'm fine, I was just thinking about why I fainted, Harag explained. I've heard many stories like this before, but actually encountering one is a first. There are still too many unknowns in this world, Emil sighed. After leaving the northern lake, Harag and the others continued to inspect other areas, but they didn't find anything unusual. Once the wedding is over, I will report the strangeness of this place to Lord Baron, Emil noted. This place is crowded in the spring and summer seasons, but I've never heard anyone mention anything about this place. And the lake water only appears in winter, indicating that the cries at night only occur in winter, that is, when the lake water appears, Harag briefly summarized. Whenever he thought of that pale face he saw on the lake, his back felt a chill. He didn't know what it was, but it couldn't have been his hallucination. The sunset dipped westward, and the golden sunlight cast on the snowy mountains created a different kind of scenery. At night, the wind blew stronger and stronger. The sound of the wind howled, more intense than the night before. The familiar crying sound rang again, and it was more noticeable than the previous night. Harag lay inside the house, ignoring the cries coming from afar. Unexpectedly, the cold wind outside became violent, slapping his windows. The cries grew louder, and Harag pricked up his ears to listen, feeling as if the cries were right outside his window. He glanced at the little map of Shenlin, but there was nothing outside, no sign of animals or people. A particularly piercing scream of a woman sounded. Harag immediately felt his head go blank, with a splitting headache. And his vision flickered between black and white, on the verge of fainting at any moment. Detected unknown radiation energy attack. It is recommended to temporarily block hearing. Block hearing, Harag immediately issued the command. The whole world seemed to quiet down, and Harag's head no longer ached. Harag touched the window, realizing it wasn't his hallucination, as there wasn't even the slightest breeze outside. I wonder how Emil is doing. He suddenly thought of Emil still next door. He could use Shenlin to block his hearing. But Emil couldn't. He opened the door and found that the door to Emil's room was already open. Where is he? Emil's room was empty, but the bed was still warm, indicating he had just left. The bedroom was on the second floor, and when he ran to the first floor, he found the main door open. Why would Emil go out so late? Hereg was full of doubts. He thought about it and decided to go out to check. Searching around the farm, he couldn't see any sign of Emil. When Hereg passed by Massimo's house, he heard loud snoring inside, thinking to himself, "This old man's sleep quality is really good. No wonder nothing has happened after all these years, sleeping so soundly that no one can wake him." Could Emil have left the farm? When he reached the gate, he confirmed his suspicion. The farm's iron gate had been chained and locked from the inside, but now it had been slashed apart by a sword, and the gate was open. Hereg stood at the gate looking at the empty outside, feeling a sense of foreboding. It's impossible for Emil to run outside without saying anything to him, with a high possibility of encountering some accident. He went back inside, grabbed his longsword and slung the longbow on his back, then went outside to search for Emil. The first direction he searched was north, towards the direction of the Erie Lake. In the darkness of night, Hereg moved swiftly and lightly, proceeding quickly. Soon he saw Emil, dressed in casual clothes, holding his longsword, walking stiffly forward, heading towards the lake. "Emil," Hereg quickly approached and called out twice. Emil showed no reaction, not even glancing at Hereg. Hereg tried to block Emil by stepping in front of him, then suddenly noticed Emil's eyes were hollow and pitch black, startlingly reminding him of the face seen in the lake earlier that day. Emil bypassed him and continued onward, not responding to any of Hereg's actions or words. Hereg moved behind him and looked at Emil's back neck, pondering whether to give him a strike. With a sideways chop, Emil reacted quickly, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, swinging the longsword backward to force Hereg away. After driving Hereg back, Emil continued moving, gradually approaching the lakeside, his steps unhalting, seemingly intent on walking directly into the lake. The lake water was deep, bottomless, and chillingly cold. Entering would certainly be fatal. Anxious, Hereg shouted, "Melissa got married, the groom is not you." Emil halted, his mouth slightly ajar as if about to speak, his hollow eyes gradually regaining clarity. He turned to see Hereg, confused. "Why am I here?" Hereg said speechlessly, "You were like possessed, relentlessly heading towards that lake, unstoppable." "That bizarre?" Emil looked puzzled. "I remember hearing a scream and then lost consciousness, and when I came to, I was here." So it's indeed the scream. Hereg realized and was glad he had blocked his hearing in time, or they both would have ended up feeding the fish in the lake. "What's in this lake that even a night level could only be manipulated by it?" Hereg remarked, gazing at the calm lake surface. Emil was also somewhat spooked, as it was his first time encountering such a situation. There was a sudden commotion in the lake. Careful, Emil gripped the longsword tightly. Hereg also stared intently at the lake surface. The little map showed nothing, but with the naked eye, they could see two figures slowly emerging from the lake. "That armor looks like the castle guardians." Emil deduced details from the armor worn by the figures. Hereg thought of something. Castle guardians. So the previously missing guards actually entered this lake. The two figures moved slowly, eventually reaching Hereg and Emil. They then saw clearly that the two figures were skeletons clad in armor, wielding longswords now rusted. That was not all. There was more commotion from the lake, as three more figures slowly emerged from the lake bed. "Wanna try?" Emil wasn't scared, rather a bit excited. "I'll take left, you take right," Hereg chuckled. It was the first time they fought such undead beings, and in their very bones, there was an eager excitement for battle. "Shenlin, activate combat assistance." Hereg wasn't sure about the power of these skeleton warriors, so he was extremely cautious, also ready to run at any time. The skeleton warrior clicked its jaw open and shut, holding a rusty long blade, and rushed towards Hereg. Luckily, not too fast. Hereg was constantly assessing the power of these undead. The skeleton warrior charged forward, raising its long blade high and striking fiercely at Hereg's head. Its movement seemed like a turtle's speed in Hereg's eyes, and the blade hit nothing but air. After this swing, the skeleton warrior's movements became significantly stiff. Hereg certainly wouldn't miss this opening. With a swing of his long blade, he effortlessly shattered the skeleton's head. The entire skeleton warrior immediately froze in place, then collapsed into a pile of bones with the sound of bones and armor clashing. Herag turned to see that Emil had also dealt with the skeleton warrior, with bones scattered on the ground. Is that it? Herag hadn't expected these skeletons to be so weak, breaking at a touch. 3 more skeleton warriors emerged from the lake, attacking, but they were quickly dealt with by the 2 of them in no time. Emil looked at the bones on the ground and said, "These were the castle's guards, our predecessors. We should gather and bury them." Herag nodded, bending down to pick up the bones on the ground. At that moment, the bones started moving on their own. The scattered bones floated up automatically, assembling themselves into a complete skeleton in the air, then picked up the long blade and charged at Herag once more. "Careful, it's not fully dead," Herag warned Emil while blocking the attack with his sword. The skeleton on Emil's side also revived, but its combat ability was too weak and not a match for knight level at all. These skeletons were impossible to kill. After Herag killed them 5 or 6 times, they still revived on the spot. Shenlong scanned the skeletons. A line of unknown radiation energy is attached to the target's body. Line, Herag didn't see any line, highlighted in blue. Highlight completed. In Herag's vision, there was a long blue line behind each skeleton, with the end extending into the lake bottom. Shenlong scanned this lake. Scan complete, discovered an unknown radiation energy source at the lake bottom, Shenlong reported. With a casual swing of his sword, Herag shattered a skeleton that had just gotten up. Pondering as he looked towards the lake bottom, unknown radiation energy source. Gazing towards the lake bottom, a bold idea suddenly formed in his mind. "Emil, I'm planning to check the lake bottom," Herag said. "The lake bottom? Are you insane? There's something strange down there," Emil exclaimed. Herag replied earnestly, "It might not be as terrifying as we imagine." "Are you sure?" Emil asked. Herag couldn't be sure, just have to try. Having reached the end of the road as a knight, making further progress was difficult. The mysterious and strange entity at the lake bottom. Might be his breakthrough worth the risk. Shenlong blocked my hearing. Determined, Herag removed his heavy armor, walked to the lake's edge and dove in with a jump. The water was chilling, but Herag endured it with his strong physique, gritting his teeth. In his vision, 5 blue lines extended from the lake bottom. Once he confirmed the target's location, Herag swam deeper. The 5 lines converged into one, leading to a blue light point at the lake bottom. "Shenlong, monitor my physical state at all times. Notify me immediately of any abnormalities." Comprehensive monitoring initiated, no abnormalities at present. Relieved, Herag continued swimming towards the bottom, the blue line extending next to him towards the lake surface, while the blue light point gradually grew larger. A pocket watch? Reaching the lake bottom, he discovered a pocket watch lying silently, completely wrapped in blue, the source of the unknown radiation energy. Herag grabbed the pocket watch, and the pallid face resurfaced before him. The face was clearly angry, mouth wide open as if screaming. The scream had no effect on Herag, as he had already blocked his hearing. Unknown radiation energy detected, being absorbed and stored internally. Herag watched the blue unknown radiation energy transfer from the pocket watch to his body. The pallid face showed a human-like panic, gradually turning into extreme terror. Herag even saw a hint of pleading in its eyes, but unmoved, he continued absorbing the unknown radiation energy. 5 guards perished at this lake bottom, and even Emil was nearly affected. This couldn't be anything good, and Herag felt no mercy. While absorbing the unknown radiation energy, he swam towards the lake surface. Absorption complete, spiritual power increased by 1.0. By the time Herag reached the lake surface, the energy absorption was also complete. The blue line behind the 5 skeleton warriors disappeared, turning into piles of dry bones on the ground, which didn't rise again. Seeing Herag emerge from the water, Emil sighed with relief. "I found this at the lake bottom." As Herag swam to the shore and climbed out, he displayed the exquisite pocket watch in his hand to Emil. The pocket watch was primarily gold and blue, with a pure gold chain. A pocket watch? Is this what was causing trouble below? Emil hadn't expected such a bizarre event to originate from what seemed like an expensive pocket watch. He approached and exclaimed, This is pure gold, but I can't identify the blue material. But the pocket watch's construction is seamless, without any visible gaps. After searching the pocket watch, Herag found a tiny golden button at the bottom. Pressing it, the watch opened. The internal structure of the pocket watch was no different from others, with the golden hand still ticking. After checking the time, Herag found the watch to be very precise. The watch's backdrop depicted a hexagonal tower. Its significance unclear. Simultaneously, a stream of information flowed into Herag's mind. This pocket watch is the first demonized item I created during my wizard apprentice period, immensely meaningful to me. I enchanted it with a holy healing technique, capable of curing most injuries, dispelling most curses and nightmares. A little magic power is all it takes to use it. Good luck, my friend. The signature read, Nicholas Carlos Camby. This information wasn't transmitted in any language form, but directly conveyed its meaning. After reading this message, Herag's heart raced. Obtaining much information from it. Wizard apprentice, demonized item, magic power. Holy healing technique. Wizard apprentice. This means that wizards are not legends, but really exist. Herag felt a longing in his heart. He wanted to become a wizard. Shenlin temporarily named the unknown radiation energy as magic power. Herag, based on the information from the pocket watch, guessed that this unknown radiation energy was magic power. What puzzled him was why his body could absorb and store magic power, even though he never learned anything about wizards. Shenlin, how much more magic power can my body store now? Consider the current magic power as 100% and add magic power into the personal body data. Herag Merlin, Power 2.0, Agility 1.6, Constitution 2.2, Spirit 2.5, Magic Power 100%. Herag really wanted to try the holy healing technique enchanted on the pocket watch, but he wasn't sure how much magic power it would consume and whether the magic in his body was sufficient. Another problem was that he temporarily had no other sources of magic power. The magic power in his body would decrease with use. He didn't think he would get another demonized item like the pocket watch in the short term. So he had to use it sparingly. Nicholas Carlos Camby. Herag silently committed the name to memory. He did not know why this wizard's pocket watch appeared in this place, and had existed for at least 40 years, since the guard disappearance incidents began 40 years ago. From Nicholas's intent, the pocket watch should not have that face attached to it. From Herag's perspective, that face looked more like it was residing on the pocket watch, and had acquired some extraordinary power from it, leading to subsequent events. I just heard that scream again. It came from under the lake. I thought you were in trouble, Emil said. Herag shook the pocket watch a few times. That scream had no effect on me, so I dared to go down there. It seems the nasty thing on it is gone. This must be a treasure. Its intrinsic value alone is extraordinary. You better keep it safe, Emil praised. This thing must still be hiding many secrets. Herag hung the pocket watch around his neck and tucked it inside his clothes. The two of them gathered the scattered bones from the ground. Since it was impossible to tell which bone belonged to whom, they buried the bones and armor together. Those 5 missing guards finally had a resting place. By the time they finished, it was sunrise. The sun peeked over the snow mountains, its rays piercing through the darkness of the pumpkin farm, dispelling all gloom. When Herag returned to the farm, he saw Massimo standing at the gate, holding a broken lock, cursing, "Damn 2 brats, I gave you the keys." Emil could only bow his head and apologize, while Massimo muttered incessantly, "I didn't expect you to return. The others disappeared in the middle of the night and then vanished," Massimo said after tiring of his scolding, looking at the two with a peculiar gaze. "We found those 5 missing guards," Herag said as he approached. "You found them?" Massimo was very surprised. "In the lake to the north. We've buried them in the woods by the lake," Emil said. Massimo looked nostalgic, as if recalling something. "It's good that you found them, good that you found them." More than half a month passed, the weather grew colder, and the whole pumpkin farm was covered with white snow. A glance revealed a silvery scene. Herag walked through the forest covered with thick snow, holding a rabbit in his hand. There were few animals active in the winter. Hunting was difficult. Emil had been in a bad mood lately, often shutting himself in his room for an entire day. Herag knew the reason. Melissa's wedding date was fast approaching. When people in love can't be together, such things always leave one helpless. Hereg was grateful he didn't have such troubles. He just wanted to return to the castle and find a way to connect with wizards. Since he could absorb and store magic, it showed he had the potential to become a wizard. Emil didn't have any information about wizards, so he could only ask Baron Buck when he returned. While Hereg was thinking, he suddenly heard movement from afar and stopped to listen carefully. Horse hooves, quite a few people. His mind immediately went on alert as the sound came from the west, which was the direction of the Bayhad territory. Hereg climbed to a high point, scanning the distance, and saw a fully armed group riding quickly along the mountain road at the foot of the mountain. This group was approaching fast, seemingly intending to cross the pumpkin farm and then advance over the Jade Mountain range to attack the castle. And a few days later was Melissa's wedding date. After confirming the situation, he immediately returned to the farm to inform Emil, as now only he and Emil had combat capability at the pumpkin farm. At the farm, Emil and Hereg armed themselves completely. I originally thought Behard had given up, but their invasion at this time means things are not that simple, Emil said in a deep voice. Hereg brought 6 bags of arrows and said, "Let's go. They probably didn't expect anyone to defend the pumpkin farm. We'll wipe out this group first and leave one alive for questioning." "Let's go." Emil mounted his horse, eyes filled with a murderous aura. He had been in a bad mood lately, and these people seemingly aimed at Melissa fired him up even more. Hereg and Emil quickly arrived at the western mountain pass, the only path. They took the high ground, preparing to attack from above. Hereg readied his fine steel bow, poised to strike. He had already returned old Henry's longbow, which was hung on the wall as before. However, he was the one maintaining the longbow now, since old Henry was bedridden. This fine steel bow required great power to draw, and its lethality and range were incomparable to a wooden bow. 14 people in total, fully equipped, led by a knight-level warrior with armor bearing the Simon family's crest. Hereg assessed the enemy situation. An armed force from one territory entering another's fully prepared meant war, needing no other excuse. Once the group was within range, Hereg held his fire, allowing them to come closer to prevent their escape. Once he determined it was close enough, he fired the first arrow. The arrow whistled sharply through the air. Its speed pierced through one person's throat, continuing unabated and embedded deeply in a tree, carrying blood. Ambush. The group didn't panic. They dismounted and sought cover quickly. Hereg kept his fine steel bow drawn. Using Shenlin assistance, hiding was futile as long as the target wasn't in a dead angle. Hereg saw someone lying in the grass, with a pile of stones in front of the grass. He smiled and pulled the bowstring, and Shenlin's assist aiming shows that he could shoot the person's head through the gap in the stones. There was another swoosh, and the person on the ground twitched once and then went silent. Someone else was crouching below, but a little bit of their head was sticking out. Hereg found the right angle and directly scored a headshot, with red and white splattering everywhere. After continuously shooting and killing 4 people, the remaining 9 all hid in the dead angles, not daring to make a sound. The intel said there was no one here. Why is there a divine archer? Someone angrily scolded the person who did the intelligence work. Now they were completely pinned by Hereg, and no one dared to move. They didn't move, but that didn't mean Hereg wouldn't. Shenlin quickly calculated another perfect sniping point, and Emil continued to guard the mountain pass while Hereg quietly shifted his position. Hereg transformed into Grim Reaper, taking another life with an arrow. "He's over there, be careful." Someone immediately gave out the intel, and then he was shot through the throat with an arrow. The leading knight saw the situation was bad, gritted his teeth, and explosively retreated at high speed. He thought his speed was so fast that Hereg shouldn't be able to aim at him. Hereg saw this scene and loaded 3 arrows on the fine steel bow. These 3 arrows, once shot, sealed off all his possible spaces to dodge, ensuring certain death. The knight also realized this situation, showing a look of despair, and was then shot through the heart with an arrow falling to the ground. Seeing this scene, Emil charged directly. With the leading knight dead, the others were not worth mentioning. With Hereg providing support behind, he didn't worry about his own safety. He went into the crowd like a tiger among sheep, chopping down one person with tremendous force, seemingly venting his inner frustration. Someone beside him tried to fight back, raising his hand only to have his heart pierced by Herag's arrow. Finally, of these 14 people, only 2 remained. They had disarmed and surrendered, kneeling on the ground, shaking with fear. "I ask you answer," Herag said expressionlessly. "All right." "All right." The 2 looked with some fear at Herag's fine steel bow, terrified of his accuracy. Even strong knight-level individuals fell to him. The 2 thought to themselves that you didn't even know who we are yet you hunt us down. He's practically a killing god, but said meekly, "We're subordinates of Lord Bahard Simon." "Purpose? Don't tell me you're here for the wedding," Herag continued questioning. "We're here to loot the pumpkin farm, grab some things because over the years no one's stationed here," said the person on the left holding his head. Herag didn't say a word, drew out the longsword, and cut the person down directly. "You speak?" Herag continued asking. The only remaining person got splashed with blood on their face, didn't dare wipe it off, and was scared out of their wits. Trembling, they said, We're here to attack Baron Buck's castle. We were ordered to lurk around the castle. On the wedding day Baron Buck is bound to die, and then we'll attack the castle with others. And there's already betrayal inside the castle." Herag and Emil exchanged glances, realizing the severity of the problem. He continued to ask some questions and, after confirming there was no valuable intel, granted the person a quick death. "Seems like Simon doesn't rest easy, giving no face to Duke of Tulip. I think he's tired of living," Emil said with a cold look in his eyes. "Since these people dared say Baron Buck will definitely die, it indicates Simon connected with wizards. Only wizards dare claim they can surely kill a great knight-level strongman. We must set out immediately, notify Lord Baron of this news, only now it might be too late," Emil said as he rushed back to the farm. The farm is at least 7 days' travel from the castle, and the wedding starts in 4 days. They must rush to even have a chance of catching the wedding. Herag and Emil sped along the mountain road on horseback, eating on horseback, resting only briefly when extremely fatigued. After 3 days, they were fine, but their 2 horses could not run any further no matter what. No choice, the 2 let the horses stay where they were, advancing on foot, figuring old horses know their way home. They'd return on their own later. On the morning of the 4th day, Herag and Emil finally walked out of the Jade Mountain Range, seeing the town from afar. When they arrived at the town, it was full of jubilation. The whole town was celebrating that Miss Melissa could marry into the Tulip family. "Emil, come have a drink." A guard responsible for patrolling the town was flushed red, holding a wine cup, already drunk. "Who told you to drink?" Emil shouted angrily. The drunken guard said, "Housekeeper Ivan said we could drink, and even specially provided us with good wine, saying today is Miss Melissa's wedding day, we can celebrate a bit." Ivan, Emil ground his teeth as he called this name. Ivan has worked at the castle for many years, having long served Baron Buck, usually keeping a low profile, always quietly handling affairs. Seems now that this housekeeper Ivan is highly suspect. The guard's issues are not his to meddle with, Herag said. The housekeeper only handles internal affairs. He has no authority over guards. Emil said with a deep voice, "Guards on duty absolutely can't drink, it's a strict rule. Ivan cannot not know this. Usually Ivan wouldn't concern himself with guard matters, he's likely the traitor, and perhaps not the only one." When the 2 reached the castle, even the guards at the entrance had all drunk a bit, all saying it was provided by housekeeper Ivan. The banquet inside the castle had already begun. This was the bride's gratitude banquet. And the Duke of Tulip's side only sent a housekeeper as a representative to attend. The spacious square was filled with tables, covered with all kinds of delicacies and wines. The middle was cleared, and there were several dancers performing. Baron Buck and Melissa sat on a high platform, with Baron Buck chatting and laughing with the housekeeper from the Duke of Tulip's family. Melissa looked melancholy, eating nothing. When the bedraggled Herag and Emil appeared on the square, they attracted all eyes. Melissa immediately spotted Emil. Her melancholy eyes suddenly filled with brilliance, tenderly crying out, "Emil." Baron Buck saw Emil's stern face and questioned him, "Why have you returned?" Emil went to the front of the platform and knelt on one knee. "Please forgive my rudeness, Lord Baron. Herag and I eliminated a wave of Bahad territory intruders 3 days ago at the pumpkin farm. Based on the intel from captured individuals, they intend to act against you today, and there's traitors within the castle. We traveled day and night just to come and warn you. Lord Baron, to be cautious. Baron Buck put away the anger on his face. He had no doubt about Emil's words. Anyone might deceive him, but Emil could not. Traitor, I know there have always been traitors in the castle. But what can he do to me? Baron Buck stood on the high platform, surveying the surroundings with oppressive eyes. No one dared to meet his gaze. He had relied not on the number of guards, but on his own great knight's strength to lord over Dure Valley for so many years. A strange sound of hooves echoed in the quiet banquet hall, sounding much like horse hooves, yet upon closer listening, it was different. A brown-haired man in a black robe appeared in the banquet, riding a strange creature, which was hairless with silver-white skin and had bat-like wings on its back. The brown-haired man had a simple face covered with freckles, and he smiled. Sorry for being late, I was handling casting materials. I'm Malcolm O'Neill from Green Cottage. Malcolm dismounted from the creature and patted its head encouragingly, saying, Well done, go now. Seeing the strange looks from the people around, he laughed. Oh, most of you probably haven't seen it. It's called a night steed, a creature visible only to those who have faced death. How cute, right? The surroundings were silent as the grave. No one spoke, as most looked at him with eyes full of fear. Malcolm had suddenly appeared in an empty place, as if he rode the night steed out of the void. Wizard, Baron Buck, like facing a great enemy, asked with a heavy expression. Malcolm smiled at Baron Buck. Yes, I am a level 1 wizard from Green Cottage, but you probably don't know what Green Cottage is, nor who Malcolm is, so you don't fear me. For example, you can still talk to me, that's nice. After all, you are merely locals of Carlson Continent. Did you know? Carlson Continent is only as big as my little fingertip on the map. Oh, and you might not even know the name of the land you're standing on. I'm telling you these things, but business is urgent. As he spoke, he rubbed 2 fingers on his left hand, producing a transparent crystal ball. You are Buck Salara, right? Malcolm asked courteously. Baron Buck remained composed and replied, That's me. Oh, good. Malcolm nodded, awkwardly rubbing his head. I'm sorry, but I'm commissioned to exterminate your entire family, so sorry. With those words, the atmosphere became as silent as death. Malcolm spoke so naturally, like having a chat before destroying an ant nest. What will compel you to spare me, spare my family? Whatever Simon gave you, I'll give you double. Baron Buck clenched his fists tightly, sweat already beading on his forehead. Malcolm sighed. It's impossible. What he gave, you can't match because he offered his soul to me, a soul willing to be enslaved. Someone as strong-willed as you couldn't possibly be willing to be a slave, right? Soul, Baron Buck wondered if he had misheard. Indeed, and it's a soul with extreme hatred towards you. Such a soul is excellent casting material, and fortunately, it allows me to test if my spell model is flawless. Malcolm said excitedly, gesturing enthusiastically. No one dared to interrupt him. Even the birds in the surrounding woods halted their calls. After his excitement subsided, Malcolm looked around, somewhat embarrassed. I spoke too much again, delaying the time. My apologies. Shall we begin, Mr. Buck? I won't sit idly by waiting to die. Buck drew his longsword and struck first. That strike was a full effort from a great knight. Herag, by merely using his eyes, couldn't grasp Buck's drawing and striking movements. If he were facing that strike, even with Shenlin's warning, he wouldn't react in time. The speed was simply too fast. However, after Buck rushed forward, he remained frozen in mid-air, with his striking posture unchanged. Even his expression fixed. Malcolm shrugged, spread his hands, and the crystal ball floated to Buck's face. Then he said, Savages are always so rude, impulsive. Although time is limited, I must introduce my spell to you. Bloodline Curse, which can wipe out all those within 3 generations related by blood to the target. My spell requires the target's entire blood, and a soul that harbors extreme hatred for the target, willing to sign a soul contract with me. All these conditions are indispensable, and I hadn't expected to meet these criteria so quickly. Initially, when Simon approached me with the token, I thought of dismissing him casually. Unexpectedly, he harbored such deep hatred towards you, perfect for completing my spell experiment, so here I am. Malcolm spread his hands, muttering softly. The crystal ball spun rapidly, then ceased moving. Baron Buck's mouth opened, but his appearance was odd, as if something forced his mouth open. Warning, strong magical source detected. In Herag's eyes, the situation grew increasingly terrifying. Malcolm was engulfed in immense magic power, his entire being wrapped in a massive amount of magic. The crystal ball extended a magic-formed pillar directly into Baron Buck's mouth. Soon after, Buck's entire blood began rushing through the magically formed tube towards the crystal ball. The transparent crystal ball quickly turned red as Buck's blood continuously streamed into it. The crystal ball appeared small but seemed eternally unfillable, taking in as much blood as available. The once burly Buck soon turned into skin and bones, shrinking significantly. The scene intensely impacted everyone present. Only then did the crowd begin to scream and flee, enveloped in overwhelming terror. Too naive, we were too naive. Herag, watching the scene before him, suddenly found everything experienced before laughably absurd. Baron Buck thought an alliance with the Duke of Tulip could save him from this disaster, but to a wizard, perhaps even the king is but an ant. Who would care about an ant's views? My lord Baron. Emil's anger overshadowed his fear as he drew his longsword intending to charge forward. Melissa, on the high platform, also wanted to rush out to embrace her father, but she fell to the ground due to weak legs. Too noisy, quiet down, Knertmans. Malcolm muttered a spell in an unknown language, and everyone present was frozen in place, unable to speak or move. He said with some dissatisfaction, "Magic is the most perfect art, and watching an artistic performance requires silence." Detected magical restraint, attempting to break it with magic power, Shenlin suggested. "No need, hold your current position," Herag instructed, knowing that forcibly breaking the restraint now would definitely catch Malcolm's attention, which would be suicidal. The blood is drained, time for the next step. Baron Buck, suspended in mid-air, fell to the ground. A pile of flesh and bones, barely recognizable as human. Malcolm then took out a test tube and, removing the cork, let a shadow squeeze out. The shadow, naked and distorted, stared intently at the ground where Baron Buck lay. This must be Lord Simon, whom Malcolm claimed was willing, but was likely forced into consent, Herag thought to himself. Simon's soul was unrecognizable, clearly tormented. He had sought the help of a wizard with an artifact, only to suffer such torment. Wizards, Herag gained a new understanding of this group. Shenlin, ensure every detail is recorded. Recording in progress. Herag had always wanted a way to embark on the path of a wizard, but the existence of a wizard right before him was out of reach. He merely wanted to become a wizard, not seek death, and it was clear Malcolm didn't see those present as human. Malcolm poured Simon's soul from the test tube into a crystal ball, where it flowed in liquid form, mixing with Baron Buck's blood. The two lifelong enemies could never have imagined that one day their souls and blood would blend together. After the soul and blood mixed, Malcolm muttered something rapidly, and the crystal ball began to burn. Flames of bright red erupting. Malcolm watched the flames with ecstatic joy. Perfect. A perfect piece of art. This is the perfect bloodline curse. He glanced around. From now on, within 3 generations of Buck's bloodline, they will gradually die. It's a curse no medicine can cure, and the rate of death depends on individual health. It's a pity I won't have time to record and observe this data. There are too few ships passing by the Colson continent. Any further delay and I'll miss my chance, Malcolm said regretfully. He snapped his fingers to summon the night steed, mounted it and bowed to those around him. Thank you all for watching my performance. Until we meet again. The night steed spread its wings, gradually disappearing into the clouds. The magical restraint has disappeared. After Malcolm's departure, everyone present regained their freedom, and chaos erupted once again. Many screamed, rushing out of the castle, and in their haste, many fell, crawling desperately towards the castle gates, fixated on leaving the place. On the high platform, Baron Buck's 2 youngest sons wailed in agony. Their bodies were covered with blood-red patterns, clawing at their heads until their flesh bled, oblivious to the pain. Their expressions filled with despair. Melissa noticed their unusual state and ran over, screaming, to hold her 2 brothers. Melissa, sister, Cot and Jim suddenly bled from all 7 orifices, collapsing limply. Melissa held her 2 brothers in agony, crying bitterly. Soon after, Baron Buck's sister, youngest daughter, uncle, and others began to exhibit blood-red patterns all over their bodies. Without exception, they all bled from their orifices and died. Melissa sat weakly on the ground, watching as her relatives fell one by one, overwhelmed by grief and despair. Emil ran over, hugging Melissa tightly. Herag followed, noting the peculiarity that although Melissa was unharmed by the blood-red patterns. Melissa looked at Emil, crying more sorrowfully than ever. Her expression suddenly turned to terror. Emil, you. What's wrong? Emil asked in confusion. Blood-red patterns started appearing slowly over Emil's entire body, identical to those on Baron Buck's kindred who collapsed. Emil stared at his hands, terror and confusion filling his heart. Herag quickly checked Emil's condition. Why do you have the bloodline curse patterns? Are you within 3 generations of blood kin to Baron Buck? Miss Melissa is unharmed, which means she lacks a blood relationship with him, but Emil, you're actually related by blood to Baron Buck. Emil and Melissa were thrown into confusion. Emil said, I'm an orphan, taken in by Lord Baron Buck. Understanding dawned on him. Baron Buck had deceived him. It was likely he was Buck's son. And Melissa, for unknown reasons, wasn't Buck's daughter. Why is this? Melissa looked at her still fair hands, thoroughly baffled. The answers possibly lay only with the pile of bones that was once Baron Buck. Or perhaps not even he knew Melissa wasn't actually his biological daughter. The noble circle is truly tangled, Herag remarked with exasperated resignation. Cough, cough. Emil began to cough violently, spitting out blood. Melissa expressed utter despair. The sight made Herag think of Nicholas's pocket watch, which contained the holy healing technique capable of dispelling curses. He hastily retrieved his pocket watch. Shenlin, channel the magic power into the watch. Channeling 1% complete. The pocket watch remained unresponsive. The pocket watch was still inactive. And Herag began to worry. Now he feared that if his total magic power was insufficient to operate the watch, Emil would be beyond salvation. Just then, the pocket watch emitted a gentle white light, drawing the attention of Emil and Melissa. Isn't this that pocket watch? A woman's ethereal silhouette appeared above the watch, sporting a pair of white wings. As the figure gazed at Emil, she slowly opened her mouth, releasing a beam of white light. The light dispersed into a white mist, drifting onto Emil and merging into his body. The blood-red patterns covering Emil's body began to fade, growing lighter until they vanished entirely. The silhouette on the watch gradually dissipated as well. Herag put away the pocket watch. This holy healing technique was even more powerful than he imagined. Such a terrifying bloodline curse was actually dispelled as well. Casting the holy healing technique once consumed 45% of his magic power, and he had just enough left in his body to cast it one more time. Emil thought he was sure to die. Herag explained, there is a spell on this pocket watch that can just dispel the curse. I see. It seems that magic isn't entirely that horrible. Emil's mood had not yet recovered. Everything he had just experienced was enough to cast a shadow over his life. There was almost no one around anymore. Only a ground full of corpses. Other parts of the castle were very chaotic, with shouts of killing and cries. A tree falls and the monkeys scatter. After Baron Buck fell, apart from those who had originally ambushed outside, even the guards and servants inside the castle were rushing to carry away the valuable things inside. In the entire castle, except for Melissa, all of Baron Buck's blood relatives were dead, which was equivalent to no owner. Melissa was still in immense grief now, and it was unclear if she could ever recover in this lifetime. Melissa, let's bury Lord Baron and the others first. Emil composed himself and decided not to bother about the others. The dead were already gone, and treasures were not important. The most important thing now was to comfort Melissa. I'll go check on old Henry, and I'll come find you later. After Herag greeted them, he went to the back garden. The situation was so chaotic now, old Henry couldn't move, and Herag was afraid he might encounter danger. Along the way, Herag met many frantic people. Not a few guards had bars of gold and pearl necklaces held in their arms, and they glanced at Herag guiltily. Seeing Herag saying nothing, they hurriedly ran off with their heads down. As Herag passed by a room, he discovered a guard inside raping a maid. The maid's clothes were already torn to pieces. You looked down on me before, you even rejected me when I pursued you. The guard's face was full of malice. Hereg silently took down the longbow from his back and shot an arrow through the window, taking the guard's life. The maid, gasping for breath, looked towards the window, only to see the back of Hereg leaving. The room filled with a strong scent of blood, and the maid clutched her chest and fled. The guard lay on his back in a pool of blood. Such scenes were happening all over the castle. A complete chaos. On the path to the back garden, Hereg also saw a guard's corpse, with some pearls scattered beside it, indicating a fight over property. In the back garden, a person hurried out, and when Hereg looked closely, it was Mary, who took care of old Henry. "Mary," Hereg shouted. Mary shuddered in fright, looking even more alarmed when she saw Hereg. She turned and fled. An old lady like her couldn't outrun Hereg. It only took him 2 steps to catch up with her. "Why are you running? Where's old Henry?" Hereg demanded. Mary's eyes were shifty, not daring to look at Hereg. He fell asleep." "Asleep? Come with me to check." Hereg grabbed Mary's neck and walked her towards the back garden. Inside the house, the bow still hung on the wall, and old Henry lay on the bed, looking indeed as if he were asleep. A cup of wine was placed beside the bed, seemingly the wine given out today. As Hereg approached, he realized old Henry was already without breath. "How did he die?" Hereg asked. Mary stammered nervously. "He had a cup of wedding wine this morning and then he fell asleep. I didn't pay it any mind. Later on, when chaos erupted in the castle, I went to call him and found out he had already passed away. Shenlin, detect the cause of death. Detection complete. Natural death, no possibility of murder." Hereg felt somewhat relieved. At least he passed away without pain. "You may go." Hereg released Mary. Mary backed away while constantly watching Hereg, afraid he'd suddenly start killing. Outside, many footsteps were approaching, along with a voice Hereg found somewhat familiar. "Melissa isn't dead. I don't know why she survived. Come on, I'll lead the way. She's currently only with Emil." "Master David, tonight you can lay your enemy's daughter under you." Housekeeper Ivan's voice. Hereg climbed onto the back garden roof and observed. Ivan, with a fawning expression, followed behind a young blond man, and behind them was a team of fully armed men. Among this group were a full 4 night-level experts. Hereg quickly reached the banquet square via the rooftops. Emil and Melissa had just finished tending to their dead kin. "Emil, Ivan is bringing." Hereg relayed what he had seen. "David, that should be Simon's eldest son. I'm going to kill him," Melissa said, emotionally charged. Emil held her and said, "You hide first. Hereg and I will handle this." Melissa surprisingly calmed down. "I'll wait for you." She knew she couldn't be of any help and forced herself to stay composed. Hereg leaped onto the rooftop, finding a suitable sniping position. Emil hid atop another roof, ready to react to the situation. David led a group swaggering in, his face filled with pride. With Baron Buck, the great knight, dead, he thought no one could threaten him. "Our families have fought for over 100 years, and in the end we have won, ha ha ha." David couldn't help but laugh. They had sacrificed only one person. But on Buck's side, it was utter annihilation. Hereg was concealed on a distant rooftop, his bowstring taut, the arrow glimmers with cold light. To be safe, he even poison-coated the arrow. The arrow whistled out. David, who was still laughing, was completely unaware of the impending danger. The knight behind him sensed some danger, but couldn't pinpoint its origin. The knight raised his hand, intending to warn David, "Master." An arrow pierced through David's throat, blood splattering. "Master," the 4 knights quickly surrounded and protected David. But at this point, it was too late. David pointed at the sky, unable to utter a word before collapsing. Housekeeper Ivan clutched his throat in horror, blood bubbling from his mouth, and he fell too. "Take cover," someone shouted. The crowd began to disperse, each seeking shelter. It was at this moment that Emil descended from the rooftop, with Hereg providing long-range support. They were already very familiar with this coordination. With Hereg's 100% accurate archery, combined with Emil's extremely powerful melee ability, this group was completely outmatched. Just 10 minutes later, Hereg put away the fine steel bow and joined Emil in cleaning up the battlefield, ensuring none remained who hadn't been fully dealt with. Captain Emil, Guard Jimmy rushed over with 8 others. The group was covered in blood, and some were injured, appearing to have just been through a fierce battle. Hereg asked, "You didn't leave?" Jimmy laughed. We're not like those heartless folks, just took out some of Behard's men. We have nowhere else to go, might as well continue following Captain Emil. Emil didn't speak. He hugged each of the guards one by one. Let's first bury the Lord and the others, Emil said after a moment of silence. Jimmy asked, what about those who stole the stuff? We need to leave here quickly. With the Lord gone, the ownership of Dure Valley is uncertain. But it certainly won't fall to Miss Melissa. If Miss Melissa stays here, she will be in danger as she obstructs the interest distribution, Emil explained. Everything of Baron Buck's family was dead, and the barony title was non-transferable, but the existing wealth could be inherited by Melissa. Judging from the bloodline curse spell, Melissa is likely not the biological daughter of Baron Buck, while Emil might be. But none of that matters anymore. Melissa is a nominal heir. Who actually inherits depends on the power struggles among the parties involved. Melissa now has neither strength nor influence, and just surviving would be challenging enough. She can't hope to compete for the land, mines, and other wealth of the territory. Jimmy and these few knights choosing to follow is actually quite a risky decision. If someone decides to get rid of Melissa, they would all die with her. Hereg returned to the rear garden, glanced at the well-tended flowers and plants, and sighed, Old Henry, I don't have time to help you with these plants. In a short time, there probably won't be a new owner for the castle. Let these plants grow wild. Old Henry had long prepared a coffin for himself, and Hereg carefully carried it out from a shed, gently placing Old Henry inside. Hereg glanced at the longbow on the wall, thought for a moment, then took it down and placed it into the coffin as well. While sorting through Old Henry's belongings, Hereg discovered that the silver coins he had given him before were all kept in a pouch, none spent. The back hill of the castle. Hereg's group dug a series of pits here, burying Baron Buck's family and Old Henry. The tomb of Henry Brand. Hereg erected a gravestone for Old Henry, fulfilling a promise he made when he first borrowed a bow. At the foot of the hill, 3 carriages were already parked. Melissa was directing the guards to categorize and load the items onto the carriages. She appeared composed, only her eyes remained red. A lot of the castle's valuables were plundered, but some hidden caches remained known only to direct descendants like Melissa. These assets would afford her a wealthy life for the rest of her days, but she clearly didn't just want to be a wealthy woman. Once everything was prepared, the convoy set out. Hereg and Emil rode at the front, while Melissa lay asleep in the carriage. She hadn't slept since the previous day, utterly exhausted in body and mind. How long to reach Nosenton Academy from here? Hereg asked. Emil replied, if things go smoothly, about 3 months. 3 months a long journey indeed. Hereg looked forward, the path ahead uncertain. Their journey was to Nosenton Academy in Pearl Province, seeking the protection of Melissa's mentor, Master Claude. Melissa and Claude truly shared a mentor-student relationship, not a superficial one maintained by money. Across the entire Norton Kingdom, Claude was a revered figure, taking Melissa as a student due to her exceptional talent. In the end, Baron Buck was merely a baron, but the stature difference with Claude was vast. In the current situation, only Claude could protect Melissa. Hereg, watching the sunset on the horizon, said, after I help you reach Nosenton, I'll be leaving. Emil was surprised. Leaving? Where are you going? I don't know, but I want to become a wizard, so I'll search for clues when the time comes, Hereg said with determined eyes. After recent events, Hereg yearned more than ever to grow stronger and become a wizard. He didn't want his fate controlled by others, even the great knight of Baron Buck was powerless against a wizard. Hereg would never forget Malcolm's gaze on everyone that day. It was as if looking at insects. Then you could ask Master Claude when the time comes. He's the most learned person in the Norton Kingdom, Emil suggested. Visiting Master Claude was indeed one of Hereg's goals. More importantly, he wanted to explore the Nosenton Academy library. Having been in this world so long, Shenlin still hadn't had much substantial knowledge input. Shenlin's database was currently empty, lacking information about the world's history, culture, and geography. Hereg specifically asked Melissa, and Nosenton Academy was the only place in the country with a library, storing a vast collection of books. As the convoy traveled, the local people stopped to watch by the roadside. Some put their fists over their hearts, soon followed by everyone doing the same, seeing off Melissa's convoy. The events at the castle were no secret. Melissa had become the sole survivor. When Baron Buck was alive, he wasn't harsh to the people in the territory, at least ensuring none would starve to death. With the Lord now dead, the future leadership was uncertain. Whether it would be better than Baron Buck was also unknown. Initially, Jimmy and his companions had composed themselves, but witnessing this scene brought inevitable sadness to their hearts. This was the place where they grew up. Leaving this time most likely meant not returning. Melissa grew increasingly calm these days, but anyone could see she was holding back a fire, likely wanting to restore the family's glory. She didn't care whether she was Baron Buck's biological child. It didn't matter. She would always be part of the Sarah family. Half a month later, deep in the night, the convoy camped overnight in an open area. Herag lay on a haystack gazing at the sky. As long as the sky was clear, the stars could be seen at night. The countless stars never ceased to amaze him. He lay there for a while, unable to sleep, so he took out a pocket watch to play with. When he opened the watch, the hands inside were still ticking. This tower feels a bit strange. Herag stared at the hexagonal tower in the background, inexplicably attracted to it. Herag had a sudden idea. Shenlin is their magic power on the watch. There is 4% magic power. It has been marked. Would you like to absorb it? He was a little puzzled. I remember I had absorbed the magic power on the watch. Why is there 4% again now? After Shenlin marked the magic power, Herag saw countless blue dots on the watch's dial, continuously changing and flickering. Shenlin, record all the changes of these dots and see if there is any pattern. Recording underway. Herag observed for a long time. There were a total of 1,000 dots on the dial, each flickering with some dots having magic power while others did not, forming a different array map each time. There must be some hidden information. For people in this world, it might be difficult to understand that information could be expressed in this way. But Herag had received higher education, and he studied computer cryptography in university. Dot array information has been fully recorded. There are 1,000 dots and 1,000 array maps. Shenlin recorded every different array map completely. After these 1,000 array maps flickered once, they started over from the first one. In Herag's view, 1,000 distinct array maps were arranged in front of him. He observed these figures and thought to himself, what is the pattern here? Shenlin superimposed these array maps using the rule of even elimination and odd preservation. The so-called even elimination and odd preservation involved superimposing all these array maps together, and whether each dot spot had magic power depended on whether its count was even or odd. If it was even, erase this dot spot. If odd, retain this dot spot, thus obtaining the final array map. Array map processing completed. Shenlin provided the processed composite array map. Herag observed for a while and then said, Shenlin, can these dot spots form a single stroke? Yes, a single stroke is as follows. Shenlin demonstrated through animation how to connect these dot spots into a single stroke. I understand. Shenlin, control my body's magic power along this single stroke route to link the dots on the watch together. Herag did not yet know how to use his internal magic power, so he had to rely on Shenlin to do it for him. Shenlin controlled the internal magic power, inputting it into the watch, and the magic power started from the first dot, transforming into a winding line, eventually forming a single stroke image. The moment the magic power completed the single stroke, a stream of information entered Herag's mind. Congratulations on solving the little puzzle I set. Your ability to solve this puzzle shows that you are observant, think diligently, and have an excellent mind. We at the 6th Ring Tower welcome outstanding wizards like yourself to join. You can use this watch to join the 6th Ring Tower. At the same time, I will teach you the Starry Sky meditation technique, which is unique to the 6th Ring Tower. Of course, if you already have a better meditation method, you can use your own. The Starry Sky meditation technique can serve as a reference. Excellent meditation techniques always have their unique aspects. Nicholas Carlos Camby, Radiant Calendar 1024. The teaching of the Starry Sky meditation technique was also conducted in the form of information flow, eliminating the language barrier, making it easier for Herag to comprehend. After receiving the teaching of the Starry Sky meditation technique, he gained more understanding about wizards and meditation methods. The Starry Sky meditation technique explained the practice method of meditation, as well as some basic knowledge about wizards. People who practice meditation methods but have not yet become official wizards are all called wizard apprentices. Wizard apprentices are classified from low to high as first-class apprentice, second-class apprentice, and third-class apprentice. Each stage has precise and strict requirements for spiritual power. An advancement to the next stage requires meeting the spiritual power standard and going through a ceremony. The second-class advancement ceremony for wizard apprentices generally involves taking some magic potions to help break through. There are many types of meditation methods, each with different meditation techniques, but the principle is the same. Through meditation, people sense the surrounding energy wandering between heaven and earth, absorbing and converting it into their own magic power to enhance their spiritual power. People who can perceive wandering energy are those who have wizard potential. When Hereg first encountered unknown radiation energy, Shenlin had hinted that it was compatible with his constitution. It was just that at that time, Hereg did not understand how to absorb and utilize these energies, so he had Shenlin handle it. There are varying levels of wizard potential. The difference is that those with high potential absorb faster, use more efficiently, and practice quicker. Those with low potential often remain stuck at the first-class apprentice stage due to inefficient absorption and utilization, leading to slow spiritual power growth. Hereg did not know his potential, as he did not have the means to test it, nor did he have any standards for reference. Thinking about this now is meaningless. Better to try this starry sky meditation technique first. The meditation technique of the starry sky meditation technique is quite special, where the meditator needs to look up at the starry sky, find a star at random, and then observe and meditate, materializing this star in their mind. Once the meditation on a star is completed, one can be considered to have started, thus stepping onto the threshold of a first-class apprentice. The starry sky meditation technique has an extremely high upper limit, theoretically possessing infinite improvement potential. The more stars you can meditate, the stronger your spiritual power will be. When the number of meditated stars reaches a certain level, the stars will form a star map with additional effects, but that is not something Hereg needs to worry about now. What Hereg needs now is to complete the meditation of the first star. Then this star will become his source of magic power, allowing him to draw magic power from it during daily meditation. Hereg Merlin, Power 2.0, Agility 1.6, Constitution 2.2, Spirit 2.5, Magic Power 55%. Hereg once again looked at the attribute panel, finally understanding the role of spiritual power. If he considered himself a container of magic power, spiritual power determined the size of this container. The higher the spiritual power, the more magic power can be stored and utilized, also impacting casting speed, magic strength, etc. Then, which star to start with? Hereg looked at the starry sky, a sky full of stars. These stars were different from those of the previous world, making them unrecognizable. He chose a brighter, seemingly larger star and began to meditate. Hereg attentively observed that star, in accordance with the starry sky meditation technique, trying to imprint it in his mind. After a whole night, Hereg opened his eyes. The image of the star was already a silhouette in his mind. Some distance from completion. Too bad there isn't meteor grass to assist, otherwise the speed should be a bit faster. Hereg sighed. General meditation methods have corresponding aiding potions that can speed up the meditative process and improve efficiency. The starry sky meditation technique requires an herb called meteor grass, which typically grows on fallen meteorites. Currently, I don't know where to find meteor grass, so Hereg can only wait to inquire after arriving at Nosenton Academy. Hereg looked at the rising sunrise, feeling energized and refreshed, as if the fatigue from the journey had disappeared. He hadn't slept all night, but instead used meditation as a substitute. Hereg saw Emil sneaking out of Melissa's carriage with a mischievous smile. "Emil, good morning." Emil shuddered in surprise, then smiled at Hereg. "Morning, did you sleep on this haystack all night?" "More or less." Hereg couldn't be bothered to explain he was meditating. Lately, Emil and Melissa had become increasingly close. Initially, there were various concerns, but now they could be together without any worries. Watching Emil leave, Hereg thought to himself, Previously, Baron Buck said Emil and Melissa weren't suitable for each other, probably because he knew Emil was his son but didn't know Melissa wasn't his daughter. The world is truly absurd. Hereg lay on top of the carriage, looking at the star in the night sky. By this time, the star's position had shifted slightly, and the star in his mind was almost solidified. Hereg had practiced the starry sky meditation technique, methodically and with patience over the past half-month. Not long after, the star in his mind fully formed, and a shining star appeared in his mind. Hereg felt an unprecedented sensation as that star burst with magical power, which then spread through his veins and flesh. He had a unique sense of his surroundings, able to see the magic power flowing within him, no longer needing Shenlin to mark it with colors. He could clearly sense ants crawling in the grass, pupae breaking free, and mosquitoes flying by. This sensation was like plugging into the world's data. Lined. Starry sky meditation technique. First star meditated, constitution increased by 0.6, spirit increased by 1.0. Shenlin provided a prompt. Shenlin, show current body data. Hereg Merlin, strength 2.0, agility 1.6, constitution 2.8, spirit 3.5, magic power 100%. Hereg was a bit surprised. Constitution can actually increase. Previously, Shenlin indicated that his body data had reached the genetic limit and theoretically could not improve. At the time, the only way to surpass the limit was to awaken the life seed and become a knight. Now it seems a wizard can also surpass this limit. He somewhat understood why Baron Buck had no power to fight back against Malcolm. Most likely, even without magic, Malcolm could rival Baron Buck with just his physical power, as it was a different level of life. Magical power has also returned to 100%, and from the amount of magical power, it's even more than before. This is the effect of spiritual power, Hereg mused, feeling particularly satisfied with the abundant magic power within him. Shenlin reckoned 3 things to do. First, find meteor grass. Second, figure out where the 6th ring tower is and how to get there. Third, clarify which place and era the radiant calendar refers to. Hereg had a hunch that Nicholas Carlos Camby might not be from the same era as him. The issue it raised was that the 6th ring tower wizard organization might not exist anymore. Take it one step at a time. Hereg shook his head. These things could only be noted for now, as overthinking was useless. 2 months later, Hereg and his group arrived in Swan City. Swan City is the largest city in Pearl Province, and Nosenton Academy is located here. Registration is complete. Let's enter the city. Because they carried weapons and had official knights, their entry into Swan City required detailed registration and identity verification. Melissa now increasingly had the demeanor of a lady of the house. The girl she once was seemed a thing of the past. She owned a house in the city, which Baron Buck had specifically bought for her. It was where she stayed while studying. This house was located near Kings Avenue. Due to the high price, Baron Buck could only afford a small house. The group temporarily settled in this house. When Melissa lived there alone, it seemed spacious, but now it felt a bit crowded. Emil and Melissa shared a room. Hereg had his own room, and the others had to squeeze into the remaining 3 rooms. Hereg, I'll take you to meet Master Claude tomorrow, Melissa said as she came to Hereg's room. Thank you, Miss Melissa. Hereg expressed his gratitude. Melissa displayed a captivating smile. No need to thank me. If you become a wizard, we'll be counting on you to take care of us in the future. Hereg smiled politely without saying much. He felt Melissa had changed a lot. Well, I'm off. You have a good rest. Melissa turned, her graceful figure swaying, and carefully closed the door behind her as she left. Melissa is becoming a bit too opportunistic. Though Hereg's body was only 14, having lived 2 lives, he understood a lot. Melissa had matured overnight, often trying to build a rapport with him intentionally or unintentionally. And here, how a woman might build a rapport with a man. He chuckled helplessly. I don't want to lose Emil as a friend, so I should keep my distance from her. In this world, Emil was Hereg's only friend. He couldn't bring himself to do anything beastly. After glimpsing the path of wizardry, he no longer had the mind to waste time on such matters. In the silence of the night, Emil and Melissa's room was next to Hereg's. The house's soundproofing was poor, not to mention Hereg's excellent hearing. Hereg had no choice but to meditate and clear his mind, entering a meditative state where external disturbances couldn't bother him. The next morning, Emil, Jimmy, and several knights went out to find some work. A group of people couldn't live off nothing. They needed to find some income source. Melissa took Herag to Nosenton Academy. Nosenton Academy is the largest aristocratic academy in the Norton Kingdom. It is a comprehensive academy with subjects like astronomy, geography, humanities, politics, economics, and military, along with courses like dance and etiquette specially designed for nobles. Melissa was pursuing linguistics, and Master Claude was an expert in this field, reportedly proficient in over 70 languages. Nosenton Academy was open to everyone, as long as they didn't carry weapons. Melissa led Herag through the academy, winding their way to a place resembling a garden. Deep in the garden was a pavilion, surrounded by a serene environment. The two of them went to the second floor of the pavilion, and Melissa knocked on the door. "Professor Claude, I've come to visit you." "Oh, Melissa, come in." Claude's voice was aged, but full of energy. The room was spacious, and at a glance, many books could be seen, with rows of books lined up on the shelves against the walls. On the table deep inside the room, books were piled high like a small mountain, and behind the book mountain sat a bald old man with a white beard. Claude slowly raised his head and comforted Melissa when he saw her. "I've already heard about the situation in Dure Valley, my condolences. With wizards involved, there's nothing anyone could do. From now on, stay at the academy and focus on your studies. You are safe here." "Thank you, teacher." Melissa wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Who is this?" Claude looked at Herag. Herag introduced himself. "My name is Herag Merlin. I was originally a guard for Baron Buck, but now I'm on the path of pursuing the wizard's footsteps. I came this time to ask Master Claude some questions." Claude was surprised, stood up, and asked earnestly, "Do you have the wizard's aptitude?" "I am currently a wizard apprentice," Herag replied. "Do you have a teacher?" Claude asked. Claude nodded. "I understand, you must want to join the wizard organization." "Yes, but I know nothing about it, so I came to seek advice from the knowledgeable master." Herag noticed from Claude's expression that he indeed knew something. Claude laughed. "Knowledgeable? Compared to wizards, I'm just an uncivilized savage from a cave. You've come too late. The ship for wizard apprentices already left 3 months ago, and I don't know when the next one will come. It could be 3 months or even 3 years. 3 years? Herag recalled Malcolm mentioning before that the ships passing by the Colson continent were rare. Claude saw Herag's disappointment. The sea is full of unexpected situations, so the ship's schedule is never certain. There's no need to rush. Use this time to prepare well. You probably haven't studied the Sivir language yet. Sivir language? Herag had never heard of this language. It's an ancient common language, and if you want to walk the wizard's path, you must learn Sivir language, Claude said as he walked to the bookshelf and took down a heavy book. The language on the book cover was unrecognizable to Herag, but it looked somewhat like the English alphabet. "This book is called Sivir General Language, and you can learn with me in the future," Claude said, handing the book to Herag. Herag took it and thanked him. "Thank you, master." Claude looked at Herag with envy and earnestly said, "Being young is wonderful. I once yearned for wizards too, but unfortunately, I lack the aptitude. If I could have a student become a wizard in my lifetime, it would be a dream come true." Herag, call him teacher. Melissa was very excited, frantically hinting with her eyes. Herag also realized, smiled, and said, "Herag greets the teacher." "Ha ha ha, good child." Claude laughed heartily, stroking his beard. Melissa laughed and said, "From now on, you'll have to call me senior sister." "Then let's start the first lesson today, the introduction to Sivir language." Claude dragged out a blackboard from a side room and directly began teaching. Herag listened carefully. Sivir language was very similar to English, with 34 basic letters that combined to form different words, and the grammar wasn't complicated. He had the aid of Shenlin, so he learned very quickly. Sivir language database established. Shenlin recorded the relevant information of Sivir language, so now even if Herag doesn't continue learning, Shenlin could help him translate it. Such great talent. After 2 hours, Claude became more and more satisfied with this student. He had never seen a student learn a language this fast. He could only describe it as genius. Claude praised, "Melissa is already a very smart child. but Herag is the most gifted student I've ever seen. Herag humbly said, "Teacher's teaching is excellent. Teacher, I'd like to go to the library to look up some information." "You can use my library card first, just return it when yours is ready." Claude took out his library card from the drawer of the table. He had long stopped needing this thing. You didn't need a library card to enter the library, facial recognition was enough. The library card was made of wood, crafted very elegantly. Herag suspected that only Claude's library card was. Like this, ordinary students couldn't possibly use such good wood, as just the material itself would cost some money. At night, Herag and a group of people were having dinner together. Emil spoke up, "We checked it out today. There's a mercenary guild here and we're planning to take on some tasks. Some tasks offer pretty high rewards." Melissa worriedly said, "High rewards indicate high risks too. You don't need to rush into earning money. Safety is the most important." Emil patted his chest. "Don't worry, I'm an official knight, and with Jimmy and the others who have worked together for many years, we can handle most tasks easily. If you need my help, feel free to ask," Herag proactively said. "Herag, you should focus on preparing for the wizard's practice. Your future path is farther than ours, and you can't waste time on these mercenary tasks." Emil declined Herag's good intention, not wanting to delay Herag over money matters. "Sometimes I need to stretch my bones too. The ship's arrival is uncertain. There will be fewer and fewer opportunities to fight alongside you in the future." Herag poured a glass of wine, drank it to show respect first. The group drank until late, and only then did they disperse. Herag didn't rest but continued to meditate while gazing at the starry sky outside the window. He was engaging in the meditation of the second star. Meditation on the second star was a bit slower than before, as without the assistance of meteor grass, the progress was too slow. As the night passed, while Emil and the others were still asleep, Herag had already arrived at the Nocentan Academy's library. The library was a circular 6-story-high building, considered a magnificent architecture in this world. "You're not a student of our academy, are you? Do you have a library card?" The guard stopped Herag. Herag's demeanor was completely different from an ordinary student, easily distinguishable at a glance. The guard watched Herag vigilantly, feeling that the person before him was very dangerous. "I'm a student of Master Claude, here is the library card." Herag presented Claude's library card. The guard checked the library card. It was indeed genuine, but he had never heard of Claude accepting such a student. "I'm sorry, you'll have to wait a moment. I need to verify this," the guard said politely. "Okay, I understand, thank you." Herag wasn't in a hurry to force his way inside, so he waited at the entrance for a bit. The guard, seeing his good attitude, breathed a sigh of relief, smiled apologetically, and went inside to find the library director. 10 minutes later, the guard returned, respectfully handing the library card back with both hands. "Mr. Herag, you may enter now." "Thank you," Herag said with a smile. On the first floor of the library, there was a massive wall, and written on it were the different genres of books available on each floor in great detail. Herag's goals were clear. He wanted to start with world geography, which was located on the second floor. As he ascended the stairs, he noticed a space resembling a study room on the first floor, with rows of tables and chairs. Many students were already there reading and studying, which gave Herag a feeling of déjà vu, as if he was back in a library from a past life. Herag arrived at the section for geography books, finding mostly those related to the Colson continent, with few on world geography. "Shenlin, start recording the contents of every book I read to expand the database. Task has been archived, commencing execution." Altogether, Herag found 3 books that discussed world geography, yet each book's content was far from detailed. The authors themselves had visited very few places, and much of the information was hearsay, with its accuracy in question. Shenlin organized the information from these 3 books, summarizing the available world geography-related information. Herag skimmed through the 3 books without needing to read them thoroughly, as long as Shenlin could record everything completely. Organization complete. Browsing through the results compiled by Shenlin, Herag was presented with a map of the world as it was currently known. The land he stood upon was called the Colson continent, estimated to be 15 million square kilometers. The continent closest to Colson was the Karg continent to the northwest. Between the Colson and Karg continents was a sea, the specific distance unknown, lacking supporting data. Based on some travel notes and biographies, it's guessed to be around 6,000 kilometers. The map of the Karg continent was also incomplete, currently knowing only an extended corner, with no further detailed data available. Beyond these two continents were infinite seas and numerous small islands. The information is truly lacking, Hereg mused, gazing at the pieced-together map, reflecting on how people of the Colson continent were almost in the Dark Ages concerning knowledge of the world outside their continent. The productivity level of the Colson continent was too backward, making long voyages challenging. What Hereg could determine was that the ship carrying wizard apprentices was heading to the Karg continent. According to Claude, the ship came from the east, passing by the Colson continent, then heading northwesterly towards the Karg continent. However, there was no record of the eastern continent. Not even basic details on size or location on the map. Seems like they need a Columbus, Hereg quipped to himself. Having found no other information related to world geography, he turned and proceeded to the 4th floor. The plant books were on the 4th floor, as Hereg wanted to check for information related to meteor grass. Found it. Hereg found meteor grass in a book titled The Encyclopedia of Rare Plants. Meteor grass with fiery red petals grows only near meteorites, holding some ornamental value while its medicinal value remains unknown. Hereg then looked up information related to meteorites, discovering that there was a famous meteorite crater 10 kilometers near Swan City. Hereg closed the book, returned home to grab his fine steel bow and longsword, and rode out of the city on horseback. The meteorite crater outside Swan City was enormous, with a diameter of 500 meters, forming a circular depression on the ground. Riding hard, Hereg reached the meteorite crater in half an hour. The soil here was vastly different from other places, with fiery red soil and sparse vegetation. Hereg slowly walked down a slope into the depression, all the while observing the surroundings for traces of meteor grass. Inside the crater were many puddles and some scattered vegetation. He roamed inside for quite some time before finding a fiery red flower at the base of the innermost mountain wall. Taking out the small spade he had prepared, Hereg began digging from the root of the meteor grass, trying to keep the root intact. Warning: a high-energy magical source is rapidly approaching. A high-energy magical source. Before Hereg could react, a powerful impact struck him, sending him flying, yet he held onto the meteor grass tightly. Severe burn detected on the back. Immediate use of holy healing technique is recommended. Hereg grimaced in pain, turning to see a red-haired boy smiling at him, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old. "You didn't die," the red-haired boy seemed surprised. Shenlin scanned the opponent's body data. Power 1.5, Agility 1.6, Constitution 2.1, Spirit 3.9. Taking a deep breath, Hereg thought, Spirit 3.9, 0.4 higher than mine. It seems he's also a first-class wizard apprentice. He had once estimated that at least 5 points in spiritual power were necessary to break through to become a second-class wizard apprentice. Hereg's back was badly burned, some superficial flesh charred. "That flower is mine." The red-haired boy was about to say something more, but Hereg had already drawn his longsword and charged forward. The boy raised his right hand. A greenish ring on his middle finger glowed green, and quickly formed a basketball-sized fireball, which shot at Hereg with great speed. Hereg and the red-haired boy were at least 300 meters apart, which was why Shenlin hadn't detected him. Because of the distance, Hereg couldn't attack first and was forced to dodge, initiating a retreat to avoid the fireball. Adjusting his posture in time, Hereg shifted his force direction, jumping behind a nearby mound of earth. The fireball exploded where he had stood. "It doesn't seem to have homing abilities," Hereg concluded. He drew his fine steel bow, nocked an arrow, and fired swiftly after peeking out. The red-haired boy reacted quickly, chanting, "Partial petrification." His left hand's skin color changed, becoming a grayish, stony texture. As the arrow flew in, the red-haired boy blocked it directly with his left hand. Sparks flew from the impact between the arrow and his palm. The red-haired boy seemed a bit angry. "It really hurts." Seeing this from behind the mound, Hereg felt the situation was a bit tricky. Though possessing magic power, he lacked any offensive magic, putting him at a disadvantage. Shenlong, disable my pain receptors. Hereg channeled magic power into his pocket watch, casting holy healing technique on himself, and much of the injury on his back healed. Remaining magic power, 70%. The red-haired boy sensed the magic fluctuation, eyes lighting up. You actually have a demonized item. What an unexpected gain. He gloated. So, you're also a wizard apprentice, yet you know no spells at all. Is it because your aptitude is too poor, or is your teacher's level too low? Although Colson Continent lacks wizard training resources, you should at least know some basic spells. It seems your demonized item is healing. Auxiliary type, you're dead for sure. Shenlong, how long does it take him to cast partial petrification and fireball technique? Partial petrification, 1.9 seconds. Fireball technique, 2.5 seconds. Hereg was calculating something in his mind, and just as he observed, spells cast through demonized items was slower, while his own spells were a bit faster. A map appeared in his vision, an overhead view of the crater provided by Shenlong. The red-haired boy didn't act rashly, nor did he dare to approach Hereg easily. Hereg didn't dare show himself easily either. After all, the power of the fireball technique was too great, so he had to be cautious. Hereg hunched down and circled to the side of the dirt mound, using the overhead view to ensure he stayed in the opponent's blind spot. The red-haired boy's senses were keen, noticing Hereg's change in position, the ring on his hand faintly glowing green, always ready to attack. Hereg's lurking spot came closer and closer to the red-haired boy. When he estimated the position to be about right, he knocked 3 arrows on his fine steel bow, then flashed out for a quick shot. As the 3 arrows flew out, he tossed aside the fine steel bow and drew his longsword to press forward. The red-haired boy's pupils shrank slightly, and while dodging to one side, he cast partial petrification on his chest area. 1 arrow landed where he had originally stood, 1 landed to the side, and the other hit the spot on his chest. Seizing this opportunity, Hereg quickly approached, the cold gleam of the longsword already reflected on the red-haired boy's face. The ring on the red-haired boy's right hand flared with green light, and a fireball floated before him. At this point, he was only a few meters from Hereg. As the fireball shot out, Hereg neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he accelerated forward, using the longsword as a shield. The fireball struck Hereg's longsword, resulting in a massive explosion and spraying a shower of sparks. Looking to die, the red-haired boy sneered upon seeing Hereg's actions. A figure rushed out of the sparks at great speed, his hair ablaze, clothes mostly destroyed, and burns on his shoulders and arms. Yet Hereg seemed entirely unaware, charging forward with his sword towards the red-haired boy. The red-haired boy had a look of astonishment, a hint of fear rising in his heart. As he was about to cast partial petrification technique, he found the world before him rapidly spinning, finally seeing his own headless body, and his consciousness fell into slumber. Hereg continued to strike vital points of the corpse, several times before finally sitting down heavily and taking out the pocket watch. The white light flashed once more, and Hereg's burns quickly healed, leaving only some noticeable scars. Remaining magic power, 40%. He had decided from the start to adopt a desperate fighting strategy. If he held back, there was a good chance the red-haired boy would toy him to death. The red-haired boy was clearly not prepared for a desperate fight. When Hereg charged out enduring the fireball technique, it was too late for him to react. A wizard apprentice is human too, being decapitated would mean death. Hereg pulled the ring off the corpse, and like the pocket watch, as soon as he took the ring, a stream of information flowed into his mind. Sorlo's fireball ring, enchanted with level 0 spell small fireball technique. Besides the ring, Hereg found a few dozen gold coins and a book in the red-haired boy's backpack. Level 0 spell, partial petrification technique detailed explanation. Hereg found nothing else of value. He held the ring in his hand and injected some magic power into it. A fireball technique quickly formed, then directly hit the corpse on the ground. Remaining magic power, 5%. After using the small fireball technique, magic power was down to only 5%, and his brain felt extremely fatigued, as if he hadn't slept for a day and night. Hereg gathered some dry wood nearby, adding it to the burning corpse, then left. From the red-haired boy's words, Herag understood the boy had a master. Herag didn't want to deal with the master after defeating the apprentice, so after destroying the corpse, he quickly departed. On the way back on horseback, he encountered a caravan. Herag in ragged clothes spent 10 copper coins to buy a set of clothes. His robust physique caught the attention of many women in the caravan. Some ladies even directly lifted the curtain of their carriage, inviting him in. Herag chuckled and politely declined, then changed clothes and nudged the horse into a gallop back to Swan City. Upon returning home, the house was empty. Melissa was likely at the academy at this time. He took out the meteor grass and cleaned it, following the record in the starry sky meditation technique, which required boiling water for consumption. A stalk of meteor grass could be boiled 3 times in water for effectiveness, after which the effect would become very weak. The crater, which covered such a large area, only yielded this one stalk, which Herag had obtained at great personal risk. Boil the water and consume. The water boiled with meteor grass turned a verdant green and had a pungent odor, making one doubt its drinkability. Herag took up the kettle and poured himself a cup. After it cooled a bit, he took a sip. The taste was indescribably nasty. Herag grimaced as he swallowed it, then began to meditate. The starry sky meditation technique did not require nighttime to practice. Observing stars once was sufficient. Unless finding new stars to observe required nighttime. The effect of the meteor grass was evident as the stars in his mind solidified much faster. Herag estimated based on this progress that meditation speed was increased 5 to 6 times with the consumption of meteor grass. The difference in meditation speed with resources is huge. After meditation, Herag opened his eyes and picked up the book Level 0 Spell, Partial Petrification Technique Detailed Explanation. This was the only spellbook on the red-haired boy, and Herag guessed this was the only spell he knew. He opened the book and read carefully. The partial petrification technique was derived from a type of snake monster. If one made eye contact with this snake monster, petrification would occur. A wizard dissected the snake monster and researched the principles of petrification. Based on the research findings, the partial petrification technique was developed. The partial petrification technique could temporarily petrify parts of the body, enhancing defensive and offensive capabilities, without causing negative effects on oneself. Learning a spell required constructing a spell model first. The learner needed to solidify the spell model in their mind to use the spell freely. The partial petrification technique was a level 0 spell, learnable by a first-class wizard apprentice. The spell model for this spell wasn't very complex, but for Herag, who was encountering spell models for the first time, it was somewhat complicated. The spell model included the routes and methods of magic power operation, with numerous parameters and spell-related formulas. The higher level the spell, the more parameters in its spell model and more formulas, resulting in a greater amount of computation. Herag was unfazed by these challenges. The path of a wizard I must see through to the end. I've tackled far more complex topics in my past life. Can a mere level 0 spell stump me? Shenlin analyzed the level 0 spell partial petrification technique and constructed spell model. Task archived. Estimated remaining time 25 minutes. Estimated magic power consumption 34.7%. Herag has Shenlin's assistance, which saves a lot of time in constructing the spell model. He can let Shenlin do the work and wait for the result to use directly. It's the first task I've encountered here that requires Shenlin to spend time. Shenlin completed all Herag's previous tasks in an instant. In his mind, a spell model constructed with spiritual power is being formed. Originally, this process required Herag to complete it himself, which demanded high control over the brain's spiritual power and constant thinking, parameter calculation, and formula computation during the process, requiring great intelligence. According to the Level 0 spell, partial petrification technique documentation. It takes an ordinary person 1 to 3 months to construct a spell model. The human brain can make mistakes. If there's an error in any step, the entire constructing process must restart. Shenlin only needs 25 minutes and won't make any errors, achieving 100% accuracy. 25 minutes later, Level 0 spell partial petrification technique model has been constructed. In Herag's mind, the spell model for the partial petrification technique is complete. He just needs to input magic power into the model and read the spell to activate it. Some spells require casting materials, like the bloodline curse used by Malcolm previously. The partial petrification technique directly affects the caster without needing additional casting materials. Partial petrification technique. Herag inputs magic power into the model while chanting the activation spell for the partial petrification technique. His right hand immediately undergoes a change, the skin turning a stony gray white. Herag touched it, it was very hard. He flexed his fingers and found they are not stiff, still able to move freely, and there remains a sense of touch. It seems the defense has significantly improved while not affecting the original function, Herag concluded after the experiment. The petrification of the partial petrification technique doesn't turn the body part into stone, it only greatly enhances the surface's defense. Maintaining the partial petrification technique requires continually inputting magic power into the spell model. Once Herag stops, the technique automatically ends. Shenlong, how much magic power did the partial petrification technique consume? Based on the current amount of magic power, the partial petrification technique consumes 1% of magic power per second. This consumption was somewhat beyond Herag's expectation. The magic power throughout his body couldn't last 2 minutes. No wonder red hair cancelled it immediately after use. Thinking of red hair, Herag picked up the ring again, feeling it necessary to find Claude. He hadn't mentioned having demonized items before because he couldn't fully trust at the beginning. Though it was a teacher-student relationship, they both knew it was merely a profit exchange, just an investment by Claude. He didn't want to incite anyone's greed because of a demonized item, leading to unnecessary trouble. But he still needed to ask, as the library had no information related to wizards, and he had to inquire from Claude. "This ring looks like a token," Claude said, while carefully examining through a magnifying glass. A token? Herag thought of his pocket watch, which was also a token, allowing him to join the 6th ring tower. Claude put down the magnifying glass and said, "Tokens are commonly used recruitment tools for wizard organizations. They issue tokens to people who have contributed to the organization. The descendants of these people can join the organization using the token, provided they have aptitude without needing tests." "Must they be descendants?" Herag asked. "No, that's just the original intention. But as time went on, the tokens have been passed around the world for thousands of years. In that case, who knows if you are a descendant of an acquaintance? Later on, anyone with aptitude could join a wizard organization with a token." Claude explained slowly. "Can someone join a wizard organization without a token?" Herag continued to ask. Claude laughed. "Of course, the normal process involves transporting qualified individuals by ship to undergo tests, and then they are selected by various wizard organizations. If you have a token, you skip this step, as the ship will take you directly to the corresponding wizard organization. There are pros and cons. The advantage is not worrying about not being selected. At least you can join a wizard organization. The downside is that the organization you join may not be strong, so there are gains and losses." Herag hesitated but decided to ask, "Teacher, have you heard of the 6th Ring Tower Wizard Organization?" Claude stroked his beard, lost in thought, then said, "Among the wizard organizations I know, there's no 6th Ring Tower. It might be a wizard organization deeper inside the Karg continent. You'll have to check it yourself once you get there." "I understand, teacher. Have you heard of the Radiant Calendar era?" Herag continued. Claude was very surprised. "You actually know about the Radiant Calendar?" "It's a obliterated period of history, with only unverifiable records in some books, currently. No one can prove its existence or non-existence." Herag felt a chill inside. It's as he had suspected. The era Nicholas lived in has long passed, and the 6th Ring Tower organization is likely not known now. For now, he could only rely on this ring to securely join a wizard organization, which would benefit him by skipping a testing phase. He suddenly remembered the teacher mentioned by Red Hair, so he asked, "Are ships frequently transporting wizard apprentices? Are there that many wizard apprentices on the Colson continent?" Claude shook his head. "The Colson continent rarely does. It might be years before an instance, or it could be 10 consecutive years without one. Many wizard apprentices who once left by ship could never become official wizards in their lifetime, and when life nears its end, many of them return to the Colson continent. These old wizard apprentices might take on children with wizard potential as disciples, train them for a few years, and then send them on the ship. Some, like you, accidentally acquire demonized items and have the aptitude, so they often board that ship. There is an invisible attraction among wizards. People with potential holding demonized items easily find the wizard path. Like you with this ring meeting me. And I guide you onto the ship route. It's all fate's arrangement. Even if you didn't meet me, you'd eventually find contact with wizard organizations through other means. This is the essence of a token. It always brings fresh blood back to wizard organizations. This is what I understand about the law of attraction among wizards. Hereg heard this concept for the first time. A mutual attraction exists among wizards. He thought of red hair. There should only be a few wizard apprentices on the Colson continent, yet he managed to meet one. According to this law of attraction, places with more wizards will see an increase in wizards, while places with fewer wizards will continue to decline. The redhead appeared near Swan City, mostly to wait for a ship. Hereg felt somewhat relieved after listening to Claude. The redhead's teacher probably wouldn't live much longer, or might not even be alive now, so he shouldn't worry about anyone seeking revenge later. I'll inform you as soon as there's news about the ship. In the meantime, focus on learning. Although I don't understand wizards, the ones I have visited are all very knowledgeable. Knowledge is always the sharpest weapon, Claude said, his eyes filled with nostalgia, recalling something unknown. Claude said somewhat ashamedly, although I am your teacher, I actually have taken advantage, harboring some selfishness, hoping you could look after my descendants in the future. Hereg smiled, teacher, you don't need to say that. You helped me and I will naturally take care of your descendants within my capacity. You must sacrifice something to gain something, that is the price, and I understand. Ha ha ha, Claude laughed heartily, you are indeed very suitable to be a wizard. Time flew by and 3 months passed. During these 3 months, Hereg spent most of his time in the library of Nocenton Academy. Every book in the library was recorded by Shenlin. Hereg first had each book scanned and entered into Shenlin, and then chose to read those that piqued his interest. In terms of the starry sky meditation technique, the meditation of the second star had been completed, and now he was working on the meditation of the third star. Hereg Merlin, Power 2.1, Agility 1.7, Constitution 2.9, Spirit 4.6, Magic Power 100%. After successfully meditating on the second star, his physical stats such as power also increased slightly. Hereg discovered that the starry sky meditation technique didn't just add a little spiritual power from meditating on one star, the second star added 1.1 spiritual power, and subsequent gains should be more, but correspondingly it would take more time, and the difficulty of meditation would increase. That single meteor grass had been used up, and later, Claude managed to find 2 more through connections, but no more meteor grass was found afterward. Hereg couldn't do anything about it. Such matters couldn't be rushed, as resources on the Colson continent were indeed too scarce. Emil, along with Jimmy and others who initially followed him, formed a mercenary group. After several successful missions, they made a name for themselves, and the group's size gradually grew, now numbering over 60 people. Melissa said that when the opportunity arises to form a caravan, Emil's group, possessing sufficient military power, could run the business without issues and make a lot of money. During this time, everyone had their own busy matters, and Hereg spent less and less time interacting with them. For some reason, ever since Hereg demonstrated a fireball technique, Jimmy and others, including Melissa, seemed to have a sense of awe, or rather fear, towards him. Although they appeared normal towards Hereg, he could still feel that hidden trace of fear from the depths of their hearts. Emil, however, was the same as before, always honest and straightforward with Hereg, though recently he appeared noticeably weary, with more signs of life's hardships on his face. His strength had improved considerably recently, and Hereg estimated that Emil might hope to break through to Great Knight. Hereg once thought that Great Knight was the pinnacle of combat power in this world until Baron Buck concealed his parent-child relationship with Emil, and even Emil himself didn't know. He must have had some ulterior motive, but Herag sighed. No matter what Baron Buck's intentions were, they vanished into smoke with his death. Herag's peaceful days were disrupted on this very day of early spring, when news came from Claude's side that the ship would arrive at the port of Swan City within 5 days. The port of Swan City was large, having great geographical advantages, making it the largest port on the Colson continent. Many ships docked at the port, and despite Claude's advanced age, he came personally to see Herag off, with Melissa and Emil supporting him on each side. "Teacher, you really didn't have to come," Herag said with a wry smile. Claude smiled kindly and said, "You are still young and don't understand. Once you leave, we probably won't meet again in this lifetime. Taking a few more steps isn't much. Herag, just come back and visit often." "Teacher, you are in good health," Melissa said from the side. She had grown increasingly womanly, completely unrecognizable from the girl she used to be. Just a month ago, Melissa confirmed she was pregnant, though it wasn't noticeable yet. The two had a simple wedding, with a group of people casually sharing a meal. Fallen nobles couldn't afford to organize something big. "You wouldn't understand. The world of wizards is different from ours. The time they spend on a single experiment could equal an ordinary person's entire life. Moreover, a voyage across the sea is no easy feat. Returning isn't something that can be done in a short time," Claude said with great emotion. Emil patted Herag on the shoulder. "You brat, don't forget us. I don't care if you're a wizard or whatnot, you'll always be that kid diligently training with the sword in my heart." I know," Herag said, reminiscing about learning swordsmanship and breathing technique in the past, feeling quite sentimental. "You're going to be our child's future godfather. Remember to take good care of him after becoming the noble wizard," Melissa said, touching her belly. Herag nodded. "It's just a pity I won't get to see him born. Once I've settled there, I'll write to you and we'll keep in touch." "The ship is here," Claude suddenly said, looking toward the horizon. Everyone looked over. There was a ship moving rapidly at the horizon where the sea and sky met. At first it didn't seem like much, but once the ship got closer, Herag and the others realized this ship was much larger than ordinary ones. The ship had 5 layers in total, and its outer layer was wrapped in some strange metal, emitting a dark glow of unknown material. On the deck stood over a dozen sailors, busy pulling sails. Herag noticed that among these sailors, at least 5 were at night level or above. The ship sailed into the port and stopped. The sailors immediately started unloading cargo from the ship, making it look no different from an ordinary merchant ship. Claude explained, "This ship belongs to a wizard organization on the Kala continent, mainly handling trade for money. Because their ships are sturdy enough to navigate dangerous seas, their crew is strong, and they have an official wizard on board, capable of dealing with many situations. So their ships can travel far to buy and sell goods, making a lot of money. After all, the expenses of a wizard organization are huge. Transporting you wizard apprentices is actually just incidental. If there are apprentices, they take them along. If not, it's no big deal." Herag noticed someone standing at the ship's bow, draped in a black hood. The person exuded a powerful magical aura. Simultaneously, Shenlin issued a warning: "High-energy magical source detected." "It seems he's the official wizard on board," Herag muttered, looking at the person. That person seemed to sense something, turned to look at Herag, and then walked down the gangway towards him. "Are you the wizard apprentice, ready to board the ship?" the man in the black hood asked. "Yes, sir." Emil could sense the strong magic power from the other person, even though he was intentionally holding back. "Do you have a token?" the hooded man continued to ask. Yes, Emil took out his ring. The hooded man took the ring, examined it in his hand. A token from the Moonlight Forest. This is the second time I've seen this ring. Follow me. Due to previous delays in our journey, we will only be staying here for 1 day." Emil associated with many thoughts, guessing that the first time was with his red-haired mentor. It seems that the hooded man has been on this ship for many years. "I'm leaving." Emil turned back to say goodbye to the 3 of them. "Take care." Herag stepped forward and gave him a strong hug, and Melissa also gave him a hug. "Let's go," the hooded man urged impatiently and turned to leave first. Emil slung his backpack over his shoulder, took the package handed by Herag, and quickly followed behind the hooded man. I'm Dino, a level 1 wizard from Dream Island. There are 5 levels on the ship. Your apprentices live on the 3rd and 4th levels. The conditions there are a bit rougher, but safer than above. The sea is dangerous. Try not to run up without reason. As Dino led the way, he explained some of the ship's rules to Emil. Mr. Dino, how many wizard apprentices are on the ship? Emil asked. Including you, there are 11 in total, with 2 from the Colson continent, including you. We will stay here for day to see if anyone else comes. Emil followed Dino onto the deck. Standing on it, he realized it was even more spacious than it looked, almost as large as a square. Most on the deck were busy sailors, and 5 or 6 young people scattered along the sides of the ship, enjoying the breeze. They looked about Emil's age. When Emil boarded the ship, these people glanced at him, then turned their attention away, as if they were accustomed to new wizard apprentices joining at every stop. Dino turned back to warn, try not to cause conflicts on the ship, don't affect its sailing, and do not cause any damage to the ship, or I will feed you to the fish. Understood, Emil nodded. Follow me. Dino led the way down the stairs into the cabin. Emil followed, stepping on the wooden stairs which creaked from age and disrepair. Once inside the cabin, it was dim. Lamps hung on the walls, casting white light from slabs of white stone. The passageway inside the cabin was somewhat narrow. Emil noticed the wall materials were special wood with a metallic sheen. He pressed his hand against them, finding the wood extremely hard. Dino noticed Emil's actions and said without looking back, "This is wood from the forbidden magic forest. It is the hardest known wood and possesses high magical resistance." Forbidden magic forest. Emil attempted to inject some magic power into the wall, finding resistance. The 2 bypassed the 1st level, went down the stairs to the 3rd level. The rooms on the 3rd level are full. You'll have to go to the 4th level. Emil glanced towards the corridor. Several rooms had lights on while others seemed unoccupied. Perhaps their occupants were sleeping or up on the deck. The 4th level was narrower than the 3rd, with fewer rooms. Emil counted only 5 rooms in use. Dino led Emil to a room, took out a key, opened the door. You will stay here. The 4th level is rougher, but fewer people means fewer conflicts. You are a 1st-class apprentice, right? According to the Starry Sky meditation technique, Emil needed to meditate on 6 stars to meet the mental power requirements of a 2nd-class apprentice. Generally, people have 1 to 2 points of spiritual power before meditation. Emil estimated the 2nd-class apprentice standard to be 7 to 8 points. Receiving confirmation, Dino said, "Then this is suitable for you. The 3rd level has 2nd-class apprentices, more than 1, so be careful." At that moment, the room opposite Emil's lit up. Dino introduced, "The person opposite is also from the Colson continent, boarded at the last port. That's about it, just don't cause trouble and wait quietly until we reach land. The 2nd level is where you eat. Go there if you're hungry and try to avoid the deck. I don't have the energy to look after you all." "Yes, I understand, Mr. Dino," Emil said politely. After giving these instructions, Dino left, looking busy. Emil checked his small room. It was dark, and he struggled to locate a lamp on the wall. The lamp was similar to those in the passage, consisting of a white stone and a glass cover. Beneath the stone lamp was a small switch. Emil pushed it upwards, and the lamp illuminated with soft white light. Pulling the switch downwards extinguished the light. "What kind of stone is this?" Emil studied the lamp, which was simple in design. The structure consisted of a base, a switch, and the main body of the white stone and glass cover. The mystery must be inside the base. Emil sensed a faint magic flow inside the base, but dared not take it apart, not wanting to be tossed overboard. With the light turned on, the room felt bright, and despite its narrowness, Emil felt a sense of warmth. The room contained a single bed, with barely a person-wide gap between the bed and the wall, just enough for Emil to stand. A wooden board fixed to the opposite wall by ropes served as a small table when pulled down. The room ceiling housed 2 cabinets for storing luggage and personal items. Emil stowed his package inside, containing preserved meat, dry food, and other long storage items prepared by Hereg and the others. After putting his package away, Emil lay on the single bed. The boards were hard but acceptable. A thick quilt covered the bed. He felt inside with his hand, finding it slightly damp. A gentle knocking came from the door. Emil checked a small map, noting a person standing outside, judging by the silhouette, a woman. He opened the door to see a girl of about 16 or 17, with long golden hair, delicately featured, smiling kindly. Emil noted her light gold dress, with her silver-gray coat, adorned with gold tassels, a standard noble attire. Not of a minor noble. "Hello, I am Lillian Stewart." Lillian smiled, slightly lifted the sides of her skirt with both hands, and gave a slight curtsy, a standard noble gesture. Hereg also slightly bowed in return and said, "Hello, Miss Lillian, I am Hereg Merlin. If I'm not mistaken, you should be from the Seville Empire in the east of the Colson continent." "That's correct. It seems Mr. Hereg knows the history of our Stewart family." Lillian looked at Hereg with a hint of admiration. "Yes, I've read some related books. The Stewarts are a great family. Without you, there wouldn't be the powerful Seville Empire today." Hereg spoke without a trace of flattery. "The Seville Empire is very far from the Norton Kingdom. So far that ordinary people in the Norton Kingdom may never hear of this country in their lifetime." During his days in the library, Hereg learned that the Seville Empire is a country highly developed in military, politics, and economy, and several generations of kings from the Stewart family have governed the country well. The name Stewart following Lillian signifies her high status. Lillian seemed to understand what Hereg was thinking and sweetly smiled, saying, "My father is the current King Louis." "So it's Princess Lillian, Your Highness," Hereg smiled. Lillian quickly said, "There are no princesses in the wizard world. I've come to see you to discuss whether we can form an alliance since we're all from the Colson continent. Those people upstairs look down on us, considering people from the Colson continent to be savages from the wild. By forming an alliance, we can look after each other. What do you think?" Lillian's big eyes were full of hopeful anticipation. "We can exchange information, but there's no need for an alliance." Hereg, unsure of her intentions, directly refused. "Okay, let's just exchange some information then," Lillian said, not surprised by Hereg's refusal. "Shenlin, activate the magic power monitoring. Notify me immediately if Lillian shows any anomaly." Magic power monitoring activated. After Hereg issued the command, he went inside, sat down by the bed. Lillian gave a slight smile, adjusted her skirt, and sat down beside him. A gentle fragrance wafted over, pleasant and not overpowering. The room was small, and the fragrance soon filled the entire space. Lillian asked, "Which wizard organization are you planning to join?" "Moonlight Forest," Hereg replied. "I know Moonlight Forest. It's a powerful wizard organization. I plan to join Augustus Academy. This is my token," Lillian said, pressing a finger against her chest where a brooch was pinned to her clothing. Lillian appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old, yet she already possessed the charm of a mature woman. Hereg's gaze was first attracted to the fair skin, then quickly shifted to the brooch. There was a flow of magic power in the brooch, evidently a demonized item, likely a token of Augustus Academy. Hereg sensed that Lillian might be testing him, but he had no interest in the brooch. "Do you casually pin your token on your chest like that?" Hereg asked. Lillian smiled. "Please forgive my probing. You indeed showed no greed." "No greed? Is she reading expressions or using a special magic?" Hereg waved his hand. "That's not important. Let's focus on exchanging information. I need to know news related to the wizard organizations." "Give me a moment," Lillian said, getting up to run into her room with little steps that had none of a noble lady's demeanor. Before long, Lillian returned with a map in her hands. Lillian unceremoniously lowered the wooden board on the opposite wall and laid out the map. "Look, these are roughly the locations of several wizard organizations." Hereg took a look and recognized it as a map of the Kala continent, more detailed than what he had seen before. However, the map was still incomplete, primarily marking the locations of the wizard organizations. The first thing he noticed was Moonlight Forest, located inland, some distance from the coast, but it was difficult to estimate the distance as the map lacked a scale. Above Moonlight Forest was Green Cottage, and to the right of Green Cottage was Augustus Academy. There were other wizard organizations that Hereg hadn't heard of. Lillian placed her slender finger on the position of Moonlight Forest and said, "I don't know much about Moonlight Forest. It's an old and powerful wizard organization. You should be cautious. Moonlight Forest has conflicts with Green Cottage, and they often have skirmishes." "Green Cottage," Herag recalled that Malcolm was from Green Cottage. He looked at the map again, noting that Moonlight Forest and Green Cottage were in a north-south position, quite close to each other, probably the reason for the frequent friction. Lillian moved her finger to Augustus Academy, saying, Augustus Academy is the only academic faction among these wizard organizations. The wizards here mostly come from pure-blood wizard families. Augustus has strong strength and background, and it has few conflicts with other wizard organizations because most don't want to have conflicts with it. Pure-blood wizard families. It means parents, and sometimes several generations back, were wizards. Wizards from such pure-blood families tend to have good aptitude and have a high chance of becoming official wizards due to systematic learning from a young age, Lillian explained. But Augustus also has ordinary wizard apprentices like you and me, who enter with a token. You mentioned that I am a princess, but once I'm in the academy, who knows how I'll be discriminated against? It's a place that greatly values bloodlines. Moreover, the status of a princess is a nuisance, making it more thrilling for some people, Lillian said with self-mockery. Herag was speechless, as Lillian had a clear understanding of her own situation. Thank you for your information. Is there anything you need to know? I might not be able to provide anything of value to you, Herag said. Lillian obviously knew a lot of information, while Herag had limited knowledge, so the so-called exchange of information might not be feasible. Lillian smiled. It's okay, this is my sincerity. The journey is long, and I just want to find a trustworthy ally. My token has the ability to detect the goodness or evilness of a person's heart, and from earlier until now, you haven't shown any malice towards me. This is why I'm willing to share information with you. I see, do all those people upstairs have malice towards you? Herag asked. More than just malice. Let's leave it at that, I'll head back now, Lillian said with a helpless and bitter smile. After Lillian left, Herag began to organize the information he had gotten from her. Augustus Academy was similar to ordinary schools, except it had an 8-year program, where wizard apprentices studied according to the curriculum arranged by the academy. If someone was particularly outstanding, they might be chosen by an official wizard to become their student. Augustus Academy was relatively peaceful among these wizard organizations, with relatively less conflict among the wizard apprentices. The Moonlight Forest where Herag was located was completely different, wherein all knowledge and resources needed to be paid for. Wizard apprentices had to complete various tasks to earn points or magic stones to exchange for the corresponding resources. Knowledge and guidance from official wizards were also resources, which wizard apprentices had to strive to earn. Lillian came to knock on the door again, and when Herag opened it, he saw a bed quilt. This is an extra velvet quilt I have. Don't use the one from the boat, it's damp, smelly, and moldy, Lillian said, hugging a heavy quilt that almost obscured her entirely. Herag took it. Thank you. The outside of the velvet quilt was actually silk, with gold trim, and it felt very smooth. He grew even more puzzled. Lillian should be stronger than himself. Why would she show goodwill towards him? There were never any free lunches. To receive something, one must pay a corresponding price. Herag understood this principle very well. Oh right, if you're preparing to go up and eat, call me. We'll go together. Otherwise, those people might cause you trouble seeing you're alone. The ship is particularly boring. Some people find joy in bullying newcomers. I heard someone once hung up a newcomer at the boat fish, and if Dino hadn't found out in time, the newcomer's head would have been eaten by fish. Lillian reminded. Lillian boarded the ship a few days earlier than Herag and saw more, knowing those people better. Herag remembered the situation he saw on the deck and the 3rd floor earlier. Those people didn't know each other, maintaining their distances. He couldn't completely trust Lillian, and likewise, Lillian would also hold something back. If they were like this, the people upstairs would certainly be no different. Herag returned to the room, used the original quilt as a mat, and laid Lillian's velvet quilt on top. Let's go, time to eat, I'll show you around, Lillian said, standing outside the door. Okay. After locking the door, the two of them headed to the 2nd floor. On the staircase, Herag glanced downward. The 5th floor was very dark. From this angle he couldn't see any light, but could smell something foul and fishy from below. Lillian held her nose disdainfully. The sailors live on the 5th floor, they aren't very clean. There are another 2 floors below. Said to store some cargo and ballast items. As Herag and Lillian climbed past the 3rd floor, they saw a thin-faced man squatting alone at the stairwell, his eyes wide open, staring at them constantly. "Don't look at him," Lillian whispered, picking up the pace. Herag averted his gaze from the man, quickening his steps to the 2nd floor. He could feel the man's gaze following him until they reached the 2nd floor, where it finally vanished. "That guy is Fegar Mullen, one of the 2 second-class apprentices among us. The one who hung someone at the bow fishing was him. That guy has some mental issues. Seems mentally unstable, don't provoke him," Lillian said, fearfully mentioning Fegar. Herag nodded. Fegar's gaze indeed made him uncomfortable, like a predator searching for prey, filled only with indifference and cruelty. He felt fortunate to be living on the 4th floor. Otherwise, seeing such a guy squatting in the corridor would be chilling. The dining area on the 2nd floor was fairly spacious, with white bread, pickled meat, and smoked meat placed in baskets, free to take as needed. Herag also saw 2 large baskets of green tangerines, the aroma noticeable from afar, their skin especially green. Just the sight made one's mouth water. Besides them, there were also 3 wizard apprentices scattered around eating in the dining area. Herag and Lillian's jovial behavior did not go unnoticed by the others, who noted it silently. Why are they so cold to each other? With official wizards on board, there should be a degree of safety, right? Herag asked. Lillian, adopting a mocking look, smiled. Dino doesn't concern himself with such matters. There's no prohibition on killing here. As long as it doesn't impede the voyage, Dino won't care if he doesn't see it. Tokens aren't registered to real names. And the wizard organization doesn't care how you get them. Some people lack tokens. I see. Herag had thought that the presence of official wizards would ensure some peace on the ship. He himself had 2 demonized items. Others probably had some as well. Without tokens, people must pass tests to have a chance of joining a wizard organization. Having a token provides direct entry, creating temptation for some to risk everything for murder and treasure. These wizard apprentices boarded the ship knowing nobody, wary of others' intentions, leading to the current situation. Herag and Lillian each took some food and chatted while eating, while the other 3 noticeably hastened their meal and quickly departed upon their arrival. This dining area was exclusively for wizard apprentices. Sailors couldn't dine here. "I have a token for Augustus Academy. Many people want it. I have no choice but to form an alliance with you," Lillian said, looking stressed. Herag understood. Those without tokens mostly targeted those with, and Lillian's Augustus Academy token certainly attracted much coveting. "I seem to have gotten the short end. Just by walking with you, they now assume we're together, meaning you've dragged me into this." Herag finally realized the catch. A simple meal turned into a trap. Lillian straightened her ample chest. "I'm stronger than you. I can protect you. Besides, forming an alliance with a noble princess." Herag cut her off, rubbing his finger. "Cut the nonsense. I want something tangible." Lillian, seeing he wasn't convinced, rolled her eyes and pulled out a ring. "Here, it's a space ring. You probably don't have a demonized item like this, right?" "This is nice." Herag grabbed it quickly. Lillian said seriously, "You think keeping your distance from me ensures your safety? Quite the opposite, you'll be even more endangered. There's a total of 2 second-class apprentices on board. If we team up, even second-class apprentices can't ensure they can kill us both and escape unharmed. Know that if a second-class apprentice gets hurt, would the other spare them? So, we should temporarily join forces to guarantee a measure of safety." After thinking for a moment, Herag said, "All right, we can cooperate since in others' eyes we're already together." Herag finished speaking and picked up the space ring. Observing it for a while. Space rings are special demonized items. The internal space varies in size. The one Herag held is as big as a 10-square-meter room. Shenlin checked for any anomalies. Herag, to be safe, asked Shenlin to scan it first. No anomalies detected. Only after Shenlin gave the results did Herag confidently put on the space ring. No wonder she's a princess of Seville. She's really rich. Only 2 in total. Lillian rolled her eyes at him. Shenlin, check Lillian's body data. And cancel the scan immediately if there is any resistance. Herag issued an instruction. He has always been cautious and didn't dare to use Shenlin's detection on wizards like Dino. Lillian is just a first-class apprentice. He thought he could give it a try. The previous redhead didn't notice Shenlon's detection either. Lillian Stewart, Power 3.1, Agility 3.2, Constitution 3.7, Spirit 7.6. Herag's eyes widened when he saw the data. All aspects far exceeded his own. He couldn't beat Lillian in a physical fight. 7.6, Spiritual power is terrifying. Generally, a second-class apprentice would only have that level of spiritual power. Shenlon, check my data. Herag Merlin, Power 2.1, Agility 1.7, Constitution 2.9, Spirit 4.6, Magic Power 100%. Herag felt that his path was long, and he still needed to work hard when he saw it. What's wrong with you? Lillian saw Herag a bit dazed and asked. Nothing, just spaced out a bit. Judging by her demeanor, Herag thought she completely didn't detect Shenlon's scanning behavior. Won't you try Dino someday? Herag weighed it over and decided to abandon the idea. He had a gut feeling that even if Dino couldn't detect Shenlon's presence, he could sense himself watching him. Late at night, Herag lay in bed, covered with a comfortable velvet quilt, 2.5 stars twinkling in his mind, the third star almost fully formed. Since learning the meditation method, he hadn't slept. Even lying in bed covered with a quilt, he remained in meditation. After seeing Lillian's spiritual power today, Herag felt an even stronger sense of urgency. Herag stayed in meditation throughout the night, realizing it was the next day only when the ship began moving. The ship sailed out of the port, getting farther from Swan City. As Lillian mentioned, if the voyage proceeds smoothly, it would take 3 months to reach Karg continent, but unexpected events could push it to half a year or even a year. They have to stay on the ship during this time, only having the chance to walk on land occasionally when docking for supplies. For half a month straight, the ship sailed across the vast sea. Herag maintained a routine of eating, sleeping, and meditation. This period of focused meditation brought his third star close to fully forming. The 11 wizard apprentices continued to maintain a delicate peace. No one started trouble. Feger seemed warned by Dino, behaving well all along. Having secluded in meditation for half a month without seeing the sun, Herag felt a bit suffocated staying inside the cabin. With the recent calm seas, he decided to go to the deck for some fresh air. Upon opening his cabin door, Lillian also opened hers, wearing a corset dress. I'm going to the deck for a breeze, it's been stifling for too long, Herag said. Lillian thought for a moment, then said, I'll go too. On the deck there were sailors fishing at the ship's side, while others sprawled out sleeping, snoring loudly. Dino stood at the bow holding a telescope, glanced back at Herag and Lillian but didn't speak, continuing to observe ahead. He advised these wizard apprentices to avoid coming to the deck to prevent any accidents from happening to them. One of Dino's tasks was bringing fresh blood to the wizard organization. The number doesn't matter, but the more, the better. Thus, it was preferable for him that as few as possible died among these wizard apprentices. However, for someone like Herag who stayed in the cabin for long periods, occasionally coming up for air, he wouldn't say anything. Herag leaned against a deserted railing, feeling comfortable in the sea breeze. The ocean was vast, with no land in sight. Looking down, the light blue seawater appeared particularly beautiful, the ship's forward motion creating tall waves. Lillian beside him was also facing the sea. The sea breeze blew her golden long hair upward, giving Herag the illusion of taking a girlfriend on a sea vacation. You two get back to the cabin quickly, something's coming. Dino suddenly turned around shouting from the bow. Herag said nothing, decisively pulling Lillian's hand as they rushed back to the cabin. He trusted Dino's judgment. If something could make an official wizard so agitated, it was surely extraordinary. Lillian reacted a bit slowly, but quickly came to as Herag pulled her, accelerating towards the cabin. A sky-covering shadow loomed over the sea where the ship was located. The powerful pressure forced everyone on the deck to the ground. Herag and Lillian were also pressed on the deck by this imposing aura. He tried to get up several times but failed. Their hands clutched tightly, giving each other a slight sense of safety. Herag struggled to turn his head, finally seeing what it was. A gigantic black dragon soaring in the sky. The dragon was so large that Herag couldn't see its entirety. And percent, the black dragon opened its mouth. Speaking words of unclear meaning, Lillian listened carefully, then said, Dragonic language. It's Dragonic language. Can you understand it? Herag asked. I can't, only able to pick out a few syllables. Lillian replied. The ever-standing Dino at the bow looked at the black dragon in the sky, opened his mouth and said. At Percentatat the giant dragon responded, yet it was still incomprehensible. Dino's right hand waved, a large pile of gold. Pearls, gems appeared at the bow, enough treasure to drive ordinary people crazy. The black dragon lowered, instantly whipping up a storm in the sea, tons of seawater thrown up, splashing onto the deck. Herag and Lillian got drenched. Lillian happened to wear a corset dress again, thin enough. Once soaked, her entire dress almost turned transparent, her graceful body directly shone in front of Herag. The intimidating aura persisted, forcing Herag and Lillian to lie face to face. Lillian looked down once, blushing instantly. Close your eyes. Herag immediately closed his eyes, yet couldn't suppress the smile on his lips, which infuriated Lillian. Big was the only word in Herag's mind now. The black dragon opened its dragon mouth, inhaling to swallow all the treasures in one go. Percent, the black dragon spoke again, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. Dino's hand flashed, a magic staff over a meter long appeared, then looking up at the black dragon without a word. The black dragon, somewhat wary, flew higher, circling above for a while before finally departing. Greedy giant dragon. Dino muttered under his breath as he watched the black dragon fly away. Most of the sailors on the deck were unconscious, foaming at the mouth, except for the night-level sailors who were still awake. As soon as the pressure disappeared, Herag quickly stood up and took off his robe, draping it over Lillian. His robe was made of black fabric, which wouldn't become see-through when wet. Lillian clumsily wrapped herself tightly in the robe and hurried back to the cabin, looking quite disheveled. Herag didn't rush back but instead approached Dino and asked, Mr. Dino, what was up with that dragon just now? Those damned bugs. These greedy dragon race members like robbing passing ships at sea. If it weren't for worrying about the ship's safety, I'd have rendered its dragon oil to light a lamp, Dino said angrily. The treasure he lost caused him significant heartache. To him, it wasn't a small amount. Seeing Dino in a bad mood, Herag remained silent, contemplating something while gazing at the direction the black dragon flew away. A night-level sailor nearby walked to the edge of the ship, holding a bucket with a thick rope tied to it. He threw the bucket into the sea to fill it with water, pulled it up and then splashed it on the unconscious sailors, who woke up groggily. Feeling uncomfortable in his wet clothes, Herag returned to the cabin to change. As soon as he changed, Lillian came knocking on the door. Lillian wore pajamas, her hair still draped and damp. She held a massive book with a red cover, the title written in Sivir language, Basic Introduction to Dragonic Language. I need to check what their Dragonic language was just now. Dragonic language is so hard to learn, I can't remember all the basic syllables, Lillian said as she walked in and climbed onto the bed, sitting with her legs up, revealing small white legs and delicate feet. She opened the heavy book on Dragonic language, and with her finger, she scanned the contents from top to bottom, repeatedly turning to the designated pages until she finally translated Dino and the black dragon's conversation. Lillian looked up and smiled. I figured it out just now. The black dragon said to hand over your treasures, or I'll tip over your ship. Then Dino replied, are you courting death? The black dragon said, you might be strong, but you can't keep me here. Finally. The black dragon said the offerings were too few, not enough, Herag pondered. So Dino is that strong, even such a large black dragon fears him, that's quite normal. Dino is an experienced level 1 wizard. If we were on land, that black dragon wouldn't dare even glance over. Lillian pulled her legs back, pressing them together. Can I borrow this book to have a look? Herag asked. Of course, are you interested in Dragonic language? Lillian inquired. Herag nodded. I plan to study it, just in case I need it in the future. Dragonic language is hard to learn, you'll know when you try. I can teach you, otherwise you won't know how to pronounce these syllables. It's said that mastering Dragonic language can allow you to use Dragonic language magic, but the spell models are so complex that even official wizards find them difficult. Lillian said as she scooted further onto the bed, patting the adjacent spot. Sit here. Listen closely to the lesson. Herag laughed helplessly. She genuinely treated the space as her own. Dragonic language has as many as 900 basic syllables, and this is merely the foundation, not the complete version. The 900 syllables combine in various ways, some words requiring hundreds of syllables to combine, with each word taking up 2 pages. The complexity of dragonic language arises because the dragon's pronunciation structure differs from humans. It's not inherently designed for human use. With a basic understanding, Herag comprehended why Lillian found dragonic language challenging. Fortunately, I'm diligent and have an excellent mind. Herag mused, undaunted by difficulty. Shenlin, begin recording dragonic language, assist me in learning it. With Shenlin assisting, Herag's study became considerably easier. Lillian taught the 900 syllables once, and he memorized them all. Lillian looked at Herag like he was a monster. Did you memorize it all? Are you messing with me? You must have studied before. No, it's only 900. Isn't it normal to memorize after seeing once? Herag replied innocently, as though it was perfectly reasonable. Lillian had doubts about herself, wondering if she was actually just too dull. After mastering basic grammar, Herag could form some simple sentences in dragonic language. At Herag suddenly spoke a sentence in dragonic language. Lillian looked blank. What? Nothing, let's see what's next. Herag said with a bit of humor. Lillian sensed he wasn't saying anything nice. No way. Let me check. She turned to the index, trying to recall what Herag just said. Then slowly matched and searched. I'm a bit hungry, I'll go eat first. Sensing trouble, Herag quickly fled. As soon as he exited the room, Lillian's angry shout followed. You dare to call me dumb? Lillian, clad in pajamas, couldn't chase after him, forced to curse Herag through gritted teeth. Dragonic language really is complex. Herag took 5 days to completely master the contents of Basic Introduction to Dragonic Language. To avoid upsetting Lillian too much, he pretended it took him half a month to fully master it, with Lillian continuing to teach for an additional half-month, yet the results still disheartened her. Lillian perpetually failed to comprehend why others took years to learn Dragonic language, while Herag mastered it in less than a month. Pondering the vast differences between people. Deep in the night, Herag meditated in his room, successfully condensing the 3rd star completely. Herag Merlin, Power 2.1, Agility 1.7, Constitution 2.9, Spirit 5.8, Magic Power 100%. His spiritual power increased by 1.2 this time, making Herag feel clear-headed and comfortable. Upon completing his meditation, he didn't rest. He opened the door, intending to search the deck for the 4th star to meditate upon. Occasionally, he'd go to the deck to relax during this period, encountering no odd occurrences. The ship had sailed smoothly for half a month, the journey progressing smoothly. Arriving on deck, an expanse of stars greeted him, along with the giant moon hanging over the horizon at sea. Dino still stood at the prow. Whenever Herag visited the deck, Dino was there. Herag refrained from disturbing him, seeing Dino with eyes closed, seemingly asleep. Could it be his meditation method? Herag speculated internally. His meditation method required stargazing. Perhaps Dino's required observing the sea, which wasn't impossible. Finding a spot, he sat cross-legged, beginning to search for a star within the night sky for meditation. The current 3 stars lie in varied directions across the sky, with considerable distance among them. For this 4th star, Herag chose yet another direction differing from the prior 3. On the vast deck, there were only Herag and Dino. The sound of the waves hitting the ship was rhythmic, and it was particularly sleep-inducing. Herag sat cross-legged, focused on his meditation, not knowing how long had passed, when suddenly Shenlin alerted him that someone was approaching. He opened his eyes and found Dino standing in front of him, looking at him. Dino spoke, "Your spiritual power is very stable, and the quality of your magic power is good, which means you have been practicing the meditation method seriously." "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Dino," Herag stood up and said. Dino seemed to be quite interested today, and turned to lean on the ship's railing, saying, "Your steadfast step-by-step practice is the best approach. Don't rush for quick results. Look at Fegar. Although his spiritual power is high, it's extremely unstable, and the power gained through extreme means will one day backfire." "Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Dino," Herag said humbly. "Is your meditation method related to the stars?" Dino pointed to the sky. Dino nodded. I can tell this kind of meditation method is usually not simple. Keep it up, young man. In the following days, Herag went to the deck to meditate, often asking Dino questions, all of which Dino answered generously. It was only after getting acquainted with Dino that Herag learned that Dino had been on the sea for over 80 years. The ship beneath his feet was already the sixth one. The previous 5 had all been destroyed due to various accidents. Every time he went to the Kala continent, he brought some wizard apprentices. Over the years, accidents frequently occurred, and several times the wizard apprentices on board were all wiped out, as the sea is full of unknowns, and no one knows when accidents will happen. Half a month later, they were only a month's journey from the Kala continent. Herag sat at the bow of the ship, feeling especially comfortable in the sea breeze. There's a problem, Dino sniffed the sea breeze, frowning. What's wrong? Herag, seeing Dino's serious expression, had a bad premonition in his heart. The night sky, originally filled with stars, suddenly became shrouded in thick clouds, and not only that, but the ship was enveloped in a gray fog, with extremely low visibility. Stop the ship, Dino ordered, and the ship slowly came to a halt. By memory, Herag groped his way to the bow. Seeing Dino standing at the bow, holding a compass-like device in his hand. Mr. Dino, what's going on? Dino sighed. We've run into the lost sea fog and don't know when it will clear. Dino explained. Lost sea fog is a rare phenomenon at sea. Once a ship is shrouded by it, it loses direction. The space within the lost sea fog is chaotic, and if a ship sails recklessly, it could end up in unknown places, which can be extremely severe. What can be done? Herag asked. Wait, Dino said helplessly. The lost sea fog will disperse automatically, but no one knows the time frame. Some lost sea fogs last for a few days. Others can persist for decades. Decades? Herag understood the current predicament. No ship can carry enough fresh water and food to sustain decades. After the ship stopped, others in the cabin also noticed the anomaly. Many of them rushed to the deck. Dino briefly explained the current situation, making several wizard apprentices uneasy. On the contrary, the sailors seemed indifferent. In their eyes, Dino was like a god. Nothing could defeat him. 3 days passed, and the gray fog still hadn't dissipated. Dino didn't act rashly and remained in an observational state. 5 days later, the gray fog still enveloped the sea. The mood on the ship started to change. Many people became restless. In these 2 days, there had been more than one fight among the wizard apprentices, including one who was seriously injured by Fega. If Dino hadn't intervened to suppress the crowd, the fight might have escalated further. For safety reasons these days, Herag and Lillian stayed together to avoid being alone and encountering danger. The gray fog not only blocked vision, but also dulled people's senses. Even the operation of magic power became more obscure. Herag and Lillian shared a room, which felt quite cramped. Sleep was out of the question, and both replaced sleep with meditation. Herag found that even in the gray fog, he could still perceive the stars above and discern direction. He told Dino about this, but Dino, for safety's sake, decided to wait a bit longer. Navigating in the gray fog was too dangerous. Even knowing the direction was extremely risky. In the fog, space was disjointed. East could become west in a second. Waiting for the fog's automatic dispersal was the best option. The atmosphere on the ship became extremely delicate, as prolonged fog smothering caused most people to become very suffocated. Their emotions became increasingly irritable. With no sign of the gray fog dispersing, Dino went up to the 4th level. Herag, come with me today, let's try sailing. Staying longer here could be problematic. Dino's face was solemn. Herag nodded. All right, Lillian, you come with me. He couldn't leave Lillian alone on the 4th level. It was too dangerous. With the fog blocking, if danger occurred, it couldn't be detected immediately. Herag and Lillian maintained their state well during this period. They could at least talk and occasionally joke, making the days not so hard. Others were all alone, every day cooped up in their rooms, surrounded by unknown gray fog. Even wizard apprentices found it hard to bear the enormous psychological pressure. Herag, Dino, and Lillian went to the captain's cabin. Herag sensed afterward, pointing to the back indicating the northwest direction. Dino nodded and started the ship, controlling the speed to be slow, to cope with any emergencies. Herag focused entirely on sensing the 4 stars. constantly judging whether his direction was changing. The direction has changed, now the northwest is over there. Herag pointed to the left side. Dino didn't speak, his hand steering immediately adjusted the ship's course. The ship sailed in the gray fog for tens of hours, the surroundings suddenly brightened. Herag opened his eyes and found they were now in normal sea territory. He looked behind, and the area where the fog was had disappeared. Well done, Dino patted Herag's shoulder in praise. Herag sat down on the ground, exhaling in relief. In the fog, directions changed constantly, requiring him to maintain intense mental focus, and after coming out, he felt especially drained. Immediately, Dino took out the map and compass-like positioning tool, and then said, "We're back where we first encountered the lost sea fog. Luckily, we didn't go to some strange place." After the ship sailed for 7 more days, made a brief stop at a small island called Colombo. The island wasn't large, but it was bustling, with the port teeming with people. Herag and a group of wizard apprentices came up on the deck, and Dino, standing in front, said, "We'll stay here overnight. You can go ashore and relax. But remember, I'm leaving tomorrow at noon sharp. I won't wait for anyone. This place belongs to our dream island, and it's watched over by wizards. Most people on the island are ordinary. So if anyone dares to cause trouble, be prepared for the wizard's punishment." Dino knew the group had been too stressed recently, and it just so happened that the commercial island of Colombo was developed, with many taverns, inns, and strip dancers to let them unwind a bit here. Besides, the ship needed to replenish fresh water, so Dino simply docked the ship here. After getting off the ship, Lillian headed straight for an inn. Herag asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to come here?" "I haven't had a bath in months." Lillian paid for a room without looking back and went upstairs to take a bath. On the ship, there was no way to bathe, as all fresh water was precious, which was the most unbearable thing for Lillian. However, Lillian was prepared. She had an enchanted towel that was always moist and could be used to wipe her body. Herag had seen that towel, but Lillian wouldn't let him touch it. He guessed the magic inside probably absorbed moisture from the air. He also booked a room downstairs for himself. The prices here weren't cheap. A room for one night actually cost a whole silver coin. Herag looked at the setup of the room. It was simple but very clean, with all the items neatly arranged. After he finished bathing and waited a while, Lillian finally got ready, and then the two went out together. As night fell, the island of Colombo became even more lively, with people everywhere singing, dancing, and drinking around campfires. There was also a long commercial street here, where most vendors laid a mat on the ground and then displayed their goods. The variety of goods was diverse, from handcrafted hats and baskets to clay bottles and jars, as well as all sorts of antiques. While passing by a stall, something caught Herag's attention. He knelt down by the stall, casually picking up an antique vase and asked, "How much for this?" The vendor was a bald, middle-aged man holding a black cat. He glanced at the vase and said, 20 silver coins. "Too expensive." Herag put the vase down. "It's fake. What are you buying that for?" Lillian asked puzzledly. Herag then picked up a few more items and asked for prices, finally seemingly casually selecting a few items, spending a total of 16 silver coins. Lillian eyed him but didn't speak. After dinner, they returned to the inn. Lillian went to Herag's room and asked after closing the door, "What were you doing earlier? Did you find something good? Show me." Herag pulled out a hexagonal plate made of some kind of wood, its color pitch black. In the middle of the plate was a painting of a hexagonal tower, identical to the one inside his pocket watch. Lillian examined the plate thoroughly and asked puzzledly, "Is this a treasure? I don't see anything unusual, nor is there any magical energy flow." "Maybe it's not a treasure, but I've seen this painting in the middle before, so I bought it," Herag explained. He was actually unsure if the item had any value. But the painting was indeed identical to the one in the pocket watch. Lillian lost interest listening to him. "I thought it was some great treasure. Boring." "All right, I'm tired too, going to sleep." Herag lay on the soft bed, overcome by fatigue, planning to have a good night's sleep. Ever since learning the meditation method, he hardly slept, substituting meditation for sleep. The ship made only a brief overnight stay at Colombo, and then sped off towards the Kala continent. More than 20 days later, Herag stood on the deck, faintly seeing the shadow of the continent in the distance. The ship docked at Ruby Port. and all the wizard apprentices disembarked here. Dino walked at the front saying to everyone, "Everyone follow me." He led the group through the streets to a tavern, which was named the Broken Cauldron Bar. "He's back with the newcomers. Let me see, quite a lot of newcomers this time. Welcome to the Kala continent, young lads." As soon as Dino walked into the tavern, he attracted a lot of attention, with many people greeting him. The wizard apprentices he brought along became the new topic for conversation in the tavern. Herag noticed that everyone here was a wizard. Most of them at the wizard apprentice level. "I didn't see a single wizard outside just now. Why are there so many here? A wizard's exclusive tavern." Herag was a bit puzzled. He estimated there must be some magic he hadn't noticed at the entrance of the tavern, which allowed only wizards to see and enter it. Lillian stood out among the group, with many people whistling at her, but she didn't even glance at these greasy wizards. Dino led them through the tavern to a wall in the back courtyard. He walked to the wall and pressed a few bricks in sequence, and then said, "Melinda." The wall made a rumbling sound, and then the bricks parted to reveal a path. The world behind the wall was completely different from the yard, with a forest and a winding stone slab path leading deep into the forest. While the forest was dimly lit and filled with birdsong, the yard was sunny, with great weather. Herag and the others were astonished at such a strange sight, seeing this kind of scene for the first time. Dino seemed accustomed to it, leading the way in front. Waving a hand behind him, "Let's go." The group followed him into the world behind the wall, with many looking back after passing through, but it just appeared to be ordinary forest. The wall had disappeared. Dino turned around and said, "The various wizard organizations are just ahead. Wait and follow my arrangements. Today's the end of months of travel. Good luck to you all." He placed his left hand on his chest and bowed gracefully. "Thank you, Mr. Dino, for taking care of us all the way." Lillian curtsied, holding the edge of her long dress. Others also bowed and thanked him, as Dino was indeed very responsible throughout the journey, ensuring their safe arrival at the destination. In the gloomy forest, not a single ray of sunlight shone through, with thick fog enveloping all around. Herag looked up, and above the forest was heavy white mist. No sign of the sun could be seen. Occasionally, the cries of crows could be heard in the distance, adding to the desolate atmosphere. In the dark forest, Herag and the others followed silently behind Dino. The cold wind blew, with a somewhat biting chill. The stone pathway beneath Herag's feet was clean and tidy, without a single fallen leaf, and each slab of stone looked exactly the same. The group walked along the stone path for 10 minutes, arriving at a place resembling a garden. The garden was circular, with many paths extending outwards from its center, their destinations unknown. The stone path Herag and the others were on was just one of these paths. At the garden center, there was a fountain, bubbling and splashing continuously. Herag noticed that there were people in the garden. He counted 8 of them, standing in scattered groups. When Dino arrived, they all looked over. An old lady wearing a tall gray pointed hat and a gray robe walked over. She appeared to be in her 70s, and she spoke to Herag and the others. "Dino, I've heard that a beautiful and outstanding lady is joining us at Augustus Academy this time. Which one is she?" Dino laughed. "Professor Nina, don't rush. You can take her back once the testing is over." He turned around and gestured to Lillian. "Lillian, come over. This is Professor Nina from Augustus Academy." "Professor Nina." Lillian curtsied timidly, exuding the aura of a noble lady, graceful in her demeanor, yet with a hint of shyness. Watching this scene, Herag almost laughed. This woman was pretentious. The more Nina looked, the more she liked her. She pulled Lillian over. Not bad." The other 7 wizards also started gathering around, both men and women, all exuding an extraordinary aura. Dino called out to the wizard apprentices behind him, "Those with tokens, stand on my left. Those without, stand on my right." The 11 wizard apprentices quickly formed 2 groups. There were 7, including Herag and Lillian, who had tokens, and only 4 without. Herag was somewhat surprised that Fegar also lacked a token. Dino took out a crystal ball and held it in his left hand, then addressed the wizard apprentices on both sides. "Next is the wizard aptitude test, with a full score of 100. The higher the score, the better the aptitude. It's important to note that aptitude isn't everything. In the wizarding world, knowledge and effort are always more important. A good aptitude just means you can progress faster, not that you can slack off. Herag, you go first. Herag stood in the first row and stepped forward. Place your hand on it, then input magic power. And relax, Dino advised. Herag did as instructed, placing his hand on the ball and inputting a trace of magic power. The crystal ball immediately swirled with white mist, which then condensed into the number 75. Herag 75, very good. Dino patted Herag's shoulder encouragingly. This number was beyond Herag's expectations. He had thought he would score around 40 or 50, playing the fool. A sinister-looking middle-aged man approached, staring at the fireball ring on Herag's hand. If I'm not mistaken, your ring is a token from Moonlight Forest. Yes, sir. Herag felt a strong sense of oppression as the man approached, not intentional, but an aura inadvertently emitted with his every movement. With a pat on Herag's shoulder, Dino made the oppressive feeling disappear instantly. Dino introduced, "This is Larry Checky, a powerful wizard from Moonlight Forest. He will take you back later." "Mr. Larry," Herag greeted politely with a bow. Larry gave him a blank look, nodded slightly and said, "You come with me later." Second Lillian, Dino continued with the testing. Lillian was standing right behind Herag, so she went up second for the test. The crystal ball clearly displayed this number. "Very good, Miss Lillian," Dino exclaimed. "Thank you," Lillian said, holding up her skirt. Nina personally came over to grab Lillian's hand, unable to restrain her smile as she whispered secrets into Lillian's ear, unheard by anyone else around them. Those wizard apprentices with tokens quickly completed the tests. After Lillian, there was no one with a higher aptitude. The best was 72. And the lowest an astonishing score of only 15. Herag noticed that the 15-point boy was the same one Fegar had hung to fish from the ship's bow, seemingly named Joshua. At this moment, Joshua looked lifeless and worried. His token was a feather pen from a luff swamp. Herag soon lost interest in him, focusing instead on the new round of tests that began shortly after. Among the 4 wizard apprentices without tokens, Fegar stood at the back. It seemed he always favored staying behind others. The first 3 wizard apprentices scored between 60 and 70. Finally, it was Fegar's turn. Herag watched intently, curious about the score of a second-class apprentice like Fegar. Fegar's eyes remained emotionless, like those of a snake. He always wore an indifferent expression, as if nothing concerned him. He placed his hand on the crystal ball, where the white mist rolled and eventually settled into a number, 5. A silence fell over the scene. 5. How did someone with a score of 5 achieve second-class apprentice status, and at such a young age? Herag was stunned. He had thought Fegar should have a high aptitude. He recalled something Dino had once said, "Look at Fegar. His spiritual power is very high but extremely unstable, relying on extreme methods." Extreme methods? What kind of methods could elevate someone with a score of 5 to a second-class apprentice? It seemed Dino wasn't surprised, as he coughed to break the silence and said, "Now that the test is over, those with tokens can go find your corresponding contact person." He turned to the 8 wizards who had come to pick them up and said, "So, now there are 4 wizard apprentices without tokens. Are any of you willing to accept them?" Among these 4, except for Fegar, the other 3 exceeded the passing score and were quickly recruited by various wizard organizations. In the end, only Fegar remained standing there, unapproached. Neither Herag nor his companions had expected that Fegar would be without a token and end up as the last remaining wizard apprentice. "No one?" Dino asked once more. "Come to Green Cottage with us." After a brief silence on site, a big bearded man stepped forward and invited Fegar. Fegar said nothing, merely nodded slightly. "Let's go," the big beard said, and walked in front without looking back at Fegar. Dino seemed to want to say something to Fegar, but in the end, he just moved his throat without uttering a word. After the test, the contacts from various wizard organizations led their respective wizard apprentices away. Over by Professor Nina, there was only one wizard apprentice, Lillian. She held Lillian's hand and headed east. Lillian glanced back at Herag. She tiptoed and whispered something into Professor Nina's ear. After Professor Nina nodded, Lillian walked toward Herag. "What's up?" Herag asked. Lillian gave a slight smile, and then threw herself into Herag's arms for a hug. "Remember to write to me. Don't forget we're allies. We must help each other in difficult times, Lillian said softly with her head buried in Herag's chest. I know, Herag felt the warmth in his arms, and ripples stirred in his heart. I'm off. Lillian waved at him and gradually disappeared into the white mist behind Professor Nina. This way, Larry stood with his arms crossed by the flower bed. After Herag finished his goodbye, they set off on the stone-paved road heading north. As Herag looked around, he realized that only the two of them were left there, with Dino having left some time earlier. Seeing Larry's figure about to vanish into the white mist, Herag quickened his pace to catch up. This cobblestone road was the same as before, surrounded by a dense fog that seemed eternal. Larry walked ahead silently, while Herag observed the surroundings without speaking. A rustling sound came from the trees beside them. Herag looked up to find 3 crows perched on a branch, tilting their heads in unison to look at him. Newcomer, it's a newcomer. One of the crows actually spoke. A newcomer has arrived. Should we catch a field mouse as a gift? Another crow inquired. Humans don't eat field mice. A crow screeched. They love the caterpillars on cauliflower. You're wrong, I remember it's the field mice. It's the caterpillars. The 3 crows started arguing, and as tempers flared, they began pecking at each other, scattering black feathers all over the ground. After taking a few more steps, the noise of the crows' quarrel gradually faded, aided by the white mist's capability to dull human perception. 20 minutes later, Herag and Larry reached the end of the stone-paved road. There was no more road ahead, but rather a dense forest, with the ground covered in fallen leaves and a sunken metal bucket placed at the center. Larry walked over to crouch beside the bucket and pressed a finger on its edge, then turned back, saying, "Come, place your hand on it." Confused about what he intended to do, Herag obediently crouched down and mimicked Larry by placing a finger on the bucket's edge. The bucket was filled with fallen leaves soaked in murky rainwater in which mosquito larvae-like creatures swam. Seeing Herag prepared, Larry recited a spell, Mentos. Herag felt a powerful suction force emanating from the bucket, gripping his finger tightly to the bucket's edge. Simultaneously, a strong thrust came from behind, pushing continuously through his navel area. The surroundings began to spin rapidly, spinning faster and faster. Dizzy, Herag couldn't discern what was around him and was forced to close his eyes. Herag had no sense of how long this state lasted. When he instinctively opened his eyes, he found himself in a square. In the center of the square was a huge statue of a curly-haired man holding a book in his left hand and flipping its pages with his right, his eyes gazing forward. That is Carlos Tauron, the founding father of the Moonlight Forest, who established it 3,000 years ago. He was a great wizard. Larry looked at the statue with deep respect. He continued, "This place is called Carlos Square. To the south of Carlos Square lies the forest shrouded in white mist, while to the north there is a long stone bridge. The stone bridge spans about 700 meters, with a black chasm beneath it that seems bottomless. Statues line the bridge's railings at 10-meter intervals, showcasing various forms, including gargoyles and knights with sword and shield." As they walked, Larry explained, "I'll take you to register first." Herag walked across the stone bridge, where a perpetual wind howled through the canyon below. High-energy magical source detected. High-energy magical source detected. Shenlin continuously issued alerts. Upon checking, Herag found that every statue on the bridge was a source of high magical power. Herag astutely perceived that these statues were watching him as he passed. "This is one of the defenses of our Moonlight Forest. Each statue here has considerable strength," said Larry without turning his head. On the opposite side of the bridge was a complex of buildings with a distinct Gothic style, featuring the classic pointed spires. Larry led Herag to a 5-story building, introducing it with, "This is the operations hall, where personnel registration, task assignments, and postings are handled. You'll come here often in the future." Herag nodded, making a mental note of the place. Upon stepping into the operations hall, he was greeted by the soft yellow glow of the lights. Elegant crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, emitting gentle yellow light. The hall was spacious, with numerous department windows around it. Many people queued before the windows to handle affairs, while busy wizards inside signed and stamped documents. The arrival of Herag attracted no attention. They went directly to a window labeled Personnel Affairs. Behind the window was a chubby middle-aged woman, her name tag reading Jennifer. She looked up and asked, "What do you need?" "New member," Larry replied. Jennifer glanced at Harag and asked, "Do you have a token?" Yes, Harag removed a ring from his finger and placed it in front of the window. Jennifer picked up the ring, examined it for a while, then swallowed it whole. Closing her eyes, she said, All right, no problem." After her inspection, she spat the ring out and placed it in front of the window, gesturing for Harag to take it back. Harag frowned at the saliva-covered ring, but reluctantly took it back. He already sensed that Jennifer was also an official wizard, and didn't want to offend her right after arriving. After checking the ring, Jennifer pushed off with her feet, causing the chair to retreat with a heavy sound. She then opened the drawer in front and rummaged through it chaotically. After a while, she pulled out a yellowed piece of paper from a pile of wrinkled sheets. "Fill out this form." Larry handed the form to Harag, who took it and glanced at it. It was titled Moonlight Forest New Member Registration Form. Larry advised, "Don't fill it out carelessly. You can leave spaces blank, but don't lie. There is enchantment magic on this form." This prompted Harag to notice the faint flow of magic power within the paper, subtle enough to go unnoticed without special attention. Beside the window was a quill and a bottle of ink, which Harag took to carefully fill out his information. The form was detailed age, gender, birthplace, practice of meditation methods, duration of practice. He even noticed a section asking, "Are you a virgin?" Sign your name in this spot after you finish filling it out. Larry pointed to a blank space at the end. Harag checked it again, making sure everything that needed to be filled in was completed, and then signed his name at the bottom. The form instantly burst into blue flames, and Harag instinctively withdrew his hand, only to realize the flames had no temperature. The flames spread quickly, engulfing the entire form, which was soon consumed without leaving a trace of ash. "Welcome to the Moonlight Forest," Larry said blandly. Jennifer pulled out a small slip of paper, then picked up a stamp and pressed it heavily onto the slip, with such force that Harag wondered if the paper might get damaged. "Go to the materials office to receive your items." Jennifer handed the slip through the window. Harag looked at it. The slip contained his basic information and a list of supplies. 1 wizard apprentice robe. 1 magic net talisman stone. 3 core selection vouchers. 1 room in the Northern Forest area dormitory. 1 library first floor privileges borrowing card. The list was quite long, containing many items. The materials office window had many people lined up, already forming a long queue. "Good evening, Mr. Larry. Looks like there's a newcomer and quite a handsome chap. Mr. Larry, when will your herbalism class start again, or can I pay for a private lesson?" All those in line were wizard apprentices. Once someone noticed Larry, the others turned to greet him as well. Larry maintained a blank expression. "I'm busy with experiments recently, so I have no time to open a class nor to provide tutoring." "Mr. Larry, do you teach herbalism?" Harag asked. "I generally teach herbalism and magic potion, but I haven't had the time to start any classes lately," Larry replied. After queuing for a while, Harag signed a slip and then received his pile of items. The wizard apprentice robe was gray-brown and felt very soft to the touch. This robe had certain magical defense properties, reducing spell damage received by the wearer. The magic net talisman stone was a rectangular transparent crystal. When Harag input magic power into it, a virtual screen was projected from the crystal, displaying options such as friends, course schedule, tasks, and tavern gossip. Larry took out a similar talisman stone and said, "The magic net is a wide-area magic developed jointly by our Karg wizard organization, primarily used for information transmission, and it's been established for 2,000 years. The talisman stone is important. You need to learn how to use it. Through the stone, you can connect with other wizards, check courses, enroll in courses, and browse tasks published by others. The number in the upper right corner is your ID, which others can use to add you as a friend and contact you. There are many functions, so take some time to learn them." "Isn't this just a communicator?" Harag quickly got the hang of it and even proactively added Larry as a friend. The course selection vouchers were 3 green cards, with the Moonlight Forest emblem on the front and usage instructions on the back. Larry explained, Many of the official wizards in the organization will offer various courses, and you need to register at least a week in advance. You can check this month's courses through the course schedule, which shows dates and locations. Typically, enrolling in courses requires paying with gold coins or magic stones, and some courses have specific requirements set by the instructor, like providing certain materials before you can enroll. These 3 course vouchers allow you to enroll in any standard course. You should carefully consider how to use these 3 vouchers. I recommend signing up for some basic courses. Even if you enroll in advanced courses, you won't understand them and will waste the opportunity. Hereg asked Mr. Larry, do you have any recommended courses? Larry pondered. Mr. Oleg Zodev's Basic Principles of Spell Model Construction and Miss Loli Afin's Basic Principles of Meditation are both quite suitable for you. Choosing these 2 can't go wrong. The rest should depend on your own situation and what you want to learn. Thank you, Mr. Larry. If your herbalism and magic potion courses start, I'll definitely enroll, Hereg said with a smile. I suggest studying those 2 courses later as they require sufficient funds. You won't be able to do many experiments without money, and the materials are quite expensive, Larry said seriously. Hereg took out the dark magic stone and asked, how much is a magic stone worth in gold coins? The market price is 100 gold coins, but no one would sell magic stones to get gold coins, as others would think you're a fool. Transactions between wizards are often settled with magic stones, not gold coins. Larry led Hereg out of the affairs hall, next heading to the dormitory in the northern forest area. Hereg took out a copper key with a small wooden tag attached to its end, on which was written, Room 443, Northern Forest Area. The interior of the Moonlight Forest was even larger than what Hereg had seen from the outside. After leaving the affairs hall, it took him a full half-hour to walk through various streets and alleys before reaching the North Forest Area dormitory. The Northern Forest Area was a forested mountain region with thick trees, and within the forest were scattered 3-story cottages. These cottages served as dormitories for wizard apprentices, 1 person per cottage. On the way to room 443, Hereg noticed that each of these cottages was different, with colors varied and some with small vegetable gardens next to them, well tended. Larry explained, once assigned to you. This house belongs to you, so you can remodel it to your liking. Where do you live, Mr. Larry? Hereg asked curiously. I live in the town, Larry replied. Larry stopped and looked back at the buildings they had just passed and said, the area we just walked through is called the town, where only official wizards can live. The Northern Forest Area is generally for wizard apprentices, though some remain there even after becoming official wizards. It all depends on personal preference. The houses in town have spatial magic, so the interior space is quite large. I see, Hereg mused, preferring the solitary forest homes for their tranquility. Here we are. My task is complete. If you have any more questions, you can consult the affairs hall. Someone there will be able to help you. Larry finished and then vanished into a wisp of smoke. Mr. Larry sure clocks out quickly, Hereg observed, hardly having time to thank him. He turned back to look at his new home, a 3-story detached structure surrounded by dense forest, a stream gently flowing nearby. This environment, though lacking a bit of the lived-in feel, was very suitable for a wizard's life, as both wizard meditation and experimental research required a quiet setting. Hereg inserted the copper key into the door slot, and once inside, the door activated with a flow of magic, unlocking automatically with a click. After the door opened, the lights inside the room automatically illuminated, casting a soft yellow glow. The room was furnished completely with tables, chairs, and other furniture, and there was a stack of wood beside the fireplace. Some oil paintings hung on the walls, mostly landscapes. The lamps on the walls resembled those on the ship, but with a more refined design, softer light, and a pale yellow stone inside. The first floor of the house was a lounge and kitchen. The second floor had 3 rooms, 1 bedroom, 1 study, and 1 empty. The third floor was an attic with a lower height, suitable for storing sundries. The kitchen was equipped with complete dinnerware and various condiments, and Hereg also found tea leaves and coffee. Hereg lit the wood to start a fire in the fireplace, then heated a kettle and brewed a cup of coffee for himself. After a brief rest, Hereg began to arrange the subsequent plan. Shenlin, provide a suggested study plan. The suggested study plan is as follows. 1. Study basic principles of meditation. 2. Study basic principles of spell model construction. 3. Study multiple languages. 4. Study a defensive level 0 spell. 5. Study an attack magic. Shenlin devised a series of plans, and Harag realized he had a significant amount of work ahead of him as he looked at the schedule. He checked the timetable through the talisman stone. Classes at Moonlight Forest were scheduled from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., each lasting 3 hours. This month, almost every single day was packed with different types of classes, including anatomy, necrobiology, shadow studies, etc. Harag searched and found Lowly Aphan's Basic Principles of Meditation, which was conveniently starting a new round of classes next Monday. This price, he glanced at the cost of the course, which required 15 gold coins. Gold coins were to be paid in person, but Harag had a course voucher. He could simply use the voucher then. Moonlight Forest periodically converted the vouchers into gold coins for the teaching wizards. The meditation class consisted of 3 sessions, totaling 9 hours. Just one course costs 15 gold coins, and it's only a basic course. Harag took out his wallet from his space ring and counted it, finding only 20 gold coins in total. Let's see the tasks. Harag accessed the task section to survey the situation. Wanted herbalism experimental assistant, must possess herbalism knowledge, hired after passing on-site assessment, payment 30 gold coins. Looking for assistance in slaying a mountain giant, requires at least a second-class apprentice with 2 or more attack magic spells, payment 20 magic stones. Collect Ghost Valley walking grass, 20 gold coins per plant. The talisman stone could only browse tasks and contact task publishers. Posting tasks required going to the affairs hall, filling in the information, and paying a deposit, whereby the task would subsequently update on the magic net. Each talisman stone was bound to the corresponding wizard, and its internal functions varied depending on the wizard organization. The usage distance of the talisman stone was also limited. It could only be used within the area where the 8 wizard organizations were located. Beyond that, it became unusable, though it sufficed for everyday use. Harag ended up enrolling in Basic Principles of Meditation, Basic Principles of Spell Model Construction, and Basic Introduction to Herbalism. He calculated that the 3 courses would normally require 70 gold coins. In herbalism, Larry temporarily had no course plans, so Harag opted for the course of a female witch named Yuna. The 3 courses would be completed within 3 weeks, and Harag's next plan was to borrow books. The courses here did not provide textbooks, so wizard apprentices had to prepare them themselves. They could directly borrow from libraries if a copy was available. Otherwise, they could only purchase from other wizard apprentices. The library at Moonlight Forest was the tallest building here, with a full 17 floors. This library, already over 2,000 years old, housed a variety of books. Harag's library card privileges were at the lowest level, allowing him to borrow books only from the first floor. Fortunately, the 3 books required for his classes were foundational and located on the first floor. Harag borrowed the textbooks for meditation and herbalism, but the ones for spell model construction were already borrowed out, with none left for now. You can check the flea market. The librarian noticed he was a newcomer and suggested helpfully. The library administrator said, "Wizards in the forest sell unneeded items there, everything imaginable. You can go take a look." Following the librarian's directions, Harag reached the west side of the town. Where the flea market was not much different from ordinary street markets, except it was quieter, as wizards generally kept to themselves. Many wizard apprentices manning stalls were absorbed in reading books, putting their studies aside only to conduct business when someone asked. The stalls offered various oddities, including body parts of unidentified animals, common sights by now. Harag even noticed someone selling dung, labeled as dragon dung. Oddly enough, the dung seemed fresh, hardly resembling dragon dung. Harag frowned and hurriedly moved away from the area, toward stalls featuring books. One stall had several piles of books, and the vendor was a bespectacled, slender boy. "Do you have the book Basic Principles of Spell Model Construction?" Harag asked. The boy adjusted his glasses and nodded, "Yes." He struggled to search through the pile of books, appearing to have forgotten its location, and after considerable effort, finally found it. "How much is it?" Hereg asked. 50 silver coins." Hereg was a bit incredulous. "How much?" The boy explained, "That's the going rate. I bought it for 50 silver coins as well. You can sell it after the class and recoup your costs. We all do this. Buying these books is merely to break even, not to make a profit." To be cautious, Hereg asked around at other stalls and found that the boy's claims were true. While he didn't entirely believe they weren't making profits, the market price was indeed thus. Here, Hereg counted out 50 silver coins and took the spell model book. Once the boy tallied the silver coins, he asked, "You're a newcomer, right? You can add me as a talisman stone friend. I have a lot of books." "Okay," Hereg agreed, figuring it would expedite future book searches. "Hello, I'm Leo Severin." Leo smiled. After adding him, Hereg's friend list contained 2 contacts. "I wonder what Lillian's talisman stone ID is." Hereg suddenly pondered. They were unaware of the talisman stone's existence before coming, and they were currently reliant on letters for contact. Hereg returned home and sat at his desk to write a letter informing Lillian about his current situation, and attached his talisman stone number. There was a mailbox in town, so Hereg dropped it off the next day on his way to class. Lady Loli's meditation course was held in a high tower, and there weren't many wizard apprentices attending, only 5 people. Hereg glanced at the others and noticed they were all first-class apprentices like him who had just joined. He was the only one who came by ship from the sea. Moonlight Forest had more than just one source of new blood. Lady Loli appeared to be around 30 years old, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Her attire was rather bold, with long legs draped in black silk, perfectly outlining their curves. "Thank you all for registering for my course. I will use these 3 classes to explain the basic principles of meditation." Lady Loli opened her textbook and began to teach. As you all know, meditation is about sensing the ubiquitous free energies, absorbing and converting them to enhance our spiritual power, thus increasing our strength. Even without learning any meditation method, simply meditating can complete this process, but at a much slower and less efficient pace. That is why meditation methods were born. Although most meditation methods differ, the basic principle is the same, which is the contemplation method. The contemplation method involves selecting an anchor for yourself, and during meditation, using this anchor to speed up the absorption of free energy. Different anchors create different meditation methods, and the effects vary. Common anchors include earth, vegetation, and rivers. These types of anchors are the most common but have average efficiency. It is said that in ancient times, there were meditation methods to contemplate the sun, moon, and stars. These methods were immensely powerful and had high limits but are lost to history. Relevant information has been gathered. Data on meditation methods are being supplemented. As Hereg listened to the lecture, Shenlin was also inputting and analyzing the information conveyed by Lady Loli. Hereg instantly felt enlightened by her lecture. Merely reading the textbook hadn't given him such a profound understanding. Lady Loli's explanation made him feel as if a veil had been lifted. The Starry Sky meditation technique is truly extraordinary. He realized after the first class the uniqueness of the Starry Sky meditation technique. Typically, a meditation method involves continually contemplating a single anchor to increase spiritual power with limited efficiency. The Starry Sky meditation technique's anchor has no limit. With each successful meditation on a new star, his spiritual power could immediately grow. 2 days later, Hereg had completed the 3 meditation classes. Besides gaining valuable insights, Shenlin had also collected much useful information. The information on the meditation method is sufficient to upgrade and optimize the Starry Sky meditation technique by consuming 360% magic power. Would you like to upgrade and optimize? Shenlin provided a prompt, which was something Hereg didn't anticipate. He asked what improvements come with upgrade and optimization. After optimization, the Starry Sky meditation technique will modify the meditation method to a combination array map method, significantly enhancing meditation speed. Upgrade and optimize the Starry Sky meditation technique. Upgrade and optimization underway. Estimated time: 5 days, 3 hours, and 25 minutes. Herag felt his own magic power draining slowly. This power was supplied to Shenlin for computing the upgrade and optimization. He didn't expect it to take so long. Constructing a spell model for the partial petrification technique only took 25 minutes. The magic power consumption was even more astonishing. A 360% consumption meant he would nearly exhaust his magic power and have to wait for it to replenish before continuing the meditation method upgrade. Fortunately, the magic power consumption was not all at once, and the meditation method upgrade could pause and await magic power recovery. During the meditation method upgrade, Herag took out the book Basic Principles of Spell Model Construction to read. Classes would start in a few days, and he needed to prepare in advance. There was a knocking sound at the door, and when Herag opened it, he found a middle-aged man with a large package on his back. Also a wizard apprentice. "Hello, are you Mr. Herag Merlin?" he asked, holding a note. "That's me, what's the matter?" Herag inquired. The man took out a wooden box from the large package on his back and said, "I am Ivo, responsible for delivering and retrieving things in the forest. This is something sent to you by Miss Lillian from Audiobook Academy." Oh, Herag received the wooden box. Feeling its weight, it wasn't clear what was inside. "Please sign here." Ivo fished out a quill pen from his pocket, moistened it with his mouth, and handed it to Herag. Herag carefully grasped the quill by its end and signed his name on the note. "Thank you. If you have anything to send, just find me." Ivo smiled, put away the note, and carried the large package to his next destination. Using a bit of force, Herag opened the lid of the wooden box. Inside was a small golden cloth bag and a letter. He first opened the letter. "If I don't reach out to you, you won't write to me, huh? This is the first time in my life writing to a man. Recently, Professor Nina accepted me as her student, and she covers all my study expenses and treats me very well. I asked Professor Nina about it specifically. I heard that courses in Moonlight Forest are very expensive, and you're likely to earn gold coins and magic stones by completing tasks to procure resources yourself. I figured since I don't need gold coins right now and have plenty to spare, I sent you 500 gold coins. Remember, I'm lending it to you, and you have to pay it back later. But being the generous person I am, I won't charge you interest. After you receive it, make sure to count them. I don't quite trust the person delivering the items. Here, let's work hard together, and remember not to take on too dangerous tasks. Life is long, and there's no need to take unnecessary risks. Lastly, I'm still resentful about you not writing to me. Remember to add me as a talisman stone friend after receiving this letter, and be sure to write me back. Lillian Stewart, Holy Radiance Calendar 4175, June 25th. Herag murmured after reading the letter, "The 25th, so she wrote it the same day I wrote mine. She hadn't received my letter yet when she wrote it." He picked up the exquisite golden cloth bag, and upon opening it, found it filled with glittering gold coins. "Shenlin, count how many gold coins there are." Herag immediately instructed Shenlin to count them. "There are a total of 500 gold coins. Looks like none are missing. This amount of money is a timely help." These 500 gold coins were truly a lifesaver for Herag, as he was in dire need of money. With these coins, he could focus on learning the knowledge he wanted, quickly enhance his abilities without expending too much effort in completing tasks to earn money. "Does this mean I'm living off someone else's favor?" Herag chuckled, took out the talisman stone, and entered Lillian's talisman stone number to add her as a friend. "Your permission does not currently allow cross-organization communication." The talisman stone displayed a message. Herag hadn't anticipated such a restriction, but upon reflection, he understood why. He was just a first-class wizard apprentice, and the relationships among wizard organizations were complex, involving both cooperation and conflict. If he were an insider infiltrating, it would be easy to leak information. Starry Sky Meditation Technique Upgrade. Optimization is complete. Herag closed his eyes and began to meditate. After the upgrade of the Starry Sky Meditation Technique, the 3.5 stars in Herag's mind, which were originally scattered randomly, are now connected together. Shenlin added an auxiliary background, and Herag understood. It resembled the 1,000 array maps he encountered when deciphering the pocket watch, but these maps had fewer points. The existing 3 stars are sequentially positioned on several magic power points of the first map. Herag calculated that there are 7 more magic power points on this map. The 3 stars form part of an array map connected in a continuous line. During meditation, Herag discovered that the 3 stars had a slight connection, significantly increasing the speed of meditation. The 4th star was initially expected to take another month, but at this pace, it would be solidified within a week. In addition to the increased meditation speed, the speed of magic power circulation also improved considerably. Partial petrification. Herag's right hand turned grayish-white. Shenlin, how long did this casting take? This partial petrification took 0.86 seconds. Herag contemplated. 0.86 seconds. It previously took 1.3 seconds. The improvement is notable. This 0.5-second improvement can be considered significant, playing an important role in real combat situations. Once the first array map is completed, there should be further changes. Herag decided to enroll in multiple courses to provide Shenlin with sufficient data support and information entry. With Shenlin's powerful data analysis and calculation capabilities, Herag only needs to input enough data, and Shenlin can accomplish many tasks. During the upgrade period of the meditation method, Herag took the time to write another letter to Lillian. Due to the permission restrictions of the Moonlight Forest Talisman Stone, they can only communicate via letters. The basic principles of spell model construction data has been entered, increasing spell model construction speed by 20%. The herbalism database has been updated, adding multiple magic potion material effects and uses, new conventional magic potion refining procedures, new Wolf's Bane potion formula, and White Fresh Cure potion formula. In 5 days, Herag completed the basic principles of spell model construction course and the basic introduction to herbalism course. At the same time, the 4th star of the Starry Sky meditation technique was also successfully meditated on. Herag Merlin, Power 2.2, Agility 2.0, Constitution 3.0, Spirit 6.9, Magic Power 100%. After this successful meditation, other physical data had minor improvements as well. 2 stars left to become a second-class apprentice. Herag silently calculated. Once he meets the spiritual power criteria, he can attempt to break through to a second-class apprentice. Next is learning 2 spells. Currently, Herag only had 1 spell, partial petrification, and his offensive and defensive means were too limited. Level 0 spells generally have dedicated spell model books, just like partial petrification. Herag can opt to purchase from an official wizard or seek to buy from fellow wizard apprentices. He thought of Leo, the one with glasses, and took out a talisman stone, opened the friend list, and sent a message. Do you have any level 0 spell models? A while later, Leo replied, yes, what type do you need? 1 offensive and 1 defensive. For offense, there's Ice Cone Technique, Small Fireball Technique, Corrosive Arrow, for defense, Ice Shield. Leo then projected several diagrams showing the overview spell models of these spells, along with brief data and effect descriptions. Ice Cone Technique. High magic power consumption, fast speed, strong attack with freezing effect. Affected in hot areas. Small Fireball Technique. High magic power consumption, moderate speed, strong attack with explosion and burning effect, can't be cast underwater. Corrosive Arrow. Moderate magic power consumption, extremely fast speed, strong attack with a corrosion effect. Ice Shield. High magic power consumption, weak resistance to fire attribute spells. After a quick scan, Herag asked, how much? Each is 2 magic stones, or 300 gold coins if paying with gold coins. So expensive. Herag hadn't realized level 0 spells were priced this high. Leo replied, that's the standard price. Compared to magic potion materials, level 0 spell models are quite cheap. The prices for level 0 spells are transparent. You can easily find out. However, newly joined wizard apprentices usually can't afford level 0 spells. Generally, they do some tasks to earn magic stones before studying level 0 spells. If you accept tasks, it's best to find those rewarding magic stones. Gold coin tasks, while simple, are too slow. Herag wandered around the Gossip Tavern for a while, searching level 0 spells with keywords, and indeed found it to be this price. He opened Leo's chat window and replied, I'll take the corrosive arrow, I'll pay with gold coins. All right, I'll bring it to you. Where do you live? 10 minutes later, Leo arrived with a heavy book and a bunch of drafts. He also lived in the northern forest region, not far from here. This is the spell model for corrosive arrow you wanted, and these drafts are some of my previous calculations, which you can use as a reference. Leo's drafts were densely filled with many parameters and formulas, with a neat reasoning process. Here's 300 gold coins, count them. Herag's money pouch was suddenly much lighter, which pained him a little. Lillian probably didn't expect Herag's gold coin consumption to be this quick. Leo adjusted his glasses and used magic power to let the gold coins jump one by one into his pocket. Transaction complete. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. When I'm not busy, I can provide answers. The corrosive arrow spell is a bit challenging. After checking all the coins, Leo got up to leave. All right, thank you. Herag got up to see Leo to the door. After closing the door, Herag sighed. I didn't expect there to be after-sales service. Leo indeed has the air of a researcher. Apart from the long robe provided by the florist, Leo's clothes were simple coarse cloth garments. His hurried appearance suggested that he was probably busy researching spell. Herag guessed that his life might also be tight. Otherwise, he wouldn't have set up a stall at the flea market. The wizarding profession is indeed very costly. Right now, Herag only has over 200 gold coins and 1 magic stone left, just enough to buy a second-level 0 spell. For now, no suitable defensive spell is available. He felt the Ice Shield spell was too limited, and many people knew the small fireball technique, which often gets restricted. Among the 3 offensive spells, he eliminated the small fireball technique first because his ring was already enchanted with this spell, though the casting speed is slower. The ice cone technique wasn't suitable for sustained combat. His spiritual power was lacking, his magic was limited, and the ice cone technique consumed too much magic power. Thus, he finally went with the corrosive arrow spell, as its usage scenarios are relatively broad. Though he didn't need Leo's drafts much, Shenlin could complete all the calculation processes. Even the spell model construction didn't need to be done manually. Nevertheless, he went through the drafts in their entirety, recognizing Leo as a very logical wizard. Shenlin, begin entering corrosive arrow data, and then start constructing the corrosive arrow spell model. Corrosive arrow data has been entered. Corrosive arrow spell model analysis is complete. Corrosive arrow spell model construction plan is complete. Herag waited for a few minutes, and Shenlin processed the information related to the corrosive arrow, ready to start constructing the spell model at any time. Shenlin, start constructing the corrosive arrow spell model. The task has been archived, estimated remaining time 20 minutes, estimated magic power consumption 17%, 20 minutes. The number of parameters and formulas for corrosive arrow is nearly twice that of partial petrification technique. Yet it takes 5 minutes less than constructing the partial petrification technique. It seems that the spell model class was really worth it, Herag analyzed. In Herag's mind, Shenlin was precisely controlling spiritual power to construct the corrosive arrow spell model, calculating each step's parameters and formulas at the speed of light, the process seamless. 20 minutes later, corrosive arrow spell model construction completed. Remaining magic power, 83%. Herag pulled a log from beside the fireplace and placed it in the middle of the living room, then stepped a few meters away. He controlled his magic power, channeling it into the corrosive arrow spell model in his mind. A black energy arrow with some green in it appeared before him, forming quickly. Shenlin's statistics showed it only took 0.12 seconds to complete this spell casting. Herag guided the corrosive arrow to shoot out and hit the log in the living room. The log was split in half from the cross-section. Black corrosive energy began to spread, and in the blink of an eye, the 2 halves of the log were covered by corrosive energy, making a sizzling sound. A pungent smell was released. Herag approached to examine, and bubbles were emerging on the surface of the log. The corrosiveness of the energy was very strong, penetrating deep into the log, swiftly corroding the 2 halves into hollowed-out decay. The effect is good. Herag was quite satisfied with this corrosive arrow. If the corrosive arrow hit a person, it would torment them like bone-entrenched maggots, difficult to handle. Remaining magic power, 77%. Herag contemplated. Casting the corrosive arrow once consumes 6% magic power. This spell doesn't have the straightforward destructive power of fireball technique or ice cone technique, but it excels in sustained combat, high tolerance for mistakes. I can miss many shots, but once you are hit, you will be entirely on the defensive. But similarly, right now, I have no means of defending against other people's spells. Herag frowned. This was a problem that needed quick resolution. He opened the talisman stone, sent Leo a message. Do you have anything besides Ice Shield? Can you find other defensive magic? After a moment, Leo replied, For now, I only have Ice Shield. You might want to post a task to purchase or ask an official wizard you know. They usually have more options. Herag decided to ask Larry. If all else failed, he'd have to post a task to acquire a defensive magic. The key problem was that he didn't have much money on him right now. Mr. Larry, are you there? I'd like to buy a level 0 defensive spell model. Do you happen to have one suitable? Herag asked directly. The message went hours without a response, but Herag wasn't anxious, poured a cup of coffee, and continued reading the book on corrosive arrow. After a while, there was finally a reply from Larry. I have one. Suitable for you are Ice Shield, Mana Shield, and Dark Energy Shield. Ice Shield has strong defense against physical attacks, but is relatively weak against many spells. Mana Shield has some defense against both physical and spells, but requires continuous magic power consumption. Dark Energy Shield is strong against both physical and spells, but its drawback is its vulnerability to light element spell attacks, although encounters with light element attack spells are rare. Herag weighed the options for a while, having an idea, and asked Larry for advice. Mr. Larry, do you have any suggestions? Considering your situation comprehensively, I recommend Mana Shield and Dark Energy Shield. But Dark Energy Shield is complex to learn, too high tier for a novice wizard apprentice like you, so Mana Shield is preferable, Larry replied. Thank you, Mr. Larry, I've decided. On Dark Energy Shield, how much is that? Larry wrote back, 3 magic stones. I only have 1 magic stone and 200 gold coins. Can I owe you one? Herag looked at his pockets, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right, come to my house tomorrow. The location is Building 5, Zone C in the town. Larry agreed to Herag's credit request. Thank you, Mr. Larry. Herag was genuinely grateful to Larry, who appeared unapproachable, but quite helpful to wizard apprentices. Considering the actual market price, Larry still took a loss, not to mention one still owed. Herag arrived in the town early the next day, following signs to locate Building 5, Zone C. He looked up at the 7-story-high Building 5, marveling at the excellent treatment wizards receive. Such a large building belonged solely to Larry. At the main entrance, there was a doorbell which Herag pressed lightly. Soon the door opened, but he didn't see anyone. I'm here, a voice came from below. Looking down, Herag saw a green-skinned goblin in ragged clothes. You're Mr. Herag, I'll lead you upstairs, said the goblin, walking ahead. All right, thank you. Herag was curious about seeing humanoid species for the first time. The goblin murmured, You're the first wizard to say thank you to me. Herag was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. The stairs in Larry's house spiraled upward. After ascending, Herag looked up to see an interior space with at least a dozen levels, much higher than the external view of 7 stories. The goblin led Herag to the 4th floor, a laboratory-looking area, with cultivated plants in containers and various specimens soaked in jars everywhere. Various colored potions were placed on some shelves, none of which Herag could distinguish with his limited knowledge. Herag, you've arrived. Gami, you may go now. Larry appeared holding a test tube with yellow liquid. Yes, master. The goblin saluted, then shuffled downstairs. Watching him depart curiously, Larry laughed. This is a house elf, quite common. But Gami is already old. Has forgotten some elf magic, doesn't serve much purpose now aside from cleaning. The room was overly crowded, even the floor was covered with unidentified plants. The plants' branches and leaves extended, leaving little space to stand. Freshly brewed coffee. With a flick of Larry's finger, a cup of coffee floated over to the table. Herag glanced around the room, which was filled with magic potion tubes, and then looked at the coffee, sensing that the aroma seemed different. Larry laughed. Don't worry, it won't be contaminated by potions. I always follow safety standards during experiments. Herag awkwardly smiled and took a sip of the coffee, finding the taste acceptable. Come with me? Larry took off the gloves from his hands, plugged the test tube he was holding with a cork, and put it on a rack nearby. In the inner room, there was a desk. Larry picked up a book and a notebook from it. This is the spell model for the Dark Energy Shield, and this notebook contains all my research as a wizard apprentice on this spell. I hope it can be helpful to you, Larry said. Thank you, Mr. Larry. Herag noticed that the thickness of this notebook was almost catching up with the book. Ordinary wizard apprentices really have to put in tremendous effort to learn a spell, spending countless energy and time to complete the construction of a spell model. The Dark Energy Shield spell is highly practical, but also very challenging. For you, it might take a long time to learn. Don't rush, make sure to fully understand it before constructing the spell model. Otherwise, it might damage your mind and affect future advancement. Larry offered some suggestions and then talked about points to pay attention to, including some pitfalls he had previously encountered. Only after a whole hour did Herag leave Larry's home. These experience shares are worth 2 magic stones, Herag thought to himself. Even though he had Shenlun and didn't need to worry about the model construction, these experiences were still very valuable. Although the spell models for partial petrification, technique and corrosive arrow had been successfully constructed, Herag never stopped researching these spell models. He needed to analyze, learn, and summarize on his own, without relying too heavily on Shenlun. Only with a deep understanding of these principles can he increase his future potential. After returning home, Herag immediately let Shenlun begin analyzing the spell model for the Dark Energy Shield, while he carefully read through the book and notebook content. The analysis and organization of the Dark Energy Shield spell model and related materials are complete and ready for spell model construction at any time. A few minutes later, Shenlun finished analyzing and organizing the relevant materials. Begin construction of the Dark Energy Shield spell model. Task has been filed. Estimated remaining time is 45 minutes with an expected magic power consumption of 48%. The Dark Energy Shield spell was more complex than Herag imagined, with the time and magic power consumed for the spell model construction far exceeding that of the other 2 level 0 spells. While reading the book and notebook, Herag found that the parameters and formulas for partial petrification technique and corrosive arrow were generally under 50, but the Dark Energy Shield spell had over 90 parameters and over 60 related formulas. Moreover, this spell also involved knowledge related to dark energy, which required learning fundamental knowledge related to elemental magic. For ordinary wizard apprentices, this spell was indeed too high tier, and learning it would be laborious. Herag prepared to thoroughly study the related knowledge of this spell. Shenlun could enhance his immediate combat power, but he couldn't slack off in researching and learning these spells himself. With Shenlun, he could obtain precise data, which would help him learn and understand faster. 45 minutes later, the Dark Energy Shield spell model construction is complete. Herag put down the book and began to cast the Dark Energy Shield to see the effect. A black and purple energy shield appeared around Herag's body, providing 365-degree no-blind spot defense. Shenlun, how effective is this shield's defense? Herag asked. According to calculations, can withstand 3 small fireball techniques released by you, Shenlun replied. 3 times? Not bad. Herag was quite satisfied, as the small fireball technique was already considered one of the more powerful level 0 spells, and the Dark Energy Shield significantly improved his defense capability and forgiveness. Shenlun provided another tip. If it were a 2nd class or 3rd class wizard apprentice, the strength of released spells would be higher, and it would be expected to only withstand 1.5 times. This was as Herag expected, and as for official wizards with a vast power gap, no shield would work. Now I finally have some basic combat capability. After completing the learning of these 2 spells, Herag started planning his next step, which was to make money. Nothing can be done without magic stones and gold coins. Courses and resources all require money. He took out the talisman stone and opened the task interface to start searching for suitable tasks. Herag's standard for searching for tasks was low danger level, and the task rewards are magic stones. Hunt the magical beast giant spirit spider, ensuring the integrity of the silk cocoon, task reward of 20 magic stones. Herag looked up information on the giant spirit spider and immediately gave up on this task. The giant spirit spider requires at least a third-class wizard apprentice to handle, and ensuring the integrity of the silk cocoon added great difficulty. Probably only official wizards or particularly skilled third-class wizard apprentices could take on this task. Necromancy experiment assistant wanted, requires knowledge in necromancy, at least a second-class wizard apprentice, task reward of 5 magic stones. This task Herag could also only pass on since he lacked the required strength and knowledge, and necromancy spells generally carry certain risks, with necromancy experiments having the highest accident rate. Many necromancers end up neither dead nor alive due to accidents during experiments. Assassination team hiring, target is a third-class apprentice, requires at least a second-class wizard apprentice with strong combat capabilities, task reward of 15 magic stones. Herag sighed slightly. With insufficient strength, he lacked the qualifications for many tasks. There are too few magic stone tasks available for first-class wizard apprentices, and it took Herag 2 hours to finally find one that seemed suitable. Harvest sleeping mushrooms in the moonlight forest. Exchange 10 mushrooms for 1 magic stone. Less than 10 will be exchanged for 10 gold coins. Herag didn't rush to sign up, but first went to the gossip tavern to gather information. After reading some posts, he roughly understood that this task was available every spring and summer. Sleeping mushrooms are a very important magic potion material, required in many magic potion formulas, with high demand. This task is published by the Moonlight Forest, accessible to all wizard apprentices. However, apart from first-class wizard apprentices, few people take on this task due to its low efficiency. Sleeping mushrooms are hidden underground, making them difficult to search for and pick. They have the characteristic of masking magic power, making them hard to find. Many people spend 3 to 5 days in the moonlight forest and may not even find 10, which is too time-consuming. Only first-class wizards often take on this mission, as it's one of the few tasks that can earn magic stones, and it's relatively safe. Herag continued to browse some information about the sleeping mushrooms, which generally grow 20 to 30 centimeters below the ground. Experienced individuals typically rely on their experience to observe if the ground is suitable for sleeping mushrooms, and then dig to check for them. This method also has a low success rate. Veterans also need to spend a lot of time. Perhaps I can let Deep Blue give it a try. After considering comprehensively, Herag believed this mission might be quite suitable for him. This mission doesn't require formal acceptance. After picking the sleeping mushrooms, you can directly exchange them for magic stones at the operations hall. Once Herag made his decision, he started preparing, needing to buy some related items at the flea market. The Moonlight Forest is located north of the Northern Forest region, taking an hour on foot or just over 20 minutes by carriage. There's a station at the entrance of the Northern Forest region where you can take a carriage to the Moonlight Forest. The fare is 2 silver coins. Free for official wizards, although official wizards generally don't take the carriage. While waiting for the carriage at the station, Herag noticed 3 others also waiting, all wearing wizard apprentice robes. Are you going to the Moonlight Forest too? After a brief silence, a chubby wizard initiated the conversation. Yes, it's my first time going there, a frail wizard apprentice said somewhat nervously. After a brief introduction, the 4 of them got to know each other a bit. The chubby wizard is named Macken, the frail one is called Luca, and the other is named Sunny. Macken had been there 3 times, having earned a magic stone and some gold coins. The other 2 were first-timers like Herag. Don't go too deep into the Moonlight Forest, stay on the outskirts, Macken advised. Why, this mission should be quite low risk, Luca asked. Macken explained, the mission itself isn't dangerous, but the deeper parts of the Moonlight Forest not only have magical beasts, but you might also encounter people from the Green Cottage. Green Cottage. The Moonlight Forest is pretty far from them. It should be hard to encounter them, right? Luca said, recalling the topography. The probability is indeed low, but someone once went too deep and encountered people from Green Cottage, got tortured to death, and their body was hung at the entrance of the Moonlight Forest. Mackin recounted with a look of fear, as if experiencing it himself. Sonny immediately added, "That possibility indeed exists. Members of Green Cottage also come to the Moonlight Forest to gather resources, so it's best to keep a certain distance. We are all first-class wizard apprentices. We shouldn't go in too deep." Hereg listened to their conversation, quietly staying aside without speaking. This information he had learned before, mentioned by someone at the Gossip Tavern. After chatting for a while, the carriage finally arrived. The horse pulling the carriage was a Hellfoot, a hybrid of a magical beast. Flames emitted from its hooves, and it was very fast. The carriages in the Moonlight Forest didn't have drivers. Hellfoot would pull the carriages back and forth along a fixed route, returning to the stable by itself at dark. The space inside the carriage was small, accommodating 6 people. Hellfoot glanced back to confirm that Herag and the others had boarded, then started running, leaving scorched marks where its flaming hooves tread. The road bore many such footprints. It was early morning, and Herag and the others needed to hurry back before sunset. No matter where you are, forests are particularly dangerous at night. Over 20 minutes later, the 4 alighted at the Moonlight Forest station. After reaching the station, Hellfoot would pause briefly there, and after ensuring no one disembarked, it would continue onward. The trees within the Moonlight Forest were vast and tall, clearly aged for many years. The ground underneath typically had dense, low shrubs, and near the entrance, there were some distinctly shaped path trails made by frequent visitors over the years. Walking further in, the paths disappeared entirely, making it particularly laborious to navigate such jungles. Herag pulled out the longsword from his waist, paving a way while he walked. He chose a direction and began his search, as did the other 3, each picking a direction to start looking for sleeping mushrooms. Shenlin, begin underground scanning for sleeping mushrooms. Herag commanded Shenlin to survey the surroundings. After his physical enhancement, Shenlin's scanning range expanded to 250 meters. Sleeping mushrooms typically reside 20 to 30 centimeters underground, which was more than sufficient. The surface of sleeping mushrooms is coated with a special substance that shields against magic power, though it has no effect on Shenlin. Sleeping mushrooms detected, location marked in red. Shenlin promptly notified Herag after just a few steps. In Herag's vision, a red, shuttle-shaped mushroom lay a few meters ahead, underground. Herag took out a shovel from his space ring, and at the marked spot began digging. He was extra cautious while digging, knowing the mushrooms were situated so close to the surface that any carelessness could damage them. A few minutes later, Herag caught sight of the sleeping mushroom's top. The sleeping mushroom had no cap, its body was entirely purple. Herag cleared the surrounding soil from the sleeping mushroom's location and easily extracted it. The first sleeping mushroom was secured. Herag pressed forward, with Shenlin's assistance saving him considerable observation time. The ground was covered with too many low plants, and even for veterans, merely observing would consume much time. 5 minutes later, Herag paused as Shenlin detected another sleeping mushroom. Within a morning, Herag found 16 sleeping mushrooms. Noting the early hour, he ate some dry food and continued searching for sleeping mushrooms. Only when the forest darkened did Herag look up to realize it was already evening. He tallied his haul, 55 sleeping mushrooms in total. Covered in dew and many leaves, with his pant legs mudded, Herag wiped the sweat from his brow and began heading out, staying on the Moonlight Forest outskirts without venturing deeper, and reached the entrance in about 10 minutes. Walking in the forest expends a lot of energy. Having spent an entire day inside, Herag felt somewhat weary. He was the first to exit, and after a while the other 3 followed suit. The 3 others looked even more bedraggled than he did, especially Mackin, whose bulk was soaked in sweat, drenching his robe. "How many did you dig up?" Mackin asked weakly. Sonny spoke up too. Mackin took a breath and said, "I only found 3, I'm exhausted." "How about you, Hereg?" Hereg smiled wryly and said, "Not much different from you all, nothing gained." "That's normal, it's your first time here and lacking experience. You'll get better with familiarity." Mackin seemed to feel slightly better and started comforting the others, although he himself only found 3. Herag looked at the 55 sleeping mushrooms in his ring and realized another problem. If he submitted this many sleeping mushrooms, it would be a bit too noticeable. There's no way a normal person could find so many. Looks like I need to exchange them in batches and avoid these few people, Herag thought to himself. Dividing 55 into 5 exchanges for magic stones would still draw attention, but at least it wouldn't be so conspicuous. He couldn't avoid exchanging them, as he was now in urgent need of magic stones. Herag's current plan was to earn magic stones and then learn more level 0 spells. Generally, a first-class wizard apprentice only masters 1 or 2 level 0 spells. Second- and third-class wizard apprentices know a few more, but not many. Herag had Shenlin, allowing him to quickly master level 0 spells, which was his advantage. The more level 0 spells he knew, the more solutions would be available in various situations. For example, defensive level 0 spells. Herag was planning to learn the Ice Shield and Mana Shield together later on, having more means would enhance his survival ability. They waited for a while at the station, and Helfoot arrived, taking them to the Northern Forest Region station. "Are you going to the affairs hall to submit sleeping mushrooms?" Mackin asked. Sonny shook his head. "I'm planning to gather 10 and exchange them for magic stones. Gold coins are insignificant." That's the most reasonable approach. We can continue tomorrow." Mackin nodded. Mackin and the other two arranged to set off together the following day, but Herag expressed that he couldn't join due to other commitments and went home alone. He didn't want too much interaction with these people, as his efficiency in finding sleeping mushrooms was very high, and getting too familiar with them would make it difficult to act independently. Mackin and the others didn't mind, as many in the wizard community liked to keep to themselves, which was normal. Early the next morning, Herag arrived at the affairs hall. The official Moonlight Forest-specific tasks had a dedicated window where sleeping mushrooms were to be submitted. After consideration, Herag decided to exchange 50 sleeping mushrooms at once. If he divided it into 5 exchanges, it would only be meaningful with long time intervals, which would slow down acquiring magic stones. If the intervals weren't enough, frequent submissions would still draw attention. Submitting 50 at once would make others think he'd been storing them for a long time, as long as Mackin and the others didn't see him. If it's still noticed by someone with intentions, there's nothing that can be done. I'll just deal with it as it comes. Herag had already prepared himself mentally. "I'd like to submit sleeping mushrooms." After waiting in line for a while, it was Herag's turn. "Okay, hand them over. How many?" Behind the window was a young man named Andrew, who seemed like a wizard apprentice working here. The Moonlight Forest frequently released this type of task post, and wizard apprentices could take the job once they passed the assessments. These posts usually had good benefits. "These 50. Herag took out a small basket from his space ring filled with sleeping mushrooms. Andrew was somewhat surprised, counted the mushrooms in the basket, confirmed it was indeed 50. Although the quantity was large, it wasn't unheard of. Some people would stockpile a lot and exchange them all at once. He confirmed the count, started filling out some forms, then took 5 magic stones from the storehouse and filled out another form. Both the number of sleeping mushrooms and magic stones need to be strictly recorded to prevent anyone from lining their pockets. "Here you go." After completing the paperwork, Andrew handed Herag the 5 magic stones. After leaving the affairs hall, Herag went straight to Larry's house, having communicated earlier through the talisman stone. He still owed Larry 1 magic stone. Herag knocked on the door, and after a moment the house elf Gami opened it. He looked up at Herag and said, "Mr. Herag, please hand me the magic stone. The master is busy and doesn't have time to see you." "Okay, don't get greedy. I've already discussed with Mr. Larry." Herag handed the magic stone over, a bit uneasy, and reminded him. Gami glanced at Herag with disdain as he closed the door, said, "No house elf dares to steal from the master." After settling the matter, Herag continued to rush toward the Moonlight Forest, planning to continue gathering sleeping mushrooms to accumulate magic stones as much as possible. When he arrived at the Northern Forest Region station, there were 2 unfamiliar faces waiting there, a man and a woman, both maintaining silence without talking to each other. Helfoot soon arrived, and the 3 of them sat in the vehicle without speaking. Herag and the male witch got off at the Moonlight Forest, while the female witch continued to ride presumably to some other destination. Entering the Moonlight Forest, Herag chose a direction different from yesterday and began a carpet search, seeing some footprints along the way but never encountering Macken and his group. By sunset, Herag had found a total of 42 sleeping mushrooms, fewer than yesterday. While waiting for the vehicle at the station, Macken's group, along with the man who had gotten off with Herag, also emerged. Macken's expression was somewhat disheartened. It seemed today's yield wasn't great. He only nodded silently upon seeing Herag. Herag pondered that the areas he'd searched over the past 2 days had probably been exhaustive. Conversely, the difficulty for Macken and the others in finding sleeping mushrooms had greatly increased. Their expressions suggested possibly having spent the day searching in areas Herag had already covered. Of course, Herag would remain silent about this and stood quietly to the side waiting for the vehicle. "Why was our luck so bad today? We didn't find a single one all day," Macken complained. Sonny also sighed. "It does seem odd the 3 of us didn't dig up even one. Our luck really is quite poor." The unknown man joined the conversation, saying, "You didn't find any either. Same here, worked all day and got nothing." Soon Hellfoot roared over, carrying a car full of gloomy people back to the moonlight forest. In the vehicle, Luca, the weakest looking of Macken's group, sighed, "I won't be coming tomorrow. Mushroom digging efficiency is too low. I can't waste my time digging in the dirt." Macken and Sonny stayed silent, appearing still intent on continuing. 3 days later, Herag returned to the affairs hall to exchange for 4 magic stones. Over the past few days, he hadn't returned to the moonlight forest to avoid any trouble with Macken's group. It was also to avoid drawing others' attention, deliberately waiting a few days before going to the affairs hall to complete the sleeping mushroom task. In the meantime, as usual, he meditated routinely, studying and learning various level 0 spell models. Especially Larry's notes, filled with valuable learning materials. At the task window of the affairs hall, Andrew looked at Herag's departing figure and muttered, "Are sleeping mushrooms really that easy to dig up lately? But other than him, there's hardly anyone completing the sleeping mushroom task. It's strange." He pulled out a talisman stone and opened Macken's chat window to ask, "Haven't seen you submit sleeping mushrooms for several days. How are you doing recently?" Macken was an old hand at picking sleeping mushrooms and often came to Andrew to submit them in exchange for magic stones, so the two were quite familiar with each other. "Don't get me started. These days I can't find where those damn sleeping mushrooms have gone and I still haven't gathered 10, Macken complained with a frown. "Can't be true. Lately, someone has submitted a total of 90 sleeping mushrooms here. I thought they were easy to dig up lately. I was even tempted to try myself," Andrew exclaimed in surprise. 90? Impossible. Macken's first reaction was disbelief. He had been digging sleeping mushrooms for a while and had never seen anyone dig that many. Seeing his disbelief, Andrew continued to reply, "Really, it's a new first-class wizard apprentice who joined the forest not long ago. Submitted 50 sleeping mushrooms 4 days ago, and another 40 today. You often hang around Moonlight Forest, maybe you know him." "What's his name?" Macken asked. "Herag, do you know him?" Andrew said casually. Macken felt the name was both familiar and unfamiliar, then suddenly slapped his thigh. "Isn't he that loner kid? I was wondering why he didn't socialize with us much. Looks like he has some special method to dig sleeping mushrooms. No wonder our harvest has been so little these days. It seems this kid's dug them all up." Macken thought of his hard work in the past days without gains, feeling a bit frustrated. "I have a total of 8 magic stones now. Enough to use for the time being. I need to convert these into instant combat power." Herag opened the talisman stone to contact Larry. "Mr. Larry, how much for the ice shield and mana shield on your side?" He planned to learn all 3 shield spells to create a turtle shell strategy. "These 2 are a bit cheaper, both are 2 magic stones," Larry replied. "I'm planning to buy them all. Mr. Larry, do you have any recommendations for attack-type spells?" asked Herag. "Buy them all." "Oh, right. The dark energy shield is indeed a bit challenging for you. So switching to these 2 is not a bad idea." Larry assumed that Herag couldn't master the dark energy shield. He continued, "I have many level 0 spells here. Some are attack type and control support type spells. There are approximately these: Earth Spike Technique, Bone Spike Technique, Small Fireball Technique, Ice Arrow, Ice Cone Technique, Magical Perception, Flash Fainted Earth Binding Technique." Larry sent over a long list of level 0 spell names, making Herag's eyes dizzy. The first few were some common attack spells, while many at the back Herag had never heard of. He asked Mr. Larry, "What's the effect of magical perception?" Magical perception allows your magic to spread within a certain range around your body, forming a circle, and you can sense all movements within this range. The stronger your spiritual power, the bigger the circle. It's quite practical and effective in actual combat, and I highly recommend you learn this. Larry explained. The effect is good, but I have a more powerful Shenlin, which makes this seem a bit redundant. Herag secretly compared, as Shenlin now has a range of 250 meters. Magic is often subject to limitations in many situations, but Shenlin's detection is hard to limit. What's the effect of this flash spell? Herag continued to look at the spells at the back. This spell is also quite good. It's one of the rare spatial type spells among level 0 spells, allowing instant movement within a small range of space. However, it consumes a lot of mana, and you, as a first-class wizard apprentice, may only be able to cast it once per battle. Larry introduced. Herag's eyes lit up. This spell is great, very useful at critical moments. He then asked Mr. Larry how much for Flash. It's a bit more expensive, 3 magic stones. Then I'll take Flash along with Ice Shield and Mana Shield, a total of 7 magic stones. I'll take them all. Herag waved a big hand, leaving him with only 1 magic stone. Larry teased, "You've got quite some money, kid." He didn't ask Herag where he got so many magic stones from either. Building 5 Zone C, Herag held several thick books and a notebook. The notebook was for the Flash spell. Larry didn't have notes for the other 2 spells. These spells will keep you busy studying for a long time, Larry said while taking a sip of coffee. Herag replied as he held the books, "Yes. I'll study and research them diligently when I get back." Larry suddenly remembered something, put down his coffee cup and said, "By the way, I'm going to have a magic potion class later. You can sign up to listen. When you advance to second-class apprentice, you'll also need to refine dawn potions." Dawn potions? Herag had a simple understanding, knowing that promotion to second-class apprentice requires potions after meeting the spiritual power standard, but hadn't delved into it yet as he was still far from his upgrade. Dawn potion can help you advance to second class apprentice more smoothly. With your aptitude, it should be easy to advance with Dawn potion, but you'll need to buy the raw materials for refining them yourself, or purchase the materials and commission someone else to refine them. Larry explained. "How much are the materials?" Herag asked. "About 40 magic stones per portion. If you commission an official wizard like me to refine it, you need to prepare at least 2 portions of materials, with service fees starting at 30 magic stones. If successful on the first try, materials are not refunded, counted as commission payment. Even if both tries fail, you can't reclaim the service fee, that's the rule." Larry continued, "But for a wizard, magic potion refining is a fundamental skill you'll definitely need to master in the future. You can't always commission others to refine potions for you, so you'd best sign up for the upcoming magic potion class." Herag, unable to bow holding the books, stored them all in his space ring, then thanked. "Understood, thank you for the guidance, Mr. Larry. Your space ring's quite nice. Didn't expect a first-class wizard apprentice like you to have something like this." Larry had noticed before but mentioned it casually now. A friend gave it to me. It's Lillian from Augustus Academy," Herag said. He learned after arriving at Moonlight Forest that such space rings are rare even here, quite valuable, and generally unaffordable for ordinary wizard apprentices. "I owe a lot of favors," Herag thought, realizing he currently had nothing to give back to Lillian, but would consider it in the future. Shenlin analyzed the spell models of Ice Shield, Mana Shield, and Flash, and calculate the time and magic power consumption required to construct the models. After Herag got home, he immediately began flipping through the spell models of these 3 spells. After going through them all, he had Shenlin input the data information for analysis. "Task has been filed, entering data for analysis." 1 minute later, Shenlin provided the results. Level 0 spell Ice Shield. Estimated spell model construction time is 15 minutes, with an estimated magic power consumption of 13%. Level 0 spell Mana Shield. Estimated spell model construction time is 20 minutes, with an estimated magic power consumption of 15%. Level 0 Spell Flash. Estimated spell model construction time is 30 minutes, with an estimated magic power consumption of 21%. The 3 tasks executed serially are expected to consume 66 minutes and 40% magic power. Looking at the calculated results in front of him, Hereg murmured to himself, "Currently, Shenlin can only execute tasks serially and cannot execute multiple tasks simultaneously. The magic power consumption isn't much, let's tackle these 3 spells today." He immediately gave the command, "Shenlin, begin constructing the spell models for Ice Shield, Mana Shield, and Flash." Task has been filed. In Herag's mind, Shenlin began constructing the spell models one by one, starting with Ice Shield. To an ordinary wizard apprentice, Herag would seem like a madman. No one would attempt to construct 3 spell models in one go. 66 minutes later, spell model construction is complete. Ordinary wizard apprentices would take at least a year to master these 3 spells, but Herag took just over an hour. 6 level 0 spells, 4 defensive, 1 offensive, and 1 for displacement. Herag counted the level 0 spells he had mastered. As long as he wasn't facing an official wizard or a formidable third-class wizard apprentice, he should have no problem protecting himself. I'll go mushroom picking again in a couple of days, but first I'll thoroughly digest the information from these spell models. Herag now only had 1 magic stone left, and enrolling in the magic potion class would cost money, as would practicing magic potion refining. Picking sleeping mushrooms is currently the most efficient and safe task. Herag planned to exploit this task as much as possible. 3 days later, Herag set out again for Moonlight Forest. Not long after he left, a figure emerged from the corner of the wall behind. It was Sunny, who was with Macken. He took out a talisman stone to send a message to Macken. "He has left. It looks like he is heading to Moonlight Forest." Great, finally he's out. Ever since Macken learned that Herag had picked so many sleeping mushrooms, he teamed up with Sunny, and they took turns staking out near Herag's place. After staking out for 3 days, they finally saw Herag leave. Macken speculated that Herag had a special method to find sleeping mushrooms quickly, and since Herag was just a newly joined first-class wizard apprentice in the forest, he and Sunny figured they could take Herag down together and then force him to reveal his method, thereby making a fortune picking sleeping mushrooms. Macken was even considering how to deal with Sunny, regarding Herag as no real threat and sure to be taken down. He couldn't let a second person know the special method. The one to be cautious about was Sunny. Herag was waiting at the station for the arrival of Hellfoot, and he glanced back. Sunny and Macken did not show up. He chuckled, "It's fine if they come together." The detection range of Shenlin's environment is 250 meters, so Sunny and Macken had long been exposed in Herag's field of vision. Sunny, Power 2.0, Agility 1.8, Constitution 2.8, Spirit 6.7. Macken, Power 2.1, Agility 2.2, Constitution 3.1, Spirit 7.3. Herag already had a good grasp of the data of these two, just waiting for them to bite the hook. Fighting is not allowed in the towns and northern forest region of the Moonlight Forest, but the Moonlight Forest does not prohibit members from killing each other. Conflict of interest among wizards is normal. If there's a dispute, solve it outside. The Moonlight Forest won't bother with such affairs. The one who survives is stronger and more valuable to the forest. This is the survival law here. Unless you are an important figure in Moonlight Forest, no one will care about your life and death, as long as you don't disrupt the normal order of the forest. This is also why Macken and Sunny could only stake out. Outside, they didn't dare to make a move in the northern forest region. They could only act without restraint when Herag went to places like Moonlight Forest. Herag was the only passenger on the carriage he took, and after he reached the entrance of Moonlight Forest, he started walking inside, waiting for the arrival of Macken and Sunny. Soon after, the next carriage arrived, and the passengers alighting were Macken and Sunny. After getting off, they both looked around cautiously. "That kid must have already gone in," Macken said as he looked at the dense Moonlight Forest. "How about we split up? I'll search the left side, you search the right side," Sunny suggested. Macken nodded. "Okay, if you find that kid, don't act rashly, quietly notify me so we can take him down together." "No problem," Sunny replied with a smile. The two entered Moonlight Forest and then separated left and right, Macken sneering to himself. I'll deal with that kid first, then you. After walking some distance, Sunny glanced back at Macken's position. He had the same thought as Macken, planning to get Herag's secret before dealing with Macken. Herag, you better not go to the right. Macken thought as he explored the jungle, keeping an eye on the tracks. He soon found signs of trampled shrubs, with clear human footprints on the ground. Sunny didn't hide his joy. Herag went this way. In the far, shaded jungle, Herag was observing Sunny through Shenlin's environmental monitoring. Their initial conversation was heard loud and clear by him. He stayed at the maximum distance within Shenlin's monitoring range, ensuring he could keep track of the two while not exposing his own position. Herag was waiting for a gap between the two to take them down one by one. He chose Sunny first, as he seemed relatively weaker. Herag was lurking in the forest, retreating slowly as Sunny advanced, always maintaining a distance. The traces in the mountain forests were deliberately left by him to lure Sunny deeper. Once Sunny entered a relatively open area, Herag made his move. A corrosive arrow quickly formed in his hand, silently traversing through the air, striking Sunny's abdomen. Sunny's area lacked tall trees, covered mainly by low shrubs. Upon hearing the whistling sound, Sunny became alert. When the brush beside him was cut, he sensed danger and instinctively dodged to the side. The corrosive arrow grazed his waist and abdomen, not penetrating his stomach but leaving a mark, which was enough. Sunny immediately used a mana shield. The milky light shield appearing around him made him feel slightly relieved. The corrosive arrow left a black scar on Sunny's waist, with corrosive energy starting to burrow into his flesh, blood mixing with a foul-smelling black liquid seeping out. The searing pain made Sunny involuntarily cry out. The corrosive energy clung to his flesh like a branding iron, continuously burning his blood and flesh. Sunny's hand trembling, he took out a bottle of white sage healing potion, poured it on the wound, and a white smoke rose up with a sizzling sound. He grimaced in pain, and at the same time, 2 corrosive arrows were successively shot, hitting the mana shield. The corrosive energy of the corrosive arrows also had a corrosive effect on the mana shield, requiring Sunny to supply more magic power to maintain and repair the mana shield. He glanced in the direction the corrosive arrows were shot from, unable to find Herag's trace. Sunny's expression was uncertain, and after contemplating for a while, he still decided to go back to find Macken. As he turned around, a fireball struck from behind, fiercely smashing into his mana shield and exploding. The blast sent Sunny flying several meters, visibly thinning the mana shield. No, I have to find Macken. Sunny turned and cast an ice arrow, the ice arrow swiftly piercing through the forest, frosting the branches and leaves it brushed past. Herag watched as the ice arrow passed a few meters away. Sunny didn't know his exact location at all. He maintained his distance, following Sunny unhurriedly, occasionally shooting a corrosive arrow. Sunny's mana shield quickly became unsustainable, as he consumed too much magic power maintaining it. Wind Elf's blessing. Unable to maintain the mana shield, Sunny's heart pounded furiously. Using enchantment magic of demonized items, a gust of wind swirled around his body, and Sunny's speed increased significantly, quickly distancing himself from Herag. Herag wasn't in a hurry to catch up. In Shenlin's perception, Macken was already approaching and would soon meet Sunny. If I can't handle it, I can retreat safely. Herag remained hidden in the forest, maintaining his distance. Macken, I found the kid, got ambushed. Sunny cried out as he saw Macken, looking quite disheveled. Macken looked at him oddly, ambushed. Sunny, sensing something off in his gaze, instinctively stepped back. Pointing with his finger toward the forest, he's over there. Macken nodded, I'll take care of him, but... A huge ice cone rapidly formed in front of him, and then launched towards Sunny. Sunny's eyes widened, too close to Macken. He hastily conjured a feeble mana shield. With little magic power left, the mana shield he produced had limited defensive capability. Sunny's mana shield couldn't withstand the ice cone technique. The ice cone effortlessly shattered the shield and pierced Sunny's chest. Blood spurted, staining the ice cone red. Sunny was slammed into a tree by the ice cone's impact, mouth agape, spitting a mixture of blood and shattered organs. With one last hateful glance at Mackin, he dropped his head, lifeless. Having killed Sonny, Mackin cautiously hid behind a large tree, observing the surroundings. He noticed the wounds on Sonny's body, marks of the corrosive arrows. That stuff was troublesome, and he didn't want to get hit. He heard movement to his right, and immediately put up a mana shield similar to Sonny's. A corrosive arrow struck the mana shield, creating ripples. Mackin quickly dodged to the other side of the tree. Before long, another corrosive arrow shot over. Damn, how does he know my location? Mackin's mana shield withstood this attack. He glanced in the direction the corrosive arrows were coming from. The dense woods made it impossible to see Herag. The only offensive magic he knew was Ice Cone technique, which required a large amount of magic power and couldn't be used for probing. He had to wait for the right opportunity to strike, just like when he effortlessly killed Sonny. The dense jungle severely restricted his abilities. And unexpectedly, Herag could accurately hit him with corrosive arrows from outside his field of vision. I need to close the distance. Mackin started moving towards Herag's direction, using the many trees as cover. Herag leisurely used corrosive arrows to deplete Mackin's magic power, knowing the need to maintain and repair the mana shield would consume a lot. As Mackin approached, Herag also slowly retreated, keeping a certain distance but not too far, lest Mackin escape like Sonny, making it hard to catch up. No, at this rate I'm finished. After pursuing a certain distance, Mackin realized much of his magic power had been consumed. Yet Herag remained in an elusive position, causing him anxiety and helplessness. Leaning against a tree, Mackin thought, this guy's too slippery. If I keep chasing, I'm dead. Seems like I need to retreat. The kid kept his distance, which means he can't handle me either. Corrosive arrows can't deliver a fatal blow. After weighing his options, Mackin decided to abandon the chase, not wanting to fall here. Getting ready to run. Herag immediately noticed Mackin's slow retreat. Using the dense trees to avoid his corrosive arrows, Herag slowly followed, occasionally taking the chance to shoot a corrosive arrow to sap Mackin's energy. Sweat covered Mackin's brow as his magic dwindled, increasing the pressure on him. Herag clung on like a parasitic worm, never closing in, just depleting him with corrosive arrows. Herag's corrosive arrows were precise, and his timing impeccable, always managing to drain his mana shield. As Mackin neared the entrance to the Moonlight Forest, his mana shield was so weak it was barely maintainable. Herag took out a spirit-stabilizing potion, fully replenishing his magic power. This was something he acquired on credit from Larry, worth 10 magic stones, something a typical first-class wizard apprentice couldn't afford. After drinking the potion, Herag increased his speed, catching up to Mackin in a few strides, appearing in his sight. Dark Energy Shield. Herag slapped on 3 shields, each a different color, layering them over himself securely. Ice Cone technique. Mackin hesitated not at all. He had reserved enough magic power for one Ice Cone technique, waiting for Herag to get close for a fatal strike. The massive ice cone swiftly formed and charged toward the fully shielded Herag. Damn, how could he master so many spells? After launching the Ice Cone technique, Mackin prepared to flee, seeing Herag fully shielded. He didn't believe the Ice Cone technique could kill the fully shielded Herag, and with his magic nearly depleted, he needed to escape quickly. Mackin turned his head and saw a bright longsword swing past, clutching his throat and unable to speak. Blood flowed like a waterfall. Blood bubbles gurgled from his mouth. Looking at Herag, who was covered in shields, he collapsed to the ground full of confusion in his eyes. Remaining magic power at 3%, Shenlin issued a warning. Herag felt mentally exhausted. The spell Flash consumes too much magic power. Casting it once uses up 49% of magic power. At the moment the ice cone rushed towards him, he decisively used Flash to appear behind Mackin, then killed Mackin with a single strike. Caught off guard, and with almost no magic power left, Mackin died without being able to resist at all. Need to leave quickly. Herag searched the bodies of Mackin and Sonny, found a ring and 4 magic stones, and quickly left the Moonlight Forest. His current magic power was not even enough to cast a single corrosive arrow, so if danger arose, he could only rely on hand-to-hand combat. After returning to the inn, Helfoot arrived shortly after, with no one in the carriage. The journey went smoothly, and once in the northern forest region, it was quite safe, so Harag was able to relax his tense spirit a bit. If Macken and Sunny's bodies were not discovered in time, they would soon be dragged away and eaten by the beasts and magical creatures in the moonlight forest. Even if discovered, it had nothing to do with him. The forest district would just record the incident, as such things were quite common. During his stay in the moonlight forest, Harag felt it provided a platform. Wizards study and exchange resources here, with everything requiring equal exchange, and not like schools with strict wizard management. Freedom also represents disorder. Wind Elf's Ring. Enchanted with a level 0 spell, Wind Elf's Blessing. The green ring in Harag's hand was taken from Sunny, and the enchanted spell seemed to be able to increase the agility attribute. The exact value would need to be tested later when his magic power recovered. I'll go pick mushrooms in the moonlight forest in a few days. Harag planned to wait until this matter settled before going, to avoid further trouble. Harag pulled a chair onto the balcony and lay down, carefully studying the spell model of Flash. Beside him, a small stove was burning brightly, with a teapot on top boiling coffee. The aroma wafted out, refreshing and enlivening him. The practical value of the spell Flash is high, but the magic power consumption is too much. Harag paused at this thought, then issued a command to Shenlin. Shenlin, can you optimize the spell Flash to reduce magic power consumption? Conducting data analysis. Data analysis complete, calculations complete, level 0 spell Flash can be optimized. After optimization, casting it once is estimated to consume 37% magic power. From 49% to 37%, it's quite a significant optimization. This result was sufficient to reduce a lot of the magic power burden. He continued to ask, Shenlin, can you optimize the level 0 spell Flash to increase the flash distance? Conducting data analysis. Lack of sufficient spatial magic data suggests providing ample fundamental principles of spatial magic. As Harag predicted, there was currently no way to increase the range of Flash. He had almost no understanding of the principles of spatial magic, and all of Shenlin's calculations required data as a foundation. Only with enough input can calculations be performed and output generated. Shenlin, start optimizing the level 0 spell Flash. Direction of optimization is reduced magic power consumption. Task archived, estimated remaining time 26 minutes, estimated magic power consumption 31%. Level 0 spell Flash optimization complete. Harag noticed some changes in the spell model of Flash in his mind, with some slight modifications that allowed more magic power to be saved without affecting the original effect of Flash. Shenlin optimized the level 0 spell Mana Shield. There are 3 optimization approaches. 1. Increase shield's defense ability. 2. Reduce magic power consumption. 3. Both increase shield's defense ability and reduce magic power consumption. Harag proposed 3 optimization solutions for Mana Shield to see how far Shenlin could achieve. Conducting calculation and analysis. Analysis complete. All 3 optimization solutions are feasible. Seeing this was possible, Harag continued to inquire about optimization plans for Ice Shield and Dark Energy Shield. Ice Shield could enhance defense capability and reduce magic power consumption, while Dark Energy Shield could only reduce magic power consumption, lacking data to enhance defense ability. Harag thought it was likely due to a lack of knowledge in elemental magic, which would need to be supplemented later. He then asked for an optimization solution for Corrosive Arrow. Shenlin, how can Corrosive Arrow be optimized? Conducting calculation and analysis. Level 0 spell Corrosive Arrow can optimize the amount of magic power consumption, enhancing the corrosive effect. After Shenlin provided the result, Harag began to arrange his own plan for optimizing level 0 spells. Shenlin optimizing spells required the consumption of magic power, and Harag had only so much magic power. It took him 4 days to fully optimize all his spells once over. Even the partial petrification technique had its magic power consumption reduced somewhat. Dark Energy Shield. Harag sequentially cast 3 shield spells on himself, checking his remaining magic power, 68%. Before Shenlin optimized these 3 spells, just casting 3 shields would consume half of his mana. Now it only used up 32%. With the starry sky meditation technique, the fifth star had solidified halfway. Herag estimated that he should complete this meditation within a month. Once this star successfully formed, he would be close to advancing to a second-class wizard apprentice, ready to prepare the dawn potion needed for this promotion. There's a message. The talisman stone flickered with a green light. Upon opening it, Herag found a message from Larry. I've opened registration for the magic potion course. If you're interested, you can sign up and attend. I'll go sign up right away. After replying, Herag found the Start Magic Potions class by Larry in the course section. The course cost 20 gold coins, not expensive at all. You don't need to buy books. Just use mine from before, which have some notes that can help you study. Larry continued. Thank you, Mr. Larry. Herag clearly felt that Larry was placing more value on him, likely due to recognizing his potential. Herag knew clearly that what he gained now, he would need to exchange with a corresponding price in the future. As he grows gradually, if there's a spot where Larry needs his help, he would likely ask him for some assistance. Equivalent exchange is always the creed that wizards follow. After registering, Herag wandered around the Gossip Tavern, which is similar to a forum from his past life where one can post and communicate. The bodies of Mackin and Sonny have already been found, and someone in the Gossip Tavern has posted about it for discussion. Someone suggested they were killed by people from the Green Cottage, while others speculated it was internal conflict, and some believed a third party was involved. However, the post quickly sank. The death of 2 first-class wizard apprentices in the Moonlight Forest is really a trivial matter, not even worthy as tea-time gossip. Herag took out the Wind Elf Ring and input magic. Power to trigger the enchantment spell. Shenlin, check my body data. Herag Merlin, Power 2.2, Agility 2.0 plus 2, Constitution 3.0, Spirit 6.9, Magic Power 100%. Increased agility by 2 points, quite a good ring. The numbers in parentheses represent external attribute bonuses. Feeling the lightness of his body, Herag felt that he could jump and fly away. Shenlin, how long can the Wind Elf's blessing last? This was Herag's first time encountering blessing spells. Approximately half an hour, Shenlin replied. Looking at the blessing, Herag had some thoughts. Perhaps I can get more blessing spells. Let Shenlin optimize magic power consumption. During battles, stack all blessings and shields on myself. The combat power should be considerable, but blessings are always temporary if the body could. A week later, Larry's magic potion class started. As soon as Herag stepped into the classroom, Larry called him over, waving at him. Larry picked up a thick, basic introduction to magic potions from the podium. This is the textbook I used before. Take it and use it. Thank you, Mr. Larry. Herag took the book and found a seat in the front row. The classroom had 12 people in total. Most were first-class apprentices, with 3 second-class apprentices. Once Larry saw that almost everyone had arrived, he began the lecture. Gentlemen and ladies, welcome to my magic potion class. First, close your basic introduction to magic potions. Our first class won't cover any content from the book. In the first lesson, we will spend 3 hours discussing one thing. He turned around and wrote on the blackboard, Experimental Standards and Safety Guidelines. After writing, Larry pointed at the words on the blackboard. Magic potion, these words are the most crucial foundation. The properties and formulas of magic potions can be learned slowly, but standards and guidelines must be ingrained in one's bones. Cultivating good experimental habits is essential. There are always wizards who ignore some basic requirements, even many official wizards. If a magic potion experiment goes wrong, losing one's life is a minor issue. Many potion experiments can cause large-scale disasters. Once someone saw ordinary people dying of hunger, he started researching a potion that could make cows grow from the ground. Guess what happened? The moment his potion was spilled onto the ground, it directly opened a passage connecting to the other world. All creatures within 1,000 miles of the passage were wiped out, and 2 wizard organizations spent 30 years sealing it at great cost. And the reason for this situation was simply that he didn't disinfect the damn test tube before mixing the potion. He never got a chance to correct his mistake, even though it was just a basic guideline. A wizard apprentice raised their hand. Mr. Larry, so can his potion really make cows grow from the ground? Fool. Of course not. Hahaya, the classroom burst into laughter. Larry clapped his hands, and the classroom quieted down. With a flick of his fingers, the pile of parchment papers on the desk flew up, landing one by one in front of each wizard apprentice. Here are 168 experimental rules. Everyone must memorize them. While you're just starting to learn, cultivate good experimental habits from the beginning. Next, I will explain each rule one by one, including why they are necessary. Many are marked by blood lessons. Larry held a parchment containing the rules and began explaining them from the first one. 3 hours quickly passed, and he finished explaining the 168 rules, clearly showing his experience. Magic potion experimental standards and safety guidelines have been recorded. Shenlin documented all the content throughout. Shenlin, remember to remind me in a timely manner if there are any non-standard practices when I conduct experiments. Herag instructed. While tidying up the desk, Larry spoke. That's it for today. Today's lesson is the most important one. I hope none of those who have attended my class will suffer injuries or even die due to potion experiments. Larry's basic introduction to magic potions class consisted of 5 sessions, completed over 2 weeks. The first session covered experimental standards and norms, followed by 2 theory classes and 2 experimental classes. Herag listened attentively to each session, and with Shenlin assistance, he ensured no knowledge points were missed. Shenlin could also correct any errors promptly. The raw materials for the Dawn potion cost 40 magic stones, and even with Shenlin assistance, achieving a 100% success rate is impossible. Assuming at least 2 sets of materials are needed, that totals 80 magic stones. Hereg calculated the magic stones needed to advance to second-class wizard apprentice, then glanced at the 5 magic stones in his pocket and instantly understood what true poverty felt like. Furthermore, he owed Larry 10 magic stones. No wonder so many people remain stuck at first-class wizard apprentice without a background. Even accumulating enough potion resources takes a long time to acquire magic stones. And this is just the advancement from first class to second class, the subsequent transition from second class to third class, and finally to official wizard, requires an enormous amount of resources. Hereg felt overwhelmed by the resources required, far beyond his expectations. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Moonlight Forest to gather mushrooms. It's July now. Sleeping mushrooms only grow in summer. I must seize this opportunity to earn more. Hereg calculated that based on previous progress, he could earn 5 to 6 magic stones per day, and by gathering mushrooms for a month, he could earn 156 in an ideal scenario. Early the next morning, he went to the entrance of the Moonlight Forest again, and not far in was the place where Macken was defeated. Traces could still faintly be seen on the ground. Few people had come to the Moonlight Forest in recent days due to Macken and Sunny suddenly dying here. Other first-class wizard apprentices were afraid to come, providing Herag with the perfect opportunity to gather sleeping mushrooms. Over 3 days, Herag gathered 170 sleeping mushrooms. In the following 2 days, Herag found fewer and fewer sleeping mushrooms, making it challenging to find any on the outskirts of the Moonlight Forest. Could it be I need to delve deeper into the Moonlight Forest? Herag pondered this issue. Herag was now quite a distance from the Moonlight Forest. Entrance roughly needing half an hour to walk back there. Relying on Shenlin's detection, let's go a bit further but not too deep. If anything feels wrong, we retreat immediately. After some thought, Herag decided to cautiously venture a bit deeper. The outskirts of the sleeping mushroom area were getting hard to find. He had to take a little risk and go in a bit deeper. The main dangers deeper within the Moonlight Forest stemmed from 2 sources: the various fierce magical beasts and bizarre plants, and the potential encounter with the wizards of Green Cottage. In the forest depths, the ground was covered with thick foliage. Herag felt the leaves were several centimeters deep as he stepped on them. With Shenlin's detection functionality, he didn't need to worry about pitfalls hidden beneath the leaves. Herag didn't dare to venture too far in. He just wandered around this area and managed to dig up 8 sleeping mushrooms in about an hour. There are indeed more here compared to the outskirts, but it's just a bit too quiet. Hereg noticed that during his time here, there wasn't a sound around, exceedingly quiet, eerily so. Realizing the abnormality here, he immediately halted his steps. Hereg carefully observed his surroundings. The details he noticed made him furrow his brow. Normally, there would be a slight breeze in the forest, causing leaves and vegetation to sway gently, but now everything flowers, trees, grass seemed like a frozen photograph. Hereg began to retreat, but after a few steps, he realized he couldn't leave this place. The nearest tree was 10 meters behind him, and he kept walking toward it, but no matter how he proceeded, he couldn't get any closer. Hereg stopped and tried to calm himself. He squatted down, noticing a plant reaching his waist. Hereg gently touched it, and the entire plant quickly withered and collapsed into a pile of ash. Shenlin, during this time, did you detect any unusual magic power fluctuations? Hereg was puzzled that he hadn't noticed anything peculiar, yet suddenly encountered this bizarre situation. No unusual magic power fluctuations detected, Shenlin replied. Shenlin, check if my mind is normal, see if I am in an illusion state. Shenlin immediately replied, everything is normal. Hereg pondered that wandering around now wouldn't solve anything. Wandering aimlessly might lead him to an unknown space, akin to the lost mist. Wait, the lost mist. Hereg thought of his starry sky meditation technique, which helped him orient himself and escape the lost mist previously. He entered a meditative state, beginning to sense the positions of the stars overhead. Moments later, Hereg's expression turned a bit grave. Not only couldn't he sense his 4 stars, but he also noticed that the positions and numbers of stars in the sky had changed, completely different from before. This constellation, it's almost like appearing on a foreign planet. Hereg felt a tricky situation. Normally, stars move regularly. It's impossible for the whole sky to look different overnight unless you're not on the original planet anymore. Hereg took a deep breath and began contemplating a solution. At this time, he couldn't rush around recklessly to avoid triggering unknown taboos, turning into dust like that plant. He heard faint, labored breathing, the sound very distant and small, but in this deathly silence it seemed especially conspicuous. Soon, 3 people entered Shenlin's detection range, 3 men running desperately, looking quite distressed. The leading man wore an exquisite gold-trimmed wizard robe, and the other 2 wore ordinary wizard apprentice robes. Hereg noticed all 3 robes bore the mark of a wooden house, representing them as wizards of Green Cottage. Shenlin assessed their power. After Hereg gave the order, detailed data appeared above the heads of the 3 men. For him to examine: Power 6.2, Agility 6.8, Constitution 7.0, Spirit 18.9. Power 3.7, Agility 2.9, Constitution 4.1, Spirit 9.5. Power 3.5, Agility 2.5, Constitution 3.5, Spirit 8.3. All 3 men's attributes surpassed Hereg's, especially the leader, whose spiritual power was already at the standard of a 3rd-class wizard apprentice, with his other physical data also clearly at that standard. Hereg had nowhere to retreat and could only hide in a dense shrub, but hiding would be meaningless in front of these 3. The bush's plants, like that single plant, would shrivel instantly into ash upon contact. Loon, sir, we've already entered the Moonlight Forest area. It's easy to encounter their people. The man with the lowest spiritual power gasped while running, reminded. Loon was the 3rd-class wizard apprentice, and with a look of terror at what was behind them, he angrily said to the person next to him, "What choice do we have? I'd rather die at the hands of the people in Moonlight Forest than at that monster behind us." The other person said, "Sir Loon is Sir Malcolm's own brother. They wouldn't dare to easily kill him in Moonlight Forest. By luring Shivara here, we could instead trap them once." "Idiot, there's no guarantee we'll escape. I had to use a precious demonized item just to buy us some time." Loon sped up, quickly widening the gap with the 2 behind. The 2 looked at each other, realizing the severity of the situation. Loon's speed was much faster, so the monster behind would surely catch the 2 of them first. Realizing this problem, the 2 began sprinting, their faces flushed red, seemingly exerting all their strength. Malcolm's own brother. Hearing this name, Hereg recalled the massacre of the Baron's entire family in the castle by Malcolm. He remembered Malcolm introducing himself then, saying he came from Green Cottage. What a coincidence! His own brother also has the power of a 3rd-class wizard apprentice. Hereg felt somewhat overwhelmed. Loon's trio quickly ran towards Hereg. Loon noticed Hereg's presence immediately, but without sparing him a glance, kept running forward. They soon discovered the eerie aspect of this place, and Loon's expression drastically changed. "What's going on? Why can't we get through? Could it be the moonlight forest's people have set some barrier here?" Someone beside him speculated. Loon glanced at Herag's hiding place, extended his hand, rapidly forming a fireball technique, and sent it flying toward Herag's location. Dark energy shield. Having kept an eye on their movements, Herag prepared to flee as Loon turned. He instantly deployed 3 shields and activated the Wind Elf's ring to evade the fireball. The fireball exploded where he stood, incinerating countless plants into ash and stirring up a cloud of dust. Running quite fast, Loon snorted coldly, "What's happening here? Is this your doing?" Herag shrugged, "It's got nothing to do with me. I'm also figuring out how to get out. It's someone from the Moonlight Forest. It has to be his doing." The other 2 recognized the robe from the Moonlight Forest on Herag. Loon glanced at Herag. It shouldn't be him. A mere first-class wizard apprentice couldn't possibly know such high-level spatial magic. There's something strange about this place. He changed his tone, but since that's the case, keeping him is useless. Just kill him casually. Seeing the situation go south, Herag turned and ran. Trailing spells were thrown by the 2 behind him, but they were all blocked by the 3 thick shields. Why does this guy have so many shields? The 2 were dumbfounded, watching Herag running far, not daring to pursue. After tentatively running a distance, Herag stopped, observing from the sideline woods. He didn't dare to run forward, as whatever was chasing those 3 must be even more terrifying. Loon, seeing the 2 were dawdling, got a bit angry and urged again, "Kill him first." His 2 followers, gritting their teeth, had no choice but to chase, spells ready in their hands. At that moment, both involuntarily shivered. Herag also felt a chilling presence creeping from behind. A deep fear arose within him. He turned to see a person lying on the ground, in an extremely strange pose, limbs twisted grotesquely. This person seemed to be crouching on the ground, but his head was twisted 180 degrees around, as if his neck had been twisted in a circle. Shivara, the term emerged in Herag's mind. It was mentioned by Loon and the others just recently. Shenlin, search information on Shivara. Shivara, a demon from the Abyss Plane, extremely dangerous. Shenlin extracted a simple entry on Shivara from the database, offering just this one sentence without additional details. Herag recalled reading about this demon in a book, leaving only an impression, as it supposedly existed only in rumors, with few having witnessed it in person. How could something like this be in the Moonlight Forest? Herag pondered endlessly. He wanted to turn and run, but found his muscles very stiff, magic flow turning obscure. Unable to move, could only helplessly watch Shivara crawl slowly towards him. Shivara's long black hair dragged on the ground, resembling countless tentacles crawling. "Shenlin, make me move," Herag shouted inwardly, stimulating relevant muscle tissues. Herag felt a tingling sensation in his muscles and some joints, similar to being shocked. Moments later, his ability to move freely returned. Without hesitation, Herag turned and ran, dashing into the forest aside. Shivara still crawled leisurely on the ground, seemingly indifferent to Herag's escape. Loon and his 2 accomplices were still frozen in place, watching helplessly as Herag ran farther away while Shivara drew closer, their eyes filled with despair. As Shivara crawled up to the trio, he halted. His hair continued forward, sliding into the trio's pants. The trio's expressions turned terrified. Mouths agape to scream, yet nothing came out. Black hair emerged from their noses, ears, mouths, eyes, stained with fresh blood and red flesh. Through Loon and the other's skin, threads of hair could be seen rapidly passing, their skin slowly caving in as if hollowed out. The dense sound of chewing echoed from within the trio, reverberating in the silent Moonlight Forest, making Herag's scalp tingle just hearing it. He hadn't run far, more precisely, he couldn't escape far. Looking around, all was an unreachable edge, no means of escape. Through Shenlin's detection, Herag beheld the scene over there. Loon and the trio were reduced to skins before his eyes, leaving not even a trace of bone shards. After Shivara finished, the hair gradually retracted, leaving only 3 thin human skins behind. Shivara then turned and slowly crawled towards Herag. An indescribable malevolence enveloped Herag like a tidal wave. Herag found himself immobile again. No matter how Shenlin stimulated the muscle tissues, he couldn't regain control over his body, could only watch Shivara getting closer. Shenlin, control the magic power. Activate the pocket watch, use holy healing technique. Now Herag couldn't control his own magic flow. Shenlin directed magic power into the pocket watch, manifesting a woman's phantom. White light enveloped Herag. Herag felt a warmth surging through his body, dispelling much of the malice clouding his mind, yet he still couldn't control his body. Shivara paused for a moment, his dense hair halted on the ground, but only for a fleeting instant. Shivara resumed crawling forward. The holy healing technique, apart from alleviating Herag's chill, had no effect on Shivara. Gritting his teeth, Herag's mind raced, contemplating how to survive this ordeal. An abrupt toad's croaking sounded. Shivara halted suddenly. Not far from Herag, a basketball-sized toad emerged from somewhere, croaking towards Herag. Herag felt the constraint on his body lessen slightly, arduously turned his head, spotting this peculiar toad. He sensed his fingers heating up, glanced down, and saw the space ring Lillian gave him warming up. What's inside? Herag used magic power to probe, discovering a nearly forgotten item inside the space ring glowing. Herag recalled that during their ship's stopover at Colombo Island, he and Lillian had spotted this hexagonal wooden disc while strolling outside. The disc had a hexagonal tower etched at its center, now emanating a faint yellow glow, seemingly floating out. Since buying this disc, Herag had studied it for a time, discovering no anomalies, subsequently storing it in the space ring and forgetting it as time passed. Now, with the disc exhibiting peculiar activity, Herag promptly retrieved it. Once out, the disc's yellow glow intensified. The toad croaked more fervently. Shivara slowly turned his head, white eyeballs swiveling to gaze at the wooden disc. Herag held the wooden tray, feeling all the coldness being dispelled from his body. The operation of magic power no longer felt obscure. The toad crawled over, and as it approached, a look of fear appeared on Shivara's face. The toad crawled to Herag's feet, looked up and croaked to him. Herag didn't understand what it was trying to say, but he sensed that the toad seemed to have no malice toward him. The toad sniffed humanly, then turned to stare at Shivara. Shivara's black hair instantly stood on end, as if it had been electrocuted. With a croak, the toad began to crawl towards Shivara, who began to back away in terror. Shivara crawled backward at a surprisingly fast speed, no longer slow as before. The toad, however, moved forward leisurely, its eyes fixed on Shivara. The world around Herag suddenly turned black and white, with flowers, grass, and trees losing all color. At this moment, the toad, in a blink, had swallowed Shivara whole, with a bunch of black hair frantically trying to crawl out of its mouth. Cracks began to appear in the space around. Herag watched as everything around him developed cracks like broken glass. The toad turned back to look at Herag and croaked once more. A breeze passed by, and Herag smelled the scent of forest plants and heard the sound of insects in the nearby bushes. He looked around and found the grass and trees nearby had regained their color, no longer the black and white world. This place, Herag realized he was standing right where he had noticed the anomaly. He ran over to where Loon and the others had been devoured, finding no trace left on the ground, and the 3 human skins had disappeared. Such a pity, Loon probably had some good stuff on him. Herag had wanted to search Loon and the others' corpses. But then he thought, being able to escape was already lucky enough. What's the point of searching for things? The strange toad, Shivara popping out of nowhere, and that eerie space. Herag was clueless about all these, filled with questions in his mind. He looked at the wooden tray in his hand, which had returned to its usual appearance, no longer emitting a faint yellow glow. This should depict the 6th ring tower, but what kind of existence is the 6th ring tower really? After entering Moonlight Forest, Herag had once searched the first floor of the library for related materials, but found no information about the 6th ring tower. He didn't know whether Moonlight Forest had no records, or if the relevant materials were stored on higher levels in the library, inaccessible with his current permissions. Herag temporarily put aside these doubts in his mind and quickly fled Moonlight Forest. For a while, he wouldn't be returning here, primarily because the reason for Shivara's appearance wasn't clear. This was a demon from the Abyss Plane. How could it be mysteriously pursuing 3 wizards from Green Cottage? Moreover, Loon and the others died here, on Moonlight Forest territory. Wizards have many methods. Green Cottage would likely know where these three vanished. At that time, Moonlight Forest wouldn't be able to explain what happened to these three, and it might be assumed Green Cottage was deliberately looking for trouble. But given Moonlight Forest's usual style, it likely wouldn't explain anything, causing considerable friction between the two sides. When that happens, Moonlight Forest, as the border area, would become quite unstable, and as a first-class wizard apprentice, he didn't need to get involved. Upon returning to Moonlight Forest, Herag first went to the transaction hall to exchange over 170 sleeping mushrooms for magic stones. Andrew was still at the window. He was quite surprised to see Herag producing so many sleeping mushrooms. However, the look in Andrew's eyes became more peculiar, as if he wanted to say something but never did. It wasn't until Herag left with 17 magic stones that Andrew muttered in the direction of the doorway. Could it be he killed them? Herag wandered around the town for a while and found a shop selling herbs. The owner was a middle-aged man with layers of cloth wrapped around his head, holding a basket of herbs at the door, seemingly trying to air them out in the good weather. "Owner, do you have white peony root, beetroot, golden bell flower, these herbs?" Herag asked as he stepped forward. The owner smiled. "You might as well ask for the raw materials of white sage healing potion, 2 magic stones per set of raw materials." After chatting with the owner for a while, Herag discovered that some common magic potions generally had sets of raw materials for sale. There was no need to buy each herb separately. Raw materials for white sage healing potion cost 2 magic stones. The finished product's market price was 5 magic stones. If every set of raw materials could successfully be used to make potions, there would be a profit of 3 magic stones. The demand for white sage healing potion was high and easily sold. 5 magic stones was somewhat expensive for the average wizard apprentice, but they were necessary. White sage healing potion can heal most common injuries and is essential for wizards who frequently go out on missions. Since Herag couldn't go to Moonlight Forest anymore, he lost an important source of magic stones. In his current weak state, many missions were too dangerous for him. He had to consider other ways to earn magic stones. Herag considered the current situation comprehensively and thought that alchemy was a good way to earn magic stone. For others, unless they specialize in magic potion, the success rate of alchemy is very low. They wouldn't even consider earning money through alchemy, hoping not to lose money. But Herag had Shenlun assistance, which could significantly increase his success rate in alchemy. "Owner, I'd like 10 sets of white sage healing potion raw materials." Herag, who only had 22 magic stones, spent almost everything on the raw materials. The owner was somewhat surprised. 10 sets, all right. He could almost guess that Herag wanted to earn money through alchemy. He's encountered many such wizard apprentices, and usually they end up losing. But he wouldn't say it aloud. For him, making money was all that mattered. After buying the raw materials, Herag went to the flea market to buy some second-hand cauldrons, test tubes, beakers, balances, and other alchemical equipment. These things were cheap. Herag used a single gold coin to buy 2 sets of equipment. After returning home, Herag cleaned out a room specially for alchemy. He took out a yellow ear from his space ring. Chanting a few syllables, the ear floated up, then started moving through the room in all directions. The ear had a powerful suction force in its eardrum, sucking all the dust and debris from the room. This was a common tool for wizards to clean rooms, called the clear ear. Nobody knows where things sucked into the clear ear end. Once inside, they're never found again, so before using it, one needs to put away all useful items in the room. This room was originally empty. Herag just used clear ear to clean it up, as there was too much dust inside. Herag took out the purchased equipment one by one, then simply planned the room, arranging a section for herb handling, a section for potion brewing, and a section for reagent reaction. He rigorously followed the experiment regulations taught by Larry. This alone took him busy for 4 hours, and he eagerly took out the raw materials for the white sage healing potion, ready to start the alchemy. Shenlun, now start the refining of the white sage healing potion, provide steps, temperature, time, and other related assistance tips. Magic potion refining assistance activated. Shenlin had input the refining processes for every type of potion, from the basic introduction to magic potions, combined with Larry's regulations, finally assembling them into a complete system for potion refining assistance. In Harag's view, there was a series of flowcharts, and Shenlin's current prompt was, first step, wash the white peony root, then soak in alkaline water for 30 minutes. Harag recalled the processes recorded in the book, then based on Shenlin's prompts, methodically started handling the potion materials. Golden bell flower juice temperature is approaching 75 degrees Celsius, place in beaker in 30 seconds. White peony root juice and beetroot concentrate have reacted for 15 minutes, 1 minute remaining, remember to take it out on time, countdown 59 seconds. Harag held a test tube containing a milky solution. He gently swayed it in his hand while chanting a dozen strange syllables. A burst of magic power emanated from him into the test tube, and the solution inside started to emit white smoke, which eventually formed into the shape of a plant. White sage healing potion has been successfully refined, Shenlin prompted. Harag breathed a sigh of relief. Potion refining was a bit harder than he imagined. Requiring high concentration of spiritual power throughout the process, any delay in the slightest step could lead to errors. This was merely the most basic white sage healing potion, and it's conceivable how difficult the refining process for the Dawn potion would be. Luckily, there's Shenlin assistance, allowing for very precise control over temperature and time. Harag fetched a special potion bottle, poured in the white sage healing potion, and sealed it with a wooden plug, completing a basic potion. 2 magic stones in hand. Harag felt a bit of accomplishment. With 9 portions of potion materials remaining, Harag tidied up the laboratory according to standard procedures and proceeded with the next round of potion refining. Harag kept refining potions until midnight, not because he was tired, but because he needed to engage in his meditation practice. A total of 4 portions of white sage healing potion were completed. One mistake was made that wasted a portion of materials, causing Harag to feel pained for half a day, losing 2 magic stones just like that. Harag sighed, brewed himself a cup of coffee, and started meditation practice. The 5th star was already nearing completion. Harag felt that tonight he should be able to complete the meditation for this star. He boiled a pot of meteor grass. The water boiling inside emitted green bubbles. This thing becomes useless after becoming a second-class wizard apprentice. The body develops resistance, but meditation speed also slows down. Harag had a love-hate relationship with meteor grass, a common potion material here mainly used for stabilizing the spirit potion. A few hours later, when the sky was slightly lit, Harag opened his eyes, gazed deep, then let out a heavy breath. Harag Merlin, Power 2.5, Agility 2.4, Constitution 3.6, Spirit 8.5, Magic Power 100%. This meditation significantly improved his stats. Not only spiritual power, but other bodily data also greatly enhanced. After breaking through a spiritual power of 8, Harag's sensitivity towards the free energy particles in nature increased greatly. He could even vaguely distinguish differences among some of the energy particles. Could these be energy particles of different attributes? Harag's perception was still a bit blurry, only able to guess based on some learned knowledge of elemental magic. Luckily, my aptitude is decent, otherwise who knows when I'd be able to complete meditation for these stars. Harag's aptitude was scored at 75 points, considered quite good among most wizard apprentices. Larry took great care of him largely because Harag's aptitude was deemed worth investing in. The level of aptitude affects the sensitivity towards the free energy particles in the universe. The sharper the sensitivity, the easier it is to perceive energy particles during meditation, and the absorption efficiency gets higher. The ultimate result is faster progress in meditation method practice and faster advancement. In Harag's mind, the array map lit up the 5th star, with positions for 5 more stars waiting to be lit. Shenlin, what happens when the entire array map lights up? Harag curiously asked. No data support available. Shenlin only optimized based on the principles of meditation method, but there was no historical data from anyone's practice, thus unable to know any changes that might occur. After completing his daily practice, Harag delved back into the laboratory, continuing the refining of white sage healing potions. This busy work lasted all day, and under the sparse moonlit sky, Herag looked at the 9 bottles of white sage healing potion before him with satisfaction. He made no more mistakes in the subsequent refining process. With increased spiritual power, his focus also improved significantly. 9 bottles of potion total 45 magic stones. Deducting costs, I can net 25 magic stones. Then I'll go buy raw materials again, refine them and sell them. Herag calculated his money-making plan. At the time for meditation practice, Herag stored the white sage healing potions in the space ring and proceeded with his daily practice. He was only 1 star short of the spiritual power requirement for a second-class apprentice. Once he completes meditation for this star, he could prepare for the related raw materials for the dawn potion. Herag looked up, searching among the myriad stars for one to start meditating on. Why was the starry sky I saw that day so completely different? During meditation, Herag recalled the day he encountered Shivara. The sky he saw then was completely different from the one here. Shenlin was data of that starry sky recorded. Herag asked. Based on visual records, the star map is as follows. Shenlin displayed a star map before Herag. Herag closely observed this star map, unable to find any resemblance to the starry sky overhead. Shenlin compare it to the current starry sky, search for any similar places. After comparison, no similarities were found. Whenever Herag had downtime, thinking back about that day's events felt off. He reviewed every detail before and after, unable to understand how he got trapped in that strange space, or what kind of place it was. And that toad before the space shattered. If I wasn't mistaken, it swallowed Shivara in 1 bite. Herag pondered these questions while meditating. In Moonlight Forest, there are 2 ways to purchase potions. One is to buy from the Moonlight Forest official magic pharmacy. The quality is very good, but the price is slightly higher than the market price. For example, White Sage Healing Potion, market price 5 magic stones. Magic Pharmacy sells it for 6 magic stones. The other way is to purchase from other wizards. Herag prepared to go to the flea market to sell White Sage Healing Potions. This is a common magic potion at the flea market and sells quite well. He planned to first sell the ones he had on hand to see how it goes, and if there were any issues, he would consider other options. Although the potions made by wizard apprentices can't compare to those officially sold by Moonlight Forest, they are generally quite effective and sufficient for their needs. The flea market is essentially a plaza. Herag was getting ready to find a spot to set up his stall when he encountered someone he knew. Leo, wearing glasses, was sitting on a small stool with a thick book in hand, surrounded by stacks of books in front of him. Herag greeted him. Leo turned his head and upon seeing Herag, adjusted his glasses and smiled. Long time no see, Herag. Is there anyone next to you? I'm planning to set up a stall here, Herag asked. He saw that both sides of Leo were empty, with no one setting up stalls. No one, the stalls at the flea market are unclaimed, first come first served, Leo explained. Hearing this, Herag felt relieved, took out 4 bottles of White Sage Healing Potion from his bag, and laid them out in front of him. He then took out a book, like Leo, to seize the time for learning. He was reading Basic Principles of Meditation. Herag had been learning a lot lately, and in such a short time, he certainly couldn't digest it all. He needed to spend more time delving into his studies. Shenlin could indeed allow him to progress faster, but it could also become a future hindrance to further advancement. The only thing I can always trust is myself. Even Shenlin is merely an external force. Seeing Herag take out 4 bottles of White Sage Healing Potion, Leo was surprised. Have you learned Magic Potion Makin? Gee, already. I've barely managed to learn it, but practicing cost me dearly. So I'm forced to come out and exchange for some magic stones to cut my losses, Herag said with a gloomy face, as if he had lost a lot of magic stones. Leo nodded understandingly. For us wizard apprentices without much background, it's best not to dabble in magic potion making at first. It's too costly. Indeed, it's not something poor people can afford to play with. Once I sell off this batch of potions, I won't do it anymore, Herag lamented. He gave up on continuing to make White Sage potions to earn magic stones. The small number of potions he had could be explained. As many wizard apprentices, when first learning magic potion making, would concoct white sage healing potions to sell, which was quite normal. However, if Herag produced a large quantity of potions, it would be suspicious, as most people don't have a high success rate in potion making. If Herag brought out 20 bottles of white sage healing potion, it would generally require at least 60 sets of raw materials, which is no small amount. As a first-class wizard apprentice, where would he get so much money? It would only cause unnecessary trouble. Herag now hoped to minimize any trouble, and the money for the Dawn potion could be gathered by doing other tasks. Is this the white sage healing potion? After a while, a customer arrived. It was a male wizard apprentice with red curly hair, looking around 20 years old. Herag replied, "Yes, it is." Herag smiled, "Of course you can." When wizards trade potions, they usually inspect the quality, especially since they aren't officially sold by Moonlight Forest. Many novice wizard apprentices, even if they fail in potion making, will boldly sell their potions, often swindling those uninformed apprentices. Many people get scammed every year. It's a common occurrence. More experienced wizard apprentices will carefully check the quality before buying potions. The curly-haired wizard examined the white sage healing potion meticulously, checking its color, turbidity, and other aspects. After a moment, he said, "This potion is quite good. I'll take 2 bottles." Deal. Herag handed over a bottle and received 10 magic stones. White sage healing potion sold even better than Herag anticipated. The 4 bottles sold out quickly. Herag took out another 3 bottles, planning to keep 2 for himself. Leo widened his eyes at those 3 bottles of potion. "Did you spend that much money?" Herag sighed, "Don't mention it. I still owe Mr. Larry quite a bit." Leo suddenly understood, as if something dawned on him. "I see, I envy you." Herag smiled without saying anything, not explaining further. Just a little leverage from Mr. Larry. Herag mentioned Mr. Larry only to create some ease for himself. After exchanging a few more words, they returned to their books. Business was a bit slow on Leo's side, with no customers for a long time. Herag's stall, however, had another customer soon after. This time, it was a tall woman wearing a black wizard apprentice robe. As she passed by, she took a glance at the white sage healing potions on Herag's stall, let out an exclamation, and squatted down to pick up a bottle for inspection. Herag estimated that the woman was about 1.8 meters tall, and squatting down, her long legs were quite prominent, giving the impression that everything below the neck was all legs. "Did you make this potion?" the woman asked. Herag nodded, "Yes, I did." "Just 3 bottles, do you have more?" Herag laughed, "I don't have that many magic stones to buy materials, just these." "All right, you're pretty good at this. I'll take all 3 bottles." The woman promptly took out 15 magic stones and left. Herag watched her leave in a hurry, couldn't resist taking another glance at those long legs partially hidden by the robe. 7 out of 9 bottles of white sage healing potion was sold, netting 35 magic stones. "Leo, I'm heading out," Herag called over to Leo, who was still engrossed in his book. Leo nodded stiffly, not taking his eyes off his book. Seeing him this way, Herag couldn't help but smile, thinking, despite Leo's hard work, he's still a first-class wizard apprentice. I wonder if it's due to a lack of resources or poor aptitude. On his way back, Herag observed other stalls. There were quite a few selling potions, and many of them sold white sage healing potions, but most of them were of average quality. Herag's white sage healing potion was milky white, slightly inferior to the pure white ones sold by Moonlight Forest. This small gap was currently insurmountable for him, as it was due to the differences in spiritual power. The potions sold by Moonlight Forest were mostly made by capable third-class wizard apprentices or official wizards. Their magic power quality was beyond Herag's reach, and it required high-quality magic power to make the best potions. Those others sold white sage healing potions that were slightly yellowish, some even entirely yellow, bordering on unusable quality. This sight further convinced Herag that he couldn't rely on potion selling to make money, at least not until he had enough strength. After returning home, Herag took out a talisman stone, browsing for suitable tasks. He currently had a total of 37 magic stones, not even enough for 1 set of Dawn potion materials. A task caught Herag's attention. Hunt the stone giant. Reward for processing the stone giant's heart and familiarity with magic potions. 20 magic stones. The heart of the stone giant is an essential magic potion material for a second-class wizard apprentice to advance to a third-class wizard apprentice. And it's generally not available for purchase, because keeping the stone giant heart active is necessary for magic potion making. It needs to be soaked in the potion to maintain its activity for 2 months. A second-class wizard apprentice must consume the potion within 2 months to advance to a third-class wizard apprentice. Therefore, the heart of the stone giant is typically sought out by second-class wizard apprentices after reaching their limit, followed by completing a series of processes including hunting, potion making, and advancement. Handling the heart of the stone giant is a case study. In the course, Basic Introduction to Magic Potions, where Herag used a model for several experiments during lab classes, a process he's already familiar with. He's also the only wizard apprentice in this batch of courses who successfully completed the stone giant heart experiment. Others did not succeed. Do first-class wizard apprentices need to fight when handling the stone giant's heart? Herag sent a message to the task issuer. The task issuer, named Bessie, seemed to be a woman. First-class wizard apprentice, are you sure you can handle the stone giant's heart? Bessie asked. I attended Mr. Larry's magic potion course and am familiar with handling the stone giant's heart, Herag replied. Why don't you come to the Lion Cafe in town and let's talk face to face? Bessie decided to meet him. The Lion Cafe is located at the center of town, a place where many wizards choose to talk, exchange ideas, or relax. As Herag approached the Lion Cafe, he could smell the aroma of coffee wafting in the air. He pushed open the door and immediately saw a familiar face, the tall woman who bought 3 bottles of white sage healing potion from him. Herag, Bessie asked. Herag smiled. What a coincidence. Bessie was also surprised, laughing. I didn't expect it to be you. If those white sage healing potions were indeed crafted by you, then I have no doubt about your magic potion skills. Herag chuckled. I wouldn't dare deceive anyone in such matters. After all, once I leave the Moonlight Forest, I'm just a weak first-class wizard apprentice and can't afford to lie. The meaning was clear. Outside the Moonlight Forest, he would be unprotected. If he dared to deceive, they could easily deal with him. Rest assured, I'm not one to break the rules. Otherwise, who would dare cooperate with me in the future? Sit down, the others will arrive soon, Bessie explained. Herag nodded and sat down by the table, knowing that taking this task involved risks, and everything out of the Moonlight Forest depended on his ability to adapt. But what task doesn't involve risk? Even picking mushrooms can lead to so many problems, Herag sighed internally. The two chatted willingly and unconsciously about topics related to magic potions. Herag knew a lot about these topics, as Shenlin's database stored a wealth of information. Whatever question Bessie raised, Herag could immediately respond and expand into many subjects. Truly knowledgeable, Mr. Herag. Bessie was genuinely surprised at how knowledgeable a first-class wizard apprentice could be, and it indeed astonished her. Soon after, 2 other people Bessie had arranged arrived. One named Rock Dean, a third-class wizard apprentice, wore a heavy spectacle frame and entered with a scrutinizing glance at Herag. The other, named Emma Marcy, was a freckled-faced woman who seemed to have a close relationship with Bessie, as they hugged upon meeting. After the group sat down and introduced themselves to each other, Bessie said, Everyone's here. Let's discuss the plan. Departure time is 2 days later. I'll prepare everything needed. Herag will handle the stone giant's heart. He won't participate in the combat. After Bessie finished, Rock spoke. I have a question. Why bring a first-class wizard apprentice to handle the stone giant's heart? Though Herag is only a first-class wizard apprentice, his expertise in magic potions is high, so I'm assured of his capability, Bessie explained. Rock sipped his coffee. If you think that's fine, then so be it. Rock's job was to deal with the stone giant, regardless of whether the heart would be handled successfully or not. The stone giant generally requires third-class wizard apprentices to manage. Bessie invited 2 third-class wizard apprentices this time, which made success almost certain. Herag was too weak to directly engage in combat, avoiding being affected by the fighting. If Herag were injured or killed due to combat, handling the stone giant's heart would fall to the 3 of them, who weren't proficient in magic potions. Magic potions require a lot of financial resources and supplies. Most wizard apprentices struggle to gain substantial experience without ample accumulation. After confirming the specifics, they left the cafe, with Herag returning home to begin preparing the potion needed to soak the stone giant's heart. Florob worm slime, Hawklap juice, lionfish's stinger. After counting the necessary magic potion materials, Herag began crafting the potion called Broad Spectrum Potion. He placed Florob worm slime into a beaker, then ignited the lionfish's stinger, placing it into the beaker, and then infused magic power while chanting several syllables. Thick white mist rose continuously from the beaker, filling the room shortly thereafter. Herag wore protective goggles, ignoring the surrounding white mist, focusing heavily on the beaker. Reaction countdown of 9 seconds. Shenlin provided the countdown to the reaction time. As soon as the time ended, Herag immediately poured a pink powder into the beaker, which was ground from a fruit known as scarlet grass. A round crystal bottle in front of Herag contained a purple solution that occasionally bubbled on the surface with a soft popping sound. He sealed the bottle with an oak-made stopper, having successfully crafted the broad spectrum potion. At night, the 6th star in Herag's mind already had a basic shape, and he expected to complete meditation and fulfill advancement conditions to become a second-class wizard apprentice within 2 months. Luckily, the ingredients for the Dawn potion can be bought in the forest, avoiding the huge risk of hunting to acquire materials. Herag was already preparing the Dawn potion-related materials, needing only the main demon flower root, which was currently unaffordable, but completing this task would allow him to complete the necessary materials for a Dawn potion. 2 days later, Herag met with the group at an inn in the northern forest region. The route they would take this time was not heading toward the Moonlight Forest, but towards the east. Upon arrival, Herag noticed that the inn's atmosphere was different from usual, with an official wizard and several third-class wizard apprentices stationed there, enhancing the security forces. Was it because of what happened that day? Herag thought of the incident where Loon was killed by Shivara. After Hellfoot arrived at the station, Herag and the others boarded the wagon one after another. They first needed to ride Hellfoot to the Red Mountain Range, which marked the eastern border of the Moonlight Forest. Beyond that point, they would be outside the domain of the Moonlight Forest. Herag got off the wagon, and at a glance, he saw the continuous red mountains ahead. The rocks here were relatively soft and presented a bright red color. Many maple trees grew in the mountains, turning the scenery into a fiery red world in autumn. After arriving at the Red Mountain Range station, Hellfoot walked to a trough nearby to eat fresh grass and then drank water in large gulps. Once it was full, it stood still, looking at Herag and the others, stamping its hooves a few times. Bessie patted Hellfoot's head and said, "You can go back now, little one. We won't be taking the wagon." Hellfoot seemed to understand, pulling the wagon back by itself. At the Hellfoot station, there was an ordinary wagon, and the driver was a robust young man who had been waiting here early according to Bessie's arrangements. "Get on the wagon. Let's aim to reach River Town tonight so we don't have to camp in the wild," Bessie said, lifting the curtain and getting in first. Herag followed closely behind. The interior of the wagon was quite spacious, with soft cushions on the seats, making it very comfortable to sit. Bessie's long legs was somewhat cramped in the wagon, requiring her to occasionally adjust her leg position to make herself more comfortable. Emma and Bessie had a close relationship, and chatted about various trivial matters after boarding, such as which third-class wizard apprentice had to sleep with whom for promotion or who was having an affair with whom. Neither Herag nor Rock spoke. After getting on the wagon, Rock kept his eyes closed, seemingly meditating. Herag opened the curtain of the window, fixed it with a hook, and gazed at the scenery outside. This was his first time leaving the Moonlight Forest. Outside the wagon, it was a continuous stretch of maple woods, initially with no signs of any human activity. The wagon ran for about 2 hours, eventually revealing some people logging in the woods, and occasionally some wooden houses appeared, presumably resting places for the nearby lumberjacks and hunters. After another half an hour, the maple woods gradually faded behind them, and the scenery outside included more diverse landscapes. They were headed to the Thousand-Needle Stone Forest to search for the stone giant, a journey expected to take 3 days, with River Town being their first stop. Herag closed the curtain and also began to meditate, and about 5 hours later, the wagon's speed gradually slowed down. "We're here." The driver opened the curtain, respectfully notifying the wizard apprentices inside the wagon. After getting off, Herag found himself in what appeared to be a peaceful little town. The sky had already darkened, and there were few people moving around the town, making it seem especially tranquil. Next to River Town, a wide river flowed through, the sound of the water murmuring. Herag followed Bessie and the others to an inn, where 2 lanterns hung at the entrance, emitting a pale yellow glow. "The rooms I prepared for you are upstairs. Tonight, you're the only guest staying there," said the driver, who turned out to be the innkeeper, eagerly leading the way. The inn's first-floor hall had many tables set up. This was where travelers ate and drank. 4 tables were occupied, with a mix of local residents and adventurers with swords by their side. The moment Herag and the others walked into the inn, they attracted attention, and upon seeing the robes they wore, people's expressions became extremely alarmed and fearful. They glanced quickly and then lowered their heads, not daring to look again, rendering the entire inn extremely quiet. Herag indeed noticed a big bearded man trying hard to control his breathing, seemingly afraid to breathe loudly. "They seem quite afraid of us," Herag said after going upstairs. Bessie turned back. "That's normal. This area is quite close to the wizard organization. So many people are aware of wizards' existence. As we go further out, people in those places will generally not know about wizards." After a while, when they went downstairs to eat, they found that the first-floor hall was empty. Herag asked, "Where are they?" The driver bowed, smiling. "They've all left, even those who had rooms have checked out, afraid of disturbing the rest of you." 2 days later, Herag and the others arrived at the 1,000-needle stone forest on horseback. The landform here was very peculiar, consisting of a sunken valley. The valley contained countless tall stone pillars, each several hundred meters high. Vegetation was scarce in the 1,000-needle stone forest, mostly bare yellow earth. A slight breeze could stir up clouds of dust within the stone forest. Rock walked at the front, warning those behind, "Be cautious once we enter. This is a completely neutral area, and we might encounter people from any wizard organization. If we run into people from Green Cottage, we must be particularly careful." Herag was fully attentive to Shenlan's environmental monitoring, and there seemed to be no unusual movements for the time being. Rock held an hourglass in his hand, adjusting their direction after covering a certain distance, continuing to move forward if the hourglass flipped automatically. The 1,000-needle stone forest was vast, and its similar terrain made it easy to get lost. The stone giant typically hid deep within the forest, sometimes even burying itself in the ground. Rock's hourglass seemed capable of locating the stone giant, leading the group through the stone forest by constantly adjusting their direction. Although Herag could use Shenlan to help search for the stone giant's location, it was a personal secret he naturally wouldn't disclose. In his mind, the map of the 1,000-needle stone forest was gradually being completed, with a red line clearly marking their path from the moment they entered the forest until now. Rock suddenly stopped, and the hourglass in his hand began to turn rapidly, flipping over furiously. "We found it. It's nearby. Be cautious." He put away the hourglass and closed his eyes. Herag could sense a surge of magic power emanating from Rock's body, quickly sweeping over the surroundings. It seems to be magical perception, and quite a large range, Herag estimated. Rock's magical perception was probably about 70 to 80 meters. Once Rock activated magical perception, the group slowed their forward progress. Soon, Herag noticed a colossal figure hidden behind a stone column about 200 meters ahead, seemingly hibernating underground. Stone giant. Having discovered the stone giant, Herag didn't speak up. He continued to move silently, ready to retreat at any moment. Rock's magical perception range was still slightly short of sensing the stone giant's exact location. A moment later, Rock stopped with a serious expression, pointing to a stone column ahead. "It's behind that stone column, buried underground. Herag, find a place to hide. You can come over once we've settled this." "Stay safe," Bessie advised. Herag nodded. "Okay, you go ahead." Herag found a concealed place to hide based on the surrounding terrain feedback from Shenlan, while simultaneously observing Bessie's situation through Shenlan. Rock walked at the forefront, stopping when he was still 40 to 50 meters away from where the stone giant was sleeping. He pointed ahead, quickly reciting the syllables of a spell, and then said, "Wake up, big guy, stone spike technique." Muffled rumbling sound came from the stone giant's resting place, and a humanoid creature, seemingly composed of numerous large stones, catapulted from the underground. A massive stone column was beneath the stone giant, appearing as if the stone giant had been propped up by the column. The stone giant let out a deep growl, stared at Rock for a moment, then charged at him. Quicksand trap. Rock, unhurried, used another spell. The area where the stone giant stood transformed entirely into quicksand, and due to its weight, it quickly sank into the quicksand, with only a third of its body remaining above the surface. Emma then made her move, tossing a bottle of black potion onto the stone giant. Upon breaking, the black liquid spread out. High-tier corrosion technique. After Emma chanted a few incantations, the black potion suddenly expanded, enveloping the entire stone giant. The stone giant emitted cries of agony as the stones on its body were rapidly corroded, soon revealing some blood-red muscle tissue underneath. Herag was not surprised by this scene. He knew that the stone giant's surface was stone, but its interior still had organs and muscle tissue. The stone giant was immobilized in the quicksand, its entire body covered with corrosive potion, continuously howling until its voice grew faint. Seeing it was almost done, Rock said to Bessie, "Go call Herag over." Bessie breathed a sigh of relief. They had rehearsed the plan many times before coming, and so far, everything was going smoothly. After Herag came over with Bessie, Rock waved his hand. "Rock spike." A few mud-yellow spikes rapidly formed in front of him and shot towards the stone giant, stabbing its neck and other vital parts, avoiding the heart. The stone giant's body convulsed continuously after being hit by the spikes, and after a while, its head drooped powerlessly. "That's it, hurry up and extract the heart," Rock said as he lifted the effect of the quicksand trap, and the ground returned to its hard, muddy appearance. "Shenlin, is the stone giant dead?" Herag didn't rush over. He first inquired with Shenlin. "The stone giant shows no signs of life," Shenlin replied. Only then did Herag approach the stone giant's corpse with ease. He took out a set of special dissection tools from his space ring. He first sliced open the stone shell at the stone giant's heart area, revealing the blood-red heart inside. The difficulty in harvesting the stone giant's heart lies in the 17 blood vessels surrounding it. They must be cut in a specific order, with each cut followed by sealing the vessel opening with pre-made magic potion mud. The entire process must be completed within a minute, which is very challenging and requires precise skill. Any mistake is unacceptable. With Shenlin's assistance, Herag performed each step with pinpoint accuracy, making this task fairly easy for him. A minute later, Herag held a faintly pulsing blood-red heart in his hands. He placed it into a crystal jar, and poured the prepared broad-spectrum potion into it, sealed the jar's lid, and thus completed the processing of the stone giant's heart. In the crystal jar, the stone giant's heart, soaked in the magic potion, pulsed gently, able to maintain its vitality for 2 months. All done, Herag handed the crystal jar to Bessie. With the completion of the mission, Bessie felt her burden lifted. She placed the jar into her space ring and then took out a bag of magic stones. "Herag, this is your payment." Herag accepted it, and Shenlin quickly scanned through to confirm that there were indeed 20 magic stones. "Let's hurry back." Now in possession of the stone giant's heart, Bessie grew anxious again, eager to return to Moonlight Forest to commission someone to concoct the potion and advance. Rock once again took out the hourglass and began walking back. Every location in the 1,000-needle stone forest looked similar, making it easy to get lost without special methods. Herag trailed behind, observing the map in his mind without speaking. Even when Rock went off course several times, he didn't point it out because the hourglass in Rock's hand would eventually indicate the deviation. After walking for half an hour, Herag suddenly slowed his pace. According to Shenlin's feedback, there were people hiding behind 2 stone pillars up ahead, a total of 3, each exuding a strong magical source. Herag couldn't call out a warning, so he merely slowed his steps, ready to bolt at a moment's notice. Rock had his magic sense activated and would soon discover the hidden enemies ahead. Soon enough, Rock indeed stopped, and then suddenly stepped on a rock and swiftly retreated. Not only him, but Hereg, Bessie, and Emma also rapidly retreated. A rain of fire immediately fell on the spot they had just occupied. Rock glanced at Hereg, slightly surprised that he had sensed and dodged it. Hereg kept an eye on the movements of the three individuals, and as one of them silently cast a spell at them, Hereg used the Wind Elf's blessing to accelerate his retreat immediately. What luck, I never thought we'd actually encounter people from Moonlight Forest here. Lord Malcolm did say that there's a reward for killing people from Moonlight Forest. Killing a first-class wizard apprentice earns 5 magic stones, killing a second-class wizard apprentice earns 20 magic stones, and killing a third-class wizard apprentice earns 50 magic stones. A man with a face mask said as he emerged from behind a stone pillar, followed by the other two. Shenlin assessed the strength of these three. Hereg ordered. Power 5.8, Agility 6.5, Constitution 6.8. Spirit 17.2. Power 5.1, Agility 6.8, Constitution 7.0, Spirit 18.6. Power 6.2, Agility 5.0, Constitution 6.7, Spirit 17.8. 3 third-class wizard apprentices. Hereg, seeing Shenlin's results, felt the situation was a bit dire. On their side, there were only 2 third-class wizard apprentices, 1 second-class wizard apprentice, and 1 first-class wizard apprentice. The combat power difference was glaring. More critically, Rock and Emma might have the ability to protect themselves. If things went south, they could escape. But Hereg was unsure if he could run away safely. Without hesitation, Hereg decided to retreat. With Shenlin mapping the way, he had no concerns about getting lost. Bessie, noticing Hereg's immediate retreat, didn't comment. It was a wise decision anyway, as Hereg's presence wouldn't have added much combat value. The 3 adversaries didn't mind Hereg's departure. A first-class wizard apprentice wasn't worth much. What mattered were the 2 third-class wizard apprentices in front of them. They were the true prizes. After Hereg ran a distance, he could no longer sense any commotion from that side and began to take a detour towards the exit. More than 40 minutes later, Hereg reached the exit, and he encountered no one else along the way. The 4 horses at the exit was still there, and in addition, there was also a carriage, which Hereg estimated belonged to the 3 third-class wizard apprentices. After mounting his horse, Hereg began galloping madly, preparing to rush all the way back to the Moonlight Forest. From what those 3 said, Malcolm must have discovered that Loon died in the Moonlight Forest and blamed it on Moonlight Forest, even offering a bounty. He took off his robe and changed into casual clothes. Hereg kicked the horse's belly, making it run even faster. More than an hour later, Hereg felt a bit relieved, seeing no pursuers behind him. Suddenly ahead, he heard the sounds of swords clashing, along with cries and shouts of killing. As Hereg rode closer, he saw a group of bandits attacking a caravan. The bandits numbered about 30, including crossbowmen. The caravan had only a little over 10 people. Desperately holding on, using the carriage as a fortification, dead bodies lay all around. "Come on, brothers, they're about to break. These are nobles, they must have good stuff." The bandit leader, a man with a long scar across his face, was standing on the outside, directing the attack. The strongest in the caravan was a knight-level fighter in his 40s or 50s, guarding a gap in the middle of the carriage, holding a giant shield to fend off the bandits' attack. Hereg just took a glance and continued on his way, not wanting to involve himself in unnecessary trouble. Riding past, the scar-faced man noticed him and spotted the 2 rings on Hereg's hand at a glance, his eyes lighting up, saying, "Block him. That man has good stuff on him." 7 or 8 arrows sailed towards Hereg, aiming to shoot him down. Hereg had already received Shenlin's warning and ducked down to dodge the incoming arrows. "This guy's got some skills, shoot his horse," the bandit leader continued commanding. Several arrows quickly embedded into the horse's rump and belly, causing the horse to wail and fall to the ground. Hereg tumbled off, his eyes coldly fixed on the bandits. "Ha ha ha. Good shot, kill him." The bandit leader laughed, immediately directing 7 or 8 men to charge at Hereg. At the same time, some crossbowmen started aiming at Hereg, shooting arrows at him. Dark energy shield. The arrows bounced off the thick shields and fell to the ground, completely failing to harm Hereg. The bandit leader's smile froze on his face when he saw the strange shields on Harag, raising a bad feeling in his heart. Harag drew his brilliant longsword and charged at the bandits. Arrows still kept coming, but without exception all were deflected. Harag's physique now was at a knight level, and with a few strides he was upon the bandits, severing a head with a single swing of his sword. The blades and arrows of these bandits were useless against Harag, unable to breach even the most basic defense. In the blink of an eye, Harag killed one with each step, taking down all 8 charging bandits, leaving a bloodied path. A monster, the bandits were terrified at the sight, becoming panic-stricken as they had never seen such shields like those on Harag, beyond their understanding. The bandits began to flee, even abandoning the caravan they had been assaulting. The bandit leader ran the fastest, silently mounting a horse and starting to gallop away. Harag fixed his gaze on him, swiftly forming a corrosive arrow in hand, shooting it straight toward the bandit leader. The corrosive arrow pierced through the bandit leader's neck, knocking him off his horse. The bandit leader's neck had a terrifying bloody hole, with black edges from corrosive energy. The bandits, having lost their leader, scattered and fled in all directions. Harag couldn't be bothered to chase them, as pursuing would only waste his travel time. He looked back at his horse, which was barely alive on the ground, and then headed towards the caravan. "Thank you, Mystic, for your help. The Allison family will forever remember your grace." The middle-aged knight knelt on one knee to thank him as Harag approached. "Hello, my name is Uffie Ellison." A noble young girl, dressed luxuriously, stepped off the carriage behind, her face delicate, legs wrapped in white stockings. Harag gave her an indifferent glance but said nothing, and turned to ask the middle-aged knight, "Can I buy a horse?" "Buy a horse?" The middle-aged knight was a bit taken aback, then quickly said, "Of course. You need not buy it, just take whichever horse you fancy and ride away." Harag nodded, chose a strong black horse, mounted it, tossed 2 gold coins on the ground and rode off. Uffie helped the middle-aged knight up, saying, "Uncle Shani, I think he is the knight I've been looking for." Knight Shani sighed helplessly. "Miss Uffie, that gentleman just now is no knight, but a legendary wizard, don't provoke him." "But all the knight novels say so. The knight always appears when the princess is in danger, rescues her, and they live happily ever after." Uffie held a novel titled The Knight and the Rose in her hand. Shani knew his young lady was recently infatuated with knight novels and said, "Miss Uffie, we should get back in the carriage and head home while the bandits are scared off. We must treasure these 2 gold coins." Shani carefully picked up the 2 gold coins Harag had left, wiped off the dust, and put them in his pocket. For Harag, it was just a minor incident on his journey, and what annoyed him was the delay caused by the damned bandits. Harag made no stops along the way, only camping at night to rest briefly and let his horse graze and drink water. 3 days later, Harag arrived at the Red Mountain Range Station. He sensed a tense atmosphere as soon as he arrived, noting that a formal wizard and 3 third-class wizard apprentices were stationed there. "No one was stationed here when I left." Harag found it a bit odd. "Show me your talisman stone." A chubby third-class wizard apprentice came over to verify his identity. Harag honestly handed over the talisman stone. The chubby wizard checked it, and finding no issues, returned it to Harag. Then he took out something resembling a bamboo section and said, "This is the faceless bamboo section. Take it and suck on it once with your mouth." Harag did as instructed, and smoke puffed out of his ears, nose, and mouth, dissipating quickly. The fat wizard nodded, No problem. You can go now." "Did something happen?" Harag asked curiously. "Recently, the Green Cottage launched multiple attacks on us. To ensure safety, all wizards entering the forest must undergo identity checks," the fat wizard explained. "Is the situation this serious?" Harag felt that only a few days had passed, yet the situation had become more complex than he imagined. After putting away the faceless bamboo section, the fat wizard said, "You don't need to worry too much. Just try not to leave the forest during this period. It's still safe inside. Even if you need to go out, don't go alone. Your duty at the post station must also be quite risky." Harag felt that the defensive power at the post station was still somewhat lacking. The fat wizard smiled bitterly. "There's no choice. The tasks assigned by the forest must be carried out. There's no escaping them. Dangerous encounters, At least the official wizards can retreat unharmed, but it's much harder for those of us who are wizard apprentices. If the Green Cottage wanted to attack a post station, they certainly wouldn't just send a few wizard apprentices. Are there any mandatory tasks? Hereg asked. Of course, as long as there is an emergency, everyone might be mobilized. You're just a first-class wizard apprentice. Your power isn't enough yet, so there's no task for you at the moment. Once your power increases, you'll be assigned tasks too, the fat wizard explained. After chatting for a while, the Hellfoot arrived. After boarding, Hereg took out his talisman stone and started browsing Gossip Tavern, and sure enough, he saw many discussions about the Green Cottage attacks. 3 first-class wizard apprentices picking sleeping. Mushrooms in the moonlight forest were killed. I saw the scene. Their bodies were hung on trees. The people from Green Cottage are too arrogant. Calculating over the past few days, there have been over 20 casualties. Why have the people from Green Cottage suddenly gone mad? It's said they have a bounty. Killing one of our third-class wizard apprentices is worth 50 magic stones. Am I worth that much? I almost want to kill myself to claim the bounty. Hereg continued to browse other posts. Many wizard apprentices who went out on missions had encountered attacks from the Green Cottage. It seems we're not an isolated case. They must have some source of intelligence, an insider. Hereg realized that the Green Cottage must have some special means of obtaining internal intelligence from the Moonlight Forest. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for so many wizard apprentices on missions to encounter danger. He glanced at Bessie's chat box, but there was still no message. After Hereg escaped, he sent a message to Bessie asking about their situation, but still no reply after 3 days. He had a vague sense of unease and wondered if Bessie's group could escape. While meditating, Hereg suddenly opened his eyes. His talisman stone flashed. He opened it to see a message from Bessie. Seeing the message from Bessie, Hereg thought the 3 of them were safe, but unexpectedly, the third-class wizard apprentice Emma had died. Emma didn't manage to escape to save me. Bessie quickly sent another message. Bessie had a good relationship with Emma, and Hereg could imagine how sad she must be. After all, it's extremely difficult for wizards to have a friend. Hereg, can you take me to see Mr. Larry? I want to commission him to help me concoct the Dawn and Dusk potion. I must become a third-class wizard apprentice. I must become a wizard, Bessie continued. No problem, I can take you there tomorrow. Hereg had already arranged to meet Larry to discuss some precautions about the Dawn potion the next day. Thank you, Hereg. Bessie sent this message and then said no more. Hereg then opened Larry's chat box, explained the situation, and Larry readily agreed. After all, business was coming to his door, and there was no reason to turn it away. Shenlong, calculate how much longer it will take to complete the last star of meditation. Recent events had made Hereg increasingly anxious, eager to enhance his power, as only with power could he control his own destiny. Estimated to take another 35 days. 35 days, Hereg murmured this time as he entered meditation. The next day, Hereg met with Bessie at the Lion Cafe, where Rock was also present. They were still at the same table, but 4 people had become 3. My condolences. Hereg saw that Bessie's eyes were still red. I'll also offer my condolences to those people. Bessie's eyes glinted with ferocity, filled with murderous intent. Bessie, you shouldn't rush into revenge. Hereg noticed her unstable state and tried to advise her. Bessie calmed down and said, I understand. Rock spoke up, it's my fault, I couldn't protect her. Bessie shook her head, no, you did your best. If it weren't for you and for that place in the 1,000-needle stone forest full of earth elements, we might have all been unable to escape. Rock, you've done enough. Let's go, Hereg, Bessie stood up and said. Hereg brought her to Larry, who surprisingly came to the door to welcome them himself. I heard about Miss Emma, it's truly regrettable. I still remember her youthful and lively demeanor in my classes, Larry said with deep regret. Thank you, Mr. Larry, for remembering her. Bessie's mood again sank a bit. Back to business, the commission fee for the Dawn and Dusk potion is 100 magic stones. Miss Bessie should be aware of this, right? Larry said, pouring coffee for both of them. I have it all ready. Bessie appeared unfazed by the cost. 100 magic stones. Hereg thought to himself, the magic potion crafting business is truly lucrative. A career with high upfront investment and returns. Larry leaned against the table and looked down at Bessie, saying, "One more thing I must emphasize to Miss Bessie. The promotion should only begin once your spirit and emotions have completely stabilized. Otherwise, recklessly drinking the potion to advance can have terrifying consequences." "Thank you, Mr. Larry, for the warning. I understand." Bessie nodded. "All right, you only have one set of magic potion materials. To ensure everything goes smoothly, I'll prepare extra time. Usually you need 2 sets of materials, but let's skip that this time. In about 7 days, I will start the preparation. The Dawn and Dusk potion, once crafted, will be effective for a month. Miss Bessie will need to consume it and complete the advancement within that month," Larry explained. "Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Larry," Bessie bowed. Larry smiled. "Wish me luck, and I also wish you success." After Bessie left, Herag stayed to inquire about details regarding the Dawn potion. Larry answered each question without reservation, offering some insights from his own experiences. He had high hopes for Herag, especially in the field of magic potion, as Herag always managed to grasp every detail excellently, to Larry's great satisfaction. Herag lay on the bed, the 6th star in his mind about to solidify and sparkle. Just before sunrise, Herag opened his eyes. Shenlin checked the current state of the body. Herag Merlin, Power 2.8, Agility 2.9, Constitution 4.0, Spirit 10.5, Magic Power 100%. The data in all aspects has reached the genetic limit. Herag looked at the data, silently contemplating. 10.5 spiritual power, already surpassing the advancement requirements of most second-class wizard apprentices. Is it because of the starry sky meditation technique? Generally, a first-class wizard apprentice's spiritual power tops out at 8 or 9 at most. To increase further, one must advance to a second-class wizard apprentice. Herag had not yet advanced, but already had a spiritual power of 10.5. If word got out, people might slice him up for research. The body's data had also seen significant improvement, but it had already reached genetic limits. Herag did not rush to advance, but spent 5 days stabilizing his spiritual power, striving to keep his physical state steady. Next is alchemy. Herag prepared 2 sets of materials, and 1 extra set was borrowed from Larry. If he succeeded on the first try, he could return the borrowed materials. Herag heard that advancing to an official wizard requires multiple magic potions, drinking another if the first one isn't enough. Failure to advance means death. The advancement from a first-class wizard apprentice isn't as difficult or dangerous, requiring only 1 magic potion. Demon flower root, ancient tree sap, 30 grams of obsidian Saturn dust. In his laboratory, Herag counted the magic potion materials. The main challenge of the Dawn potion lay in handling the demon flower root and maintaining the activity of the ancient tree sap. The ancient tree sap must be kept at a constant temperature of 83 degrees in a beaker, not a degree higher or lower, with constant monitoring. The root of the demon flower is highly toxic and must be handled carefully, filtering out all toxins, as it's the main component of the Dawn potion's efficacy. The Dawn potion is essentially a poison. An ordinary person would drop dead immediately after drinking it, and a first-class wizard apprentice with insufficient spiritual power would find it hard to survive. Herag took out a black sunflower-like plant from his space ring. Unlike a sunflower, the original head had turned into a human face. From the features, it was a woman's face, with tightly closed eyes and cute, sharp tiger fangs at the corners of her mouth. Rather cute. Herag didn't understand why the word cute crossed his mind. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes, looking at Herag with a bewitching expression. Dark energy shield, I almost forgot. Damn, nearly messed up the first step. Herag was filled with dread. The demon flower has an enchanting effect and absorbs emotional energy from animals. If the demon flower absorbed emotions, its venom would mix with impurities, rendering the magic potion materials useless. The dark energy shield provides a certain defense against spells involving dark attribute energy, easily blocking the minor magic of the demon flower. Herag took a pair of scissors, placing them at the junction of the demon flower's head and root. The Dawn potion required only the root, and the head could be kept for other magic potions in the future. Shenlin block hearing. Herag preemptively issued the command as a precaution. The next moment, the demon flower sensed the cold scissors below, showing a human-like expression of terror. Herag exerted force, swiftly severing the head while sealing the cut with magic power to prevent the sap inside from splattering. Ugh! The demon flower opened its mouth and began to scream. But the dark energy within it was blocked by the dark energy shield, rendering its sonic attack ineffective against Herag. Given his current physique, this level of intensity was insufficient to harm his eardrums, as it was only a harvested magic potion material. After about a minute of screaming, the demon flower's expression weakened, looking tired, and soon closed its eyes. Herag soaked it in a pre-prepared glass jar, then stored it in the space ring, as it might come in handy later. The next step was pivotal and challenging. Herag placed the root of the demon flower sealed with magic power into a large beaker, then infused magic power to control the toxins inside, squeezing them out with magic power. This process required extreme care. A slight mistake in breaking the internal structure of the root would render the subsequent experiment unnecessary. The black-purple toxins slowly dripped into the large beaker, the lab silent except for the drip-drip sound of water, with time passing slowly. Herag took 8 hours to complete the preparation of the Dawn potion, sealing the test tube with an oak stopper, containing a light purple solution. Phew! Exhausted, Herag finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Remaining magic power, 11%. Apart from numerous details to pay attention to, the alchemy of the Dawn potion also consumed considerable magic power. With both physical and mental exhaustion, Herag was extremely fatigued at this moment. Luckily it succeeded. I don't want to go through it again. That tightrope walking-like tension where nothing could go wrong covered his mind. Just recalling it made Herag break out in a cold sweat. The current spiritual power is still too much pressure for completing this potion. No wonder Mr. Larry insisted on lending a set to me, apparently doubting I could succeed on the first try. Shenlin could only run simulations and calculations for each step and the timing of the next step, but every action needed his execution. The normal human brain couldn't manage such high-precision, high-intensity tasks. Only wizards, with spiritual strength far exceeding ordinary people, enough focus and stamina could accomplish it. After completing everything, Herag went downstairs to shower, still meditating while soaking in the bathtub. Although his spiritual power had reached its limit, it was already a formed habit, plus meditation could speed magic power recovery. In his mind, 6 stars connected, and the array map had only 4 positions left to illuminate. The advancement of a second-class wizard apprentice to third class requires 10 stars, matching the array map's number exactly. Maybe there's a link between them. Herag lay in the bathtub, the meditation making him oblivious to the passage of time, even the cooling bathwater unnoticed. Remaining magic power, 100%. After a night, the magic power fully recovered, and as Herag opened his eyes, his body and spirit felt refreshed. He still didn't rush to drink the potion for advancement, but intended to adjust his body state over a few days while reviewing the relevant knowledge of advancement. You succeeded on the first try. Larry was very surprised to hear the news. Many times it almost ended in failure so hard. Herag sighed. Larry looked at Herag like a monster. You know, I had already prepared the Dawn potion for you, because I never thought you could succeed. Herag was surprised, not expecting Larry to have prepared the Dawn potion for him. Larry smiled and said, I originally wanted you to use this opportunity to gain some experience in magic potion refining. The Dawn potion is still too difficult for you, but you actually succeeded. Genius, I've seen many wizards, and your talent in magic potion is unparalleled. Your wizard aptitude is 75 points, but your talent in magic potion can be rated as 95 points. Herag touched the back of his head, not expecting such high praise from Larry. During the refining process of the Dawn potion, Shenlin played a crucial role, and without Shenlin, he would have truly been unable to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Larry, for your compliment. Here is the unused portion of the Dawn potion materials I borrowed from you. Herag returned the unused materials. Larry snapped his fingers to collect the materials, then said solemnly, In a few days, you'll be a second-class wizard apprentice. The academy might assign you some tasks. Larry explained, You know about the recent matter with the Green Cottage, right? Initially, it was just Malcolm's personal vendetta. and such clashes have happened before. But a week ago, both sides had level 1 wizards confront each other. Level 1 wizards. Herag realized the severity of the situation. Conflicts between wizard apprentices were only trivial matters. Once level 1 wizards are involved, it escalates to a conflict between two wizard organizations. Thus, it can be foreseen that in the upcoming period, our battles with Green Cottage won't cease, and the situation will only become tenser. I can see from the magic potions the Forest commissioned me to refine in this period that they plan something big. Both sides seem to want to use this as an excuse to go all out, and the battle won't cease easily. It might even evolve into a war between two wizard organizations. Herag had read in some tomes about the records of wizard wars. Even official wizards might not be able to protect themselves, let alone wizard apprentices, who in such times become expendables. Many magic arrays are even triggered by the sacrifice of hundreds of wizard apprentices, unleashing great power. I still remember the last wizard war I personally experienced. Every day, countless people died in various tragic ways. The night after the war ended, few houses in the northern forest region had their lights on, Larry recalled. Were there no wizard apprentices who escaped? Herag asked. In times of large-scale wars, weaker wizard apprentices should choose to flee knowing danger has arrived. Larry helplessly shook his head. Do you remember the form you filled out on the day you joined? Form? Herag suddenly had a realization. Moonlight Forest seems to have little management over wizards, but there's actually a means of constraint. Yes, that form I told you about. It contains magic, aside from identity recording and authentication functions. It's also a contract. If Moonlight Forest wants to take action against you, you can't escape, Larry explained. Herag was somewhat surprised, but then realized it made sense. There are no free lunches. Moonlight Forest will not provide these conditions for free, and when they need you, you must step up. However, this still left Herag with a sense of discomfort, as he didn't want his destiny to be controlled by others. So during a war, do we, the wizard apprentices, have to follow Moonlight Forest's arrangements? Herag asked. Larry shook his finger. There are 4 ways. The first is, if you can be promoted to an official wizard, the magic's binding effect on you will lapse. At that time, you can decide whether to stay at Moonlight Forest or leave based on your own will. If you stay, you must re-sign a contract, a fair exchange of interests. The second option is to apply to leave the organization, but generally it's not feasible, except when your life is nearing its end and you want to leave. Third, if you're often outside, the forest can't manage you. Many wizards are in extremely remote places and cannot be contacted. This method doesn't work now. The forest now has entry and exit controls, and you must have a legitimate reason to go out. The last option is to be executing tasks outside, which is also one of the current legitimate reasons for going out. Herag listened carefully, pondered slightly, and asked, Mr. Larry, so it seems the most suitable for me is to take a task and then go out publicly. Larry replied, in theory, yes, but such tasks must be officially issued by Moonlight Forest, and many people scramble to take them. The duration of these tasks isn't fixed. You might have to return after just 1 or 2 months. Herag furrowed his brow. It seemed the ostensibly safe Moonlight Forest now constantly faced the risk of possibly engaging in a war. But there's one other way. Larry smiled meaningfully, staring at Herag. Herag felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and tentatively asked, what way? Become my student, Larry said slowly. Student? Herag had somewhat expected this outcome. Larry had always taken care of him, not necessarily out of being a good person, but more because of recognizing Herag's potential, something Herag had always been aware of. If he could become his student, he could surely avoid many detours. Larry smiled. How about it, Herag? Are you willing to become my student? Herag didn't rush to answer but instead asked, what do I need to pay? Larry smiled. No need to worry, I won't make you give up your soul or anything like that. In fact, the teacher-student relationship is essentially a stable interest relationship. I help you now, and if you can help me in the future, you do so. Wizards don't talk about emotions. Interests are always the most effective tool for maintaining relationships. Actually, the things I've sacrificed for you so far are worthless to me, requiring no cost at all. I originally wanted to observe a bit longer, at least until you could advance to a third-class wizard apprentice before considering taking you as a student, as only then would you have enough value. But your talent in magic potion makes me reconsider, and after deliberation, I believe you already have enough value. So, Herag, are you willing to become my student? Herag laughed. Greetings, Mr. Larry. Very well, hold on. I'll explain the points you need to note during the advancement process. And if you encounter any special situations and how to handle them after you complete the advancement, I'll arrange a task for you. You can then go outside Moonlight Forest to avoid the forthcoming turmoil, Larry arranged. What about you, teacher? Are you staying at Moonlight Forest? Herag asked. Herag looked at Larry, and it seemed Larry had no intention of leaving. If a war really breaks out, even an official wizard cannot avoid being dragged in. Me, Larry laughed. I'm just a logistics person. If it really comes to a fight, my knowledge of magic potions is far more useful than combat. If even I have to take the field, it means I should prepare to run away. Don't official wizards also have to sign a contract with Moonlight Forest? Herag felt that Larry didn't seem to be bound by much. That's the benefit of being a master of magic potions. The contract I signed with Moonlight Forest is different from others. Strictly speaking, we're just in an employment relationship, so I'm not that heavily constrained. Larry explained. Herag suddenly understood. I see. This is the advantage of having expertise. Seems like being specialized is appreciated everywhere. Next, I'll tell you some things to pay attention to in the promotion process. Larry continued. There's an old saying in the wizard world. No promotion process is exactly the same. It means that when wizards advance, all sorts of situations can arise, and you'll need to use the knowledge you have to adapt and manage accordingly. Of course, you're only promoting to second-class wizard apprentice, so you shouldn't encounter many difficulties. Just remember that a wizard's most powerful weapon is always knowledge, which can solve most of your problems. After returning home, Herag spent 2 days digesting the experience Larry had taught him, then took out the Dawn Potion. Shenlin, begin comprehensive monitoring of the body state, prompt feedback if any issues arise during the promotion process. Task has been filed. 3D human model appeared in front of Herag, representing his current bodily state, with numerous parameters denoting his current physical condition beside it. Herag removed the wooden stopper from the Dawn Potion, and a puff of purple mist emerged, spreading outward. He tilted his head back and drank the pale purple liquid of the Dawn Potion, which tasted very bitter and slightly painful. Once the Dawn Potion entered his body, it became a surge of energy that spread throughout. Heart rate accelerating, current heart rate, 157. Toxic substances have entered the body, causing damage, current damage degree 3%, stop promotion and dispel toxic substances. Do not stop, continue. Herag closed his eyes, knowing this was the effect of the potion and that he must not stop. A layer of purple flames emerged from his body. The flames had no temperature and couldn't ignite the clothes he was wearing. Current heart rate, 267. Body damage degree, 10%. Gene chain is breaking. Herag's current bodily state could be described as dire, yet he did not panic at all, remaining mentally stable. Gene chain is reorganizing. Herag, look at what this is. A woman's voice came from behind, but Herag seemed not to hear and ignored it. He ignored it, yet the voice did not cease. Instead, it became more numerous and chaotic. The odd changes, not the even, look at the symbols and quadrants. Wake up, they're calling roll. Herag's strong spiritual power kept him awake, focusing only on the promotion process. After an indefinite duration, Herag suddenly felt as if his head exploded. These are wind energy particles, the red ones should be fire energy particles, and the black ones are dark energy particles. Previously, Herag could only sense the free energy particles in the surrounding space, but couldn't distinguish their attributes. But now, he could clearly perceive the attribute of each energy particle. So, which type of energy particle is suitable for me? As a first-class wizard apprentice advances to a second-class wizard apprentice, they sense one or more types of suitable energy particles for themselves. Wizard apprentices can absorb these energy particles into their bodies, continuously radiating and enhancing their constitution. Harag's physical strength would increase continually with this radiation, making his own body somewhat radiant. At the wizard apprentice stage, this radiance wouldn't significantly affect ordinary people, but having offspring with them would be difficult. Meanwhile, wizard apprentices, when using magic of the same attribute, will experience enhanced casting speed and spell strength. This does not mean other spells can't be learned. Rather, magic from the particular attribute becomes much stronger. Harag took a deep breath, commenced meditation anew, and opened his hands to absorb the energy particles surrounding his body. He no longer absorbed all energy particles indiscriminately, as he'd done previously, instead letting them congregate on his body surface. Those harmonizing with him automatically entered his body, those that didn't floated on the surface. Turns out they're dark energy particles. Harag discovered the one attribute he attuned to was the dark energy attribute particles. This is a type of advanced energy particle, subdivided into many subtypes such as negative energy particles, shadow energy particles, all belonging to the dark energy class. Looks like I will need to specialize in dark energy spells henceforth. Wizard apprentices can achieve greater effectiveness by specializing in the direction they naturally attune to. So many choose to pursue specialization, particularly upon reaching the stage of becoming a third-class wizard apprentice. It becomes preparation for advancing to official wizard, demanding more specialization. Harag's previously met rock seemed to be doing the same, specializing in earth element magic, as the magic he utilized was primarily earth-based. Current heart rate 97. Body is gradually recovering. Harag felt his physical state starting to stabilize. Shenlin check current bodily state. Harag Merlin, Power 3.0, Agility 3.1, Constitution 4.8, Spirit 11.0, Magic Power 40%. Harag nodded. Promotion succeeded, just as Mr. Larry said. With my current spiritual power, the advancement to second-class wizard apprentice should be relatively effortless. Dark Energy Shield. He cast a shield on himself to examine the post-promotion effects. Shenlin, how does the current Dark Energy Shield compare to before in strength? After calculation, because most of the magic in this spell was composed of dark energy particles, shield strength increased by 63%, magic power consumption decreased by 39%. Harag contemplated. No wonder second-class wizard apprentices start choosing specialization. This strength enhancement is significant. Spending 100% effort yields 150% return. Having completed the promotion, he didn't indulge in jubilance but sat steadily down to complete meditation. In his mind there were 6 stars. He needed to complete meditation on 4 more stars to advance to third-class wizard. Apprentice. Harag searched within the starry sky briefly, chose a star, and began meditating. Without the aid of meteor grass, the meditation speed is considerably slower. Harag had been utilizing meteor grass assistance for some time, and transitioning back was challenging given the slowed meditation speed. Meteor grass was no longer useful for him at this stage, thus he needed to think of other ways to speed up meditation thereafter. After Harag finished his meditation, he went downstairs to take a hot shower. There was a strong smell of medicine all over his body. Northern Forest region. After Harag went out, he clearly felt that the atmosphere was different from usual, and the faces of the wizards passing by were somewhat serious. He also saw many people who were already injured. When passing by the flea market, Harag noticed that it was much quieter than usual. At this time, there should be more and more frequent transactions. It seems that many people have already taken tasks to flee Moonlight Forest. Harag was focused on preparing for his promotion during this time, and paid relatively little attention to the movements in the forest. After arriving in town, he found that the crowd was significantly smaller than usual. The originally bustling gathering place now had only small groups of people, and they all looked worried, seemingly unable to find a way to weather the storm. The tasks allowing people to leave the forest are probably gone now, and even if there are any, they would be snatched up immediately, and those tasks are not enough to go around. Seeing these scenes, Harag quickened his pace, feeling the need to leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, even with Mr. Larry's help, he might not be able to get out as, in the face of the war machine, many things are very fragile. Teacher, I successfully got promoted. Harag reported his situation. Larry was as usual, poured him a cup of coffee, and then poured one for himself as well. Add the sugar yourself. Larry pushed the coffee through the air in front of Herag. Your spiritual power is very stable, and the quality of your magic power is also very high, so I determined that there is no problem in your promotion to a second-class wizard apprentice. I'm not surprised by that. Larry then, with a serious expression, said, "Now, to the main topic, pack up and get ready to leave in the next 2 days." Malcolm, that lunatic, captured 100 pregnant women, presumably preparing to perform some evil powerful spell. Moonlight Forest has already reported this to Augustus Academy. Malcolm's actions severely violate the basic principles of the wizard organizations on the Kala continent, which is to not allow the mass slaughter of ordinary people. Herag asked, if Malcolm indeed slaughtered these 100 ordinary people, what punishment would he face? It would just be some financial penalties, Larry sighed. This is how it is with official wizards, especially powerful ones. Rules barely restrain them anymore. The ordinary people on the Kala continent are a vital source of fresh blood for wizard organizations. The wizards' lives actually rely on the production materials produced by ordinary people, so there's always been a rule against mass slaughter. Malcolm's actions happen to draw the attention of various wizard organizations, but not to the extent that they felt compelled to intervene and stop him. This will only result in Malcolm facing some financial consequences. Larry continued, I predict that when Malcolm's spell takes form, that will be the time when Moonlight Forest and Green Cottage fully go to war. So you need to leave here as soon as possible. Herag nodded, understood, but where should I go? This was a question Herag had been pondering these days. With the Kala continent being so vast, where would be a better place to go? I recommend you go to the Doris Kingdom on the west coast, where the regime is stable, far away from major wizard organizations. You can pass this period relatively peacefully. The only downside is the scarcity of magic potion materials there. But that's the case everywhere, as places rich in magic potion materials aren't far from wizard organizations. And the task I'm giving you is to go to the Doris Kingdom and find a magic potion material called moonstone grass. Larry pulled out a map, pointing to a large country on the west coast as he introduced it. I remember you have a space ring, right? I've prepared a batch of magic potion materials for you, enough to last you a while. If you lack any basic magic potions, you can self-brew with these materials and practice a bit. Larry turned and walked to a room by the side, opening the door. He beckoned to Herag, come and have a look. Herag followed over and looking into the room by the door, so many. The room was full of magic potion materials, all neatly categorized and placed. These are materials for basic types of magic potions, not valuable. I had a premonition that a war might erupt, so I pre-ordered a lot of magic potion materials. Now many magic potion materials in Moonlight Forest's magic pharmacy are being sold in limited quantities. Larry explained. Herag nodded, understanding that if war broke out, something like magic potion materials would definitely be centrally managed and controlled by Moonlight Forest's officials, and the amounts wizard apprentices could buy probably wouldn't suffice for themselves. Thank you, teacher. Herag solemnly bowed to express his gratitude. Though Larry made it seem simple, this gift was a generous one, worth an unknown amount of magic stones. Larry chuckled. This is nothing, all right, store them in your space ring, go back and pack, and when you're ready, come find me, I'll take you out. Herag chuckled hearing this. He was brought back by Larry, and now to escape the turmoil, he needed to be taken out by him again, forming a cycle. Teacher, I'll head back now. After leaving Larry's house, Herag hadn't walked far when he suddenly met Bessie on the street. She looked as though she was also heading to see Larry. Bessie, Herag greeted her. Bessie seemed a bit flustered, her gaze avoiding Herag's eyes. She lowered her head and said, Herag, congratulations on being promoted to a third-class wizard apprentice. Herag congratulated her. He had heard before that Bessie had been successfully promoted, but had not encountered her until now, only sending messages over the talisman stone. Thank you. Bessie seemed to have something on her mind and didn't say much more, continuing to walk with her head lowered. Herag reflected on Bessie's demeanor, feeling something was off. After thinking for a bit, he suddenly realized what was wrong. Why is Bessie dressed so alluringly? Bessie was wearing a pair of black silk stockings with suspenders. Her legs were already long, and the outfit made them even more enticing. More importantly, when Herag brushed past her, he noticed that under Bessie's robe, she was only wearing a small Roman 20. Since knowing Bessie, she had always dressed very conservatively, always wearing long pants, and never dressing so seductively. Herag felt there might be some gossip here but shook his head, continuing on his way as it had nothing to do with him. After purchasing some items hard to find outside, he returned home and began sorting out the things he needed to take. With so many magic potion materials now piled up in his space ring, not many large items could be taken, so he decided to bring along those spell model books. After finishing up, Herag picked up a quill pen and wrote a letter to Lillian, informing her that he would be leaving Moonlight Forest for a while and might not be contactable for a short period due to certain circumstances. I also wonder if I can still send out this letter. Herag felt the letter should still be able to be sent out, as Moonlight Forest had only implemented entry and exit controls. As long as there was a legitimate reason, people could still go out, so the transmission of letters should still be normal. Next day, Herag arrived at Larry's house. He was wearing light armor, with a longsword at his waist, looking nothing like a wizard. This light armor was bought for 7 magic stones from the flea market. It's harder than regular armor and has some enchantments that enhance its defense against magic. Herag planned to act as a knight after going out. Wearing a wizard robe would be too conspicuous in the ordinary world. "Ready?" Larry asked. Herag nodded slightly. "Follow me." Larry led Herag upstairs. Herag had only been to the 4th floor before, never above that, so he didn't know what was up there. Following Larry all the way up, Herag counted silently in his heart. When they reached the 11th floor, the two stopped. This floor was a parlor-like guest room, spacious with sofas placed all around. Inside, there was a fireplace, next to which a wall of firewood was neatly stacked. Why come here to go out? Herag was a bit puzzled about leaving the Moonlight Forest by coming upstairs. Larry smiled and explained, "Do you want to leave from the east or south road? If you want to, I won't stop you, just be prepared for a fight once you're outside." "It seems the situation is more serious than I thought." Herag's expression was grave, understanding Larry's implication. Now the outskirts of the Moonlight Forest were unsafe, and he might encounter people from the Green Cottage once he went out. "So we need a different, safer way out, the Flu Network," Larry said, walking towards the fireplace. Flu Network, it was the first time Herag heard the term. Larry explained, "It's normal that you don't know, as there are only 3 fireplaces in the entire Moonlight Forest connected to the Flu Network. The so-called Flu Network is when many wizards' fireplaces are connected to the Flu Network. By using Flu powder and saying the name of the place you want to go, you can arrive there." Herag pondered, "Isn't that dangerous?" He imagined a scenario where someone suddenly emerged from one's fireplace at home. That's why wizards who dare to connect to the Flu Network have a certain level of power. If in the future you find yourself arriving at the wrong place through the Flu Network, be very careful. The Flu Network here has been registered in the Moonlight Forest, and this journey via the Flu Network has been pre-approved by the forest. Larry took a wooden box from above the fireplace. He opened the box to reveal a green powder inside. To use it, grab a handful of Flu powder, stand inside the fireplace. Say the name of the place you want to go, then throw the Flu powder down. Your destination is called the Violet Cottage, an abandoned wooden house located in the southern Kanakani Kingdom, within a forest. After you arrive there, head south for 2 days to reach Violet City, go further west, and you can get to the Doris Kingdom." Larry described the route he had planned for Herag. "It's simple, go ahead." Larry patted Herag on the shoulder, indicating for him to move towards the fireplace. Herag stood in the fireplace, checking to see if he had forgotten anything. Larry extended the box of Flu powder towards him, and Herag grabbed a handful. It felt no different from ordinary sand. "Remember, it's Violet Cottage," Larry emphasized one last time. Herag nodded, took a deep breath, and said, "Violet Cottage." He immediately threw the Flu powder downward, and instantly, a burst of green flames enveloped Herag's body. In the blink of an eye, Herag vanished from the spot. Herag felt a sudden darkness, and then it seemed as if his head and feet were reversed as he traversed downward through a black tunnel. After a while, a white opening appeared ahead. Herag felt himself crash into a pile of clutter. causing a loud crashing sound and the sound of a wooden shelf falling to the ground. He opened his eyes and found himself inside a shabby wooden house, the floor filled with broken sofas, broken chairs, splintered wood, and other debris. The room was full of dust, seemingly stirred up by his recent crash. He glanced back and saw a large fireplace behind him, realizing he must have come from there. The thick dust made Harag cough incessantly. Dark energy shield. Harag cast a shield on himself, then squeezed through the clutter, forcing a path out. With a shield enveloping him, there was no need to worry about getting scratched. After squeezing out, Harag found himself on the first floor of the wooden house. The stairs leading to the second floor had decayed and broken, with many steps already shattered. He scanned his surroundings and found the location of the main door, trying to twist it open. Carelessly, he twisted off the doorknob, feeling a bit speechless. How long has this house been uninhabited? He tried pushing the door, finding it entirely immobile, noticing the lock had rusted shut. Harag kicked the door open, stirring up another cloud of dust. He dashed out rapidly, feeling the cold sensation on his face, and saw the sky overcast with imminent rain. Looking around, he saw endless wilderness. The entire center of this wilderness was the Violet Cottage, surrounded by forest at its edges. Harag took out a map and confirmed that this was indeed the place Larry had mentioned. The position of the stars. Harag sensed the position of the stars, finding the south and starting his journey. According to Larry's instructions, he needed to walk for 2 days to get out, so he had to hurry. After spending 10 minutes crossing the wilderness, he entered the forest. While trekking through the forest, droplets fell occasionally, and Harag soon found himself wet. Using magic power to repel the rain was too extravagant. Traversing an unfamiliar forest, he dared not waste magic power casually. Harag would take out his map every so often to mark his position, adjusting his direction and route. Time to find a place to camp. Harag glanced at the sky, realizing it was almost dusk. He found a sheltered spot at the foot of a mountain, with dense trees nearby sheltering most of the rain. Harag took out a tent from his space ring, tossed it on the ground, and the tent promptly stood up. He only needed to manually secure a few corners. It's been a long time since I last hunted. Harag could sense many animal traces in the forest, all common animals. He pulled out a fine steel bow, something he hadn't used in a long time, yet he had kept it, and now it came in handy. Harag took his bow and arrow into the forest, and soon he discovered a wild rabbit. He bent his bow and nocked an arrow, aiming at the rabbit, and in the next second the rabbit's head was pierced through. Now he no longer needed Shenlin's assistance to easily hit such small animals. Harag picked up the wild rabbit and found a small stream, where he took out a dagger and skillfully skinned and gutted it, quickly preparing a piece of juicy rabbit meat. At night a dense white mist arose in the forest, and the rain intensified. Harag pulled out a rain tarp from his space ring and set up a makeshift shelter under a tree, also collecting some dry wood, wild vegetables, and mushrooms nearby. He stacked the dry wood he picked up, snapped his fingers, and the pile of wood caught fire. This was a simple use of fire elemental energy particles. Since advancing to a second-class wizard apprentice, Harag could manipulate these various types of energy particle to perform some basic magic. The most commonly used was igniting with fire elemental energy particles. This simple absorption of a bit of fire elemental energy particles naturally wouldn't have any destructive power, but it was just right for everyday life. Besides that, there were plant energy particles, which could accelerate wound recovery, and these plant energy particles were ubiquitous in the forest. Harag took out a wooden stick, skewered the rabbit, and roasted it over the fire, taking oil and spices from his bag. He used a brush to coat the rabbit meat layer by layer with oil, slowly grilling it, as the aroma gradually emerged, dispersing in the forest. Raindrops drummed on the shelter, making a ticking sound, and occasional small crackles came from the campfire. Harag closed his eyes slightly, occasionally turning the rabbit. Everything seemed so peaceful and serene. The tranquil rainy night in the forest made Harag feel sleepy. But now he couldn't sleep because there were unexpected visitors. Far away, 2 people were approaching, and Harag listened to their footsteps drawing nearer. When the 2 came closer, the yellow firelight illuminated their faces. One was a middle-aged man with a big beard, wearing armor and holding a longsword in his hand, which still bore bloodstains. He looked at Herag with a solemn expression. Beside the middle-aged knight was a teenager about 16 or 17 years old. With golden hair and luxurious clothes, clearly a noble. "Hello, traveler, I am Kieran Banks from the Tassoni territory, and this is Josh Banks, the second son of the Banks family. We wonder if we could borrow some fire, as my young master is cold." The middle-aged knight Kieran spoke sincerely, even with a hint of supplication. Herag squinted slightly at them. "Their space, have a seat." Kieran Banks, Power 4.2, Agility 3.2, Constitution 3.9, full of unknown energy. Another great knight. Herag thought of Baron Buck, oddly nostalgic. Kieran and his young master cautiously approached. Their movements restrained, seemingly afraid of being misunderstood by Herag. After they sat down by the fire, Josh shivered near the flames, looking as though he'd been cold for a long time. The rabbit was almost done, sizzling with oil, causing sparks to fly as it dripped into the fire. Herag sat up, grasped a rabbit leg in one hand, and pulled out a dagger with the other, beginning to carve the leg. Herag felt the heat, struggled a bit to tear off the rabbit leg, then took a big bite. The rabbit meat was juicy and melted in the mouth, with a unique roasted aroma, leaving an endless aftertaste. Herag swallowed the piece of meat with satisfaction, feeling very warm. A pot hung beside the rabbit, simmering wild vegetable and mushroom soup. These wild vegetables and mushrooms were confirmed safe by Shenlin's database. After finishing the rabbit leg in a few bites, Herag lifted the lid off the pot, releasing a burst of white steam and fragrance. He took a bowl and spoon out of his space ring, served himself a bowl of soup and blew on it, but it was still too hot to drink. Kieran's expression became more serious upon seeing him retrieve items out of thin air, looking at Herag with increased reverence. The sound of a stomach growling interrupted, and Herag looked up, seeing it was the young noble Josh. He chuckled, ignored him, and continued blowing on his hot soup. "Sir, might we purchase some food from you? We're willing to pay," Kieran requested. Recognizing Herag as a wizard, Kieran was cautious with his words and actions, fearing to offend him. Herag looked up and said, "A rabbit is not enough for me alone, so I'm not going to sell it to you. Aren't you a great knight, capable of hunting?" Kieran saw that Herag accurately discerned his strength and showed no fear, confirming Herag's identity even more. He said somewhat ashamedly, "I hadn't considered it. Too focused on fleeing, I forgot to catch some game. Now it's raining and I can't take my master hunting at night in the rain." "Uncle Kieran, it's not your fault. You've done well protecting me. Skipping a meal or two is fine. We'll find food tomorrow morning." Josh tried to comfort Kieran. "Here, 10 gold coins, do you want it?" Herag pulled out a thick biscuit from his space ring. 10 gold coins. Josh looked at the ordinary biscuit, then back at Herag, and immediately replied, "No. I'll give you 10,000 gold coins." Herag laughed. 10,000 gold coins, can you carry that much? Josh explained, "Once I return to the Tassoni territory, I'll present 10,000 gold coins to you without missing a penny." Reading Kieran's expression and actions, Josh quickly realized this person was unusual, prompting him to think of recruiting him. "I give you biscuits and you give me promises," Herag laughed. Unexpectedly, Josh grew a bit emotional. Kneeling on one knee in the muddy ground, with his right hand over his heart, "I swear on the Banks family's honor, if we return to Markfield City in the Tassoni territory, I'll award 10,000 gold coins to you. My name is Herag Merlin. 10,000 gold coins probably isn't just for biscuits. You want me to help solve the trouble behind you." "Sorry, I don't like trouble." Herag shook his head, uninterested in meddling in noble power struggles. "Mr. Herag, there's a misunderstanding. I have no intention of using you. You only need to ensure our safe arrival at Markfield City," Josh sincerely pleaded. "Markfield City, it so happens it's on my way. If 10,000 gold coins is just for escorting you, there's no reason not to earn it. You can lead the way tomorrow." Herag recalled the map, realizing he was headed there anyway, and with these two, perhaps some matters might even become more convenient. "Thank you, Mr. Herag." Josh was overjoyed. "I'm just doing my job for money. Escorting for a while and getting 10,000 gold coins, where else to find such good deals? Just hope you won't renege, or the consequences could be severe." Herag waved his hand. Rest assured, sir, I will not break my promise, Josh replied sincerely. After eating and drinking his fill, Herag crawled into his tent to sleep. Kieran used leaves to make a bowl for Josh, then served him a bowl of soup from the pot. This was deliberately left by Herag, in exchange for helping him wash the pot, as he was too lazy to do it himself. Josh didn't mind drinking the leftover soup from Herag. He took a sip, and then handed the leaf-made bowl over. Uncle Kieran, you have some too. He then broke a biscuit in half, and also gave half to Kieran. Kieran hesitated for a moment but didn't refuse. He hadn't eaten for 2 days either, and was indeed very hungry. Considering there would be battles later on, he decided to eat. Herag lay in the tent, clearly watching the scene outside. He wasn't sleeping, but rather meditating while lying down. Now, without the aid of meteor grass, he had to work harder on the meditation method. The next morning, the rain stopped, but the fog became thicker. Kieran was resting against a tree with his eyes closed, while Josh leaned on him asleep, covered with Kieran's cloak. Herag made no attempt to conceal the noise of waking up. Kieran slowly opened his eyes, first confirming Josh's condition, and feeling relieved once he ensured there was nothing wrong. With a wave of Herag's hand, the tent, rain cover, and other items on the ground were collected into the space ring. He turned to the pair under the tree and said, "I'm getting ready to set off." "All right." Kieran and Josh stood up obediently, following behind Herag. Herag took out a map to check the direction before setting off. "Tell me about your situation," Herag casually said while walking ahead. He had to find out what trouble these two encountered and what the situation was to be prepared. "I am the second son of Count Remy of Tassoni territory. A few days ago, Uncle Kieran and I went to the countryside to check on the crops. Everything was going smoothly, but on the way back we were ambushed. Those people were obviously prepared and even had crossbows. Uncle Kieran protected me and we fought our way out, but all the other guards were killed." Josh's tone was a bit sorrowful, seemingly angry about the guards' deaths. "Do you know who did it?" Herag asked offhandedly. Josh took a deep breath. "Who else could it be? It must be Luki, my elder brother. He's afraid I'll fight for his inheritance, and there's been no shortage of conflict between us over the years. Now with father getting weaker by the day, he's grown even more anxious." "Oh," Herag nodded expressionlessly. "There's nothing new under the sun, just the same old power struggle drama." "Are there pursuers behind? This isn't considered the outskirts of the forest?" Herag continued to ask. "They'd still need at least a day's journey from this location to leave the forest." Kieran replied, "There are people from the Thief Guild. An assassin at Great Knight level. I'm not confident I can protect young Master Josh under his hands, so we had to flee." "Understood, I've already spotted him, he's watching us." Herag glanced southeast and said. "What?" Kieran immediately became tense. An assassination by a Great Knight level assassin, even he couldn't say he could defend it 100%, let alone young Master Josh, who didn't have Knight level strength. "What are you afraid of? Let's go, we have a journey to make," Herag said nonchalantly, looking at the two standing nervously and looking around, slightly exasperated. "Oh, okay." Kieran realized where they were. There was a powerful wizard here, so he didn't need to worry too much. The moment he saw Herag, he sensed that familiar yet mysterious aura. Great knights don't possess magic power, but they have some sensing ability towards it. The aura on Herag was very familiar to him, as he had encountered powerful wizards with the same aura before. In the faraway forest, a bald man shivered at Herag's gaze. "How did he spot me?" Robert was baffled. He was a Great Knight-level assassin, the ace of the Thief Guild. He always had confidence in his concealment skill. Even opponents of the same level as a Great Knight would find it hard to see through his invisibility. But now, from over 200 meters away, that young man had instantly seen his position. How is this possible? Robert felt as though he'd seen a ghost. Most importantly, he didn't dare to make a move. From Herag's casual glance, he felt a fear emanating from the depths of his soul. His years of experience on the edge of life and death told him that if he rashly approached that man, he would certainly die. As an exceptional thief, Robert had always trusted his intuition. "Can't do this job now, a pity for all those gold coins," Robert sighed, looking pained. Thinking about all those gold coins slipping away pained his heart. But pain or not, Robert made up his mind to abandon the mission, at least until that young man parted from the master-servant duo Josh, then he would make a move. All these years, he survived by relying on his keen intuition and enough caution, with a very sharp sense of death. Given up, from Shenlin's detection, it seemed the person behind them had left and wasn't planning on continuing to pursue them. The more Robert thought about it, the more uneasy he became. The fear in his heart grew stronger the longer he tailed Herag, prompting him to decisively retreat, even abandoning continued tracking to observe the situation. "That's some trouble off my back." Herag was indifferent, continuing onward. He currently had the physical abilities comparable to a great night-level expert, not to mention various magic aids. These ordinary night-level or great night-level individuals were hard-pressed to pose any threat to him. Herag didn't mention that the assassin had already left, so Kieran kept his spiritual power highly focused all the way, constantly paying attention to the surroundings. Herag couldn't be bothered to remind him, more people on lookout is a good thing after all. The trio traveled until dusk, where they could see the plains at the base of the mountains from a distance. "Mr. Herag, let's rest in the forest tonight. The plains area is too open," Kieran suggested. Herag nodded in agreement with his suggestion. Kieran's meaning was clear. If there's an ambush, descending would make them targets with no room for maneuver. In the forest, the terrain is complex. Even if there are enemies lying in wait, there's room to maneuver. A great night-level expert in the forest at night could easily handle dozens of people alone, not to mention with Herag present. The peaceful night quickly passed without the imagined night attack. After the three of them exited the forest, they walked for 2 hours before finally reaching a small town. As soon as Josh arrived here, he instantly exuded the air of a superior. He found the head of the town and arranged a carriage for the three of them. There were originally a dozen sturdy militiamen, but their combat capabilities were worthless to them and were thus declined. "We're about to reach Markful City soon. It's the largest city in the Tassoni territory and also where the main members of the Tassoni family reside." Josh lifted the curtain, revealing the scenery outside, and introduced the local customs to Herag. Herag wasn't interested in these, and blandly said, "I'm only concerned if my 10,000 gold coins will be fulfilled, Master Josh." "You're joking, Mr. Herag. There won't be any shortfall in your payment. This amount is trivial for me and can be easily produced." Josh felt uneasy when he heard the address Master Josh. "Good, it better be so." Herag closed his eyes and continued to rest. Markful City was indeed very large. From a distance, you could already see the tall city walls. The city gate was also very magnificent, with a giant domed gate bustling with people and carriages. The guards at the city gate were clad in full armor, with the Tassoni family's emblem, a totem of an eagle, printed on their armor. The guards looked at the carriage from afar, with some uncertainty in their gaze. When the carriage gradually approached, the guards recognized Josh and hurried to call people over. "It's Master Josh. Master Josh has returned." Upon learning the news of Josh's return, dozens of guards were immediately deployed to escort Josh and the others back to the Tassoni family's castle. The Tassoni family's castle was located at the northernmost part of the city, with an expanse of buildings that, from a distance, made one think it was the king's palace complex. The three had already switched to a more refined and robust carriage, surrounded by layers of guarded soldiers. "These are all my personally trained loyalists," Josh said with some pride, introducing his guards to Herag. The group stopped in front of the castle, where someone was already waiting at the castle gate. A man appearing to be around 30, with a small mustache, hurried over anxiously, looking concernedly at Josh as he got off the carriage. "Oh, Josh, thank the gods. You're back safe." Josh chuckled dismissively. "Lukey, why do I feel you're disappointed that I returned safely?" Lukey was a burly man but now appeared very gentle, smiling. "My dear brother, what nonsense are you talking about? After learning about your ambush and disappearance, I couldn't eat or drink for a while and mobilized various powers to search for your whereabouts. Fortunately, you returned safely, so Father can also be at ease." Josh seemed to dislike his demeanor, frowning as he asked, "How is Father?" Lukey hesitated, sighing, "Not great, you should go see him." Josh nodded and turned to Kieran. "Uncle Kieran, please take Mr. Herag to rest and give him the 10,000 gold coins reward." "Mr. Herag, since I just got back, I need to see my father first. I truly apologize." He slightly bowed apologetically to Herag. Herag nodded, "It's fine." Kieran walked in front, bowing and gesturing, "This way, Mr. Herag." "Who is this?" Luki curiously looked at Herag, his eyes flickering with a peculiar light. Kieran said expressionlessly, "Master Luki, this is Master Josh's esteemed guest. You needn't know." "I needn't know. I am the eldest son of the Tassoni family, Uncle Kieran. Since he's Josh's esteemed guest, he's my esteemed guest too." "Hello, Mr. Herag. I'm Luki Banks. If you hear any bad rumors about me, please don't take them to heart and refrain from knowing me through others' words." Ignoring Kieran, Luki stepped in front of Herag, introducing himself respectfully and courteously. "Hello, Herag Merlin." Herag nodded, casually responding. "Mr. Herag, if you don't mind, how about I show you around this castle?" Luki asked expectantly. Herag smiled. "I won't be staying here long, and I have no interest in your Tassoni family's matters, so you needn't bother." Luki burst into hearty laughter, cheerfully saying, "Mr. Herag is quite interesting. It's all the more reason for me to entertain you well as the host." Kieran blocked him. "Master Luki, let me handle it." Luki smiled insincerely. "Since Uncle Kieran insists, I won't say more." He apologetically turned to Herag. "I hope Mr. Herag won't find it awkward. My brother has been possessive since childhood, always worried I'll take his things, ha ha ha." Kieran ignored the sarcasm in his words, turning respectfully to Herag. "Please follow me, Mr. Herag." As Herag passed by Luki, he offered Herag a helpless smile. "Could Mr. Herag stay overnight, allowing us, the Banks family, to express our gratitude?" Kieran inquired. Of course, Herag wasn't in a hurry to travel. His current purpose was to understand the local customs while traveling. Larry had tasked him to find moonstone grass in the Doris Kingdom. There was no time limit on this task, allowing him to return whenever he wanted. Kieran led Herag to a grand palace, ornately decorated inside. Upon entering, a gigantic painting, standing 40 to 50 meters tall, of a pot-bellied middle-aged man, caught their eye. "This is Count Hu-En, the biological father of Masters Josh and Luki," Kieran introduced. Herag asked with interest, "The two brothers, are they born from different mothers?" "Yes," Kieran replied concisely. Herag nodded without further comment. After glancing at the painting, he continued following Kieran forward. The decorations inside could only be described as luxurious, and Herag noticed many of the wall carvings were made of gold and gems. Picking off a random gem could be worth thousands of gold coins. This count's family is indeed too wealthy. No wonder the two brothers fight tooth and nail. The palace itself showcased the tremendous wealth of the Banks family, far beyond ordinary imagination. "Mr. Herag can stay here tonight. All the guards and servants are at your service. No one will disturb you." Kieran led Herag to a giant door. Kieran exerted himself, and the door slowly opened, revealing a vast space behind it. Herag estimated that the room behind the door was about 500 or 600 square meters. Inside, there was a large bed that could easily accommodate 6 or 7 people. Meanwhile, heavy footsteps could be heard outside the door as 2 guards struggled to carry in a golden treasure chest. The guards brought the chest into the room and placed it in front of Herag and Kieran. "You may leave," Kieran instructed. The 2 guards bowed their heads and quickly exited, never once lifting their eyes to look at Herag. "This is the 10,000 gold coins promised by Master Josh, Mr. Herag, please check it." Kieran opened the golden chest, revealing a full box of shimmering gold coins. Herag smiled and said, "Not bad." He beckoned with his hand and took the entire box. This box exceeded 10,000 gold coins, and just the box itself was quite valuable. "Mr. Herag, you may rest here for a moment. If you'd like to go for a stroll, you can call upon the servant by the door. There will be a grand banquet tonight," Kieran continued. Herag, not being polite, turned and lay down on the soft, large bed. "All right." Kieran respectfully retreated, gently closing the door and carefully instructing the 2 maids at the door. The Violet Kingdom truly deserves its title as the largest kingdom in the south. "Even a count here so wealthy," Herag remarked. On the map, Tassoni territory seemed small, and Herag never expected the lord here to be so wealthy. Herag stayed in the room without wandering around, planning his subsequent route before starting to meditate. Until nightfall, a maid came and knocked on the door. "Mr. Herag, it's time to attend the banquet." The two maids at the door were very young and dressed revealingly, causing Herag to look twice at the expanse of white skin. Lead the way," Herag said softly, casually touching a few areas. The two maids just lowered their heads and smiled without any resistance. After Herag stopped, the two maids led the way, guiding Herag through palace after palace. Sometimes having such a big house isn't a good thing. It takes half an hour just to reach the dining hall, Herag complained somewhat speechlessly. Though the castle was large, there weren't many people. On his way, Herag mainly saw guards and servants. The banquet was held in the largest palace, and there weren't many attendees. Herag roughly counted, finding only over 60 people, excluding servants and guards, which was quite few for an aristocratic banquet. Herag finally saw the person from the giant painting, Count Huen Banks, who was seated at the head of the long table, with his sons Josh and Luki on either side, followed by other children and relatives. "Mr. Herag," Josh exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Herag. He had changed into an extravagant suit for the banquet, looking noticeably bulkier. Count Huen turned to look at Herag after hearing this, rising and smiling. "Thank you, Mr. Herag, for saving my son. The Banks family will forever remember your kindness." Herag was seated below the main seat, and the banquet was quiet as everyone ate in silence. After a simple meal, the usual dance session followed, but Herag wasn't particularly interested. Count Huen and his sons came over with drinks again to express their gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Herag." Herag clinked glasses with them, his nose twitching slightly as if sensing something. After finishing his drink, he asked, "Is Count Huen injured?" Josh said excitedly, 2 months ago my father was assassinated. Though the assassin failed, my father was left with serious injuries that haven't healed. Mr. Herag, do you have a way?" "I'm not sure if there's a way, but I do smell something familiar." Herag sniffed again, detecting the scent of dark energy particles. Josh, growing more excited, promptly said to Count Huen, "Father, why not let Mr. Herag take a look? The crowd here is too large and nosy. Let's discuss this elsewhere." Count Huen considered for a moment and nodded in agreement, and they moved to a quieter room next door. Luki followed, seemingly also worried about his father's injuries. Great Knight Kieran stood guard at the door, apparently determined not to let anyone else in. Herag pulled up a chair and sat down, slowly savoring the red wine in his glass. He had heard of this wine before. It was far beyond his means to afford. "Mr. Herag, can you save my father?" Josh asked eagerly. Herag set down his glass. "I can't say if I can save him until I see what the injury is like." "Father," Josh looked at his father with an inquiring glance. Count Huen hesitated, laboriously removing his outer clothing. After a great effort, he removed 2 layers to reveal the injury on his waist. There was a black wound there. Although medicine had been applied to the wound surface, it still exuded a faint, rotten smell. "I didn't expect the Count's injury to be this severe." Herag moved closer to observe, confirming that it was caused by demonized items. The wound was entangled with dark energy particles, preventing it from healing, rendering ordinary medicine ineffective. Count Huen smiled bitterly. "I wasn't long for this world anyway. A few days ago, Josh had disappeared. Now that Josh has returned safely, I can leave in peace." "Father," Josh clutched Huen's clothing tightly. Herag curiously said, "Leave. It's just a minor injury." "A minor injury? Mr. Herag, do you really have a solution?" The entire Huen family looked at him in astonishment. They had sought countless renowned doctors, none of whom could do anything for Count Huen's injuries. They even considered seeking legendary mystics, but lacked the means to contact them. How could an ordinary mystic be specially called to treat a minor count? "I can treat it. What are you willing to pay? I charge a lot for my services." The Banks family was wealthy, and Herag wouldn't miss this chance to make a fortune. He had no qualms about taking money from such aristocrats. Count Huen pondered for a while. It wasn't that he was stingy, he was contemplating what would be most suitable to offer. He already knew Herag was a legendary mystic, so he needed to offer something that would satisfy him. But what could possibly satisfy a wizard? Simple money. Wizards don't seem to lack money, and carrying such a large amount is inconvenient. Beauty, that's worthless. Count Huen thought for a while, continuously shaking his head, finally saying, "Mr. Hereg, if you can heal me, the bank's family treasury will be open to you, and you may choose any 3 treasures you like.